Good morning, everyone. If you'll please take your seats. The February 17th, 2016 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being video recorded as well as presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2 and are closed captioned for hearing impaired viewers. Please note, customers of CenturyLink may view this program in high definition on channel 1002, and some customers of Cox Communication who do not have a cable box may view this meeting on digital channel 69.9. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, may be viewed on the internet at www.lasvegasnevada.gov. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV Channel 2 and the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m., also the Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., the following Monday at 5 p.m. This building is protected by state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler system. If alarm should activate during today's meeting, please evacuate using the exit at the back of the chambers out to the mezzanine. Proceed out the double doors to the terrace and down the back staircase. For anyone who has difficulty with stairs, please check with our marshal or fire official for assistance. Once outside, please assemble on the northeast corner across the street from City Hall at Lewis and First. Employees wearing safety vests or our city marshals will inform you when it's safe to re-enter the building. For public comment related to items on the agenda, citizen participation, and public hearing items, we have a speaker card which you may complete and submit to our city clerk up front here. Cards are available online at the back of these chambers or in the clerk's office. If you do not submit a card, it does not prevent you from speaking under public comment, citizen participation, or specified public hearing items. If anyone's present today who has need for hearing impaired equipment, please come forward to see our city clerk staff. And if you parked in the parking garage across the street, please be sure to have your ticket validated by security officers when exiting. Before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation given by Reverend Rachel Baker, the Unitarian Universalist Congregation of Las Vegas, and remain standing for our Pledge of Allegiance. Good morning and thank you.
Good morning. Let us enter into a spirit of prayer. Spirit of life, source of love and justice, always part of us as we are a part of you, though we forget and believe ourselves separate and alone. We have come to this place today by many different paths and from many different lives. Be present in us as we unite in commitment to the work of building a community of trust and justice and hope. May we step into the work of the day ahead with open minds, that we may grow in our understanding of the needs and possibilities of our communities. May our hearts be open, that we may listen with love and wonder to the stories of lives different from ours. And may we have open hands, ready to do the work of building a society accessible to all its citizens, which cherishes and celebrates the richness of our diverse gifts and talents. Please join with me now in a moment of silence, humble in the presence of the work before us and the beckoning spirit within. May we be reminded always by that deep love which lives and breathes in all beings, that we are linked together, each to each, into a broad and rich community. May each word spoken or action taken in this gathering be in the service of the health and thriving of this community. In gratitude for the service of those gathered here and the possibilities of this day, I say, may it always be so. Amen.
And we will now continue with the ceremonial portion of the meeting. Thank you. Okay, good morning, everyone. This is a ceremonial portion of our agenda. And for our first item, I'd like to invite our Communications Director, David Riggleman, to join us up here. Good morning, Mr. Riggleman. Wonderful to see you. As you all know, our employees strive to be superheroes in the workplace, meeting our values of action, which stand for achievement, creativity, teamwork, integrity, and ownership. Now, they build our community to make life better for us all, and I'm proud to announce that the employee this month is Ramon Caramillo. Ramon, where are you? Come on down. Everybody knows and loves Ramon. Look at that smile.
Congratulations, man. Thank you.
So proud of you. So proud. This is so exciting. Okay, Ramon's been with the city for 7 years and works in the city's mailroom. He's a true joy to work with. I can attest to that because I have to tell you that while I love being mayor, there are days that are just jam-packed with meetings, and on those days, seeing his smiling face makes all the difference. Every time I see Ramon, it brightens my day, whether I'm saying good morning to him on my way in or seeing him making his rounds at City Hall. He is one of the most personable gentlemen I have ever met. Ramon's always prompt and efficient in his duties, but it is his friendly personality that really is a shining example to all employees. Ramon genuinely cares about his fellow city employees. As a mail clerk, he sees many employees daily as he makes his rounds, and he has a kind word for everyone. This is a truly caring man who is a great example for our entire city organization. Ramon has shown creativity by adapting mail pickups to suit the needs of the city's internal customers, and he strives to make it as easy as possible for all the departments to send and receive their mail, saving the city so much funding in the process. Ramon shines when it comes to teamwork, too, and often helps out in the print shop. The city's print shop can often get backlogged with major print orders, but with Ramon's help and his ability to jump quickly onto the print jobs, the print shop has been able to meet the organization's needs in a better way and much more rapidly, including meeting the deadlines that are mandated by law. So Ramon takes ownership not only of his own work, but of the crew in the mailroom, and also the entire city family. He treats everyone with whom he comes into contact with the greatest dignity and respect. And so I know David wants to say some words, and Ramon, what can I tell you? Look at that. Look at that. Those of you who are watching in, if you can zoom in, look at that smile. They love you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mayor. We are very proud of Ramon in the Office of Communications. That's why he has this big cheering section right here. Yay, Office of Communications. His family also very proud of him as well. And I want to recognize his wife, Leticia, is here. We've got sons, Ramon Jr. and Brandon here. And grandchildren here, Ramon as well, yes? And Chloe is here, and daughter-in-law.
My daughter-in-law.
So why don't you guys stand up? Let's give them a big hand, too. Thank you for sharing your husband and your dad with us, Granddad, every day. He makes this a better place, so thank you for letting him come and do his job every day. It means a lot to us. So, Mary, you hit this on the head. Ramon is the embodiment of the city's values. If you want to see the poster child for living, breathing city values, it's right here. He lives them all. He does. Yes. Especially the value of teamwork. And you talked about this, Mayor. He's so supportive of the rest of us, whether it's jumping in and helping on a print project or on his rounds around City Hall, just having that encouraging word and that smile when we're having some tough days. Everybody has tough days, but Ramon is that bright light that comes into the room and makes everything better. Everybody that encounters Ramon knows that. What you may not know is that recently Ramon lost someone very close to him. His mother passed away in December. And through that all, through his own grief, he never missed a beat. He was still that bright light that came into the room supporting all the rest of us. And I believe it takes a very special person when you're at the depths of your own sadness to be thinking about everybody else. And Ramon, that's one of the reasons that you're here today. You're that extra special person. The folks on the Employee Recognition Committee, some of them are seated back here. Rusty Coleman specifically reminded me how hard it is to win this award every month. You're basically competing against 3,000 of your fellow city employees, and we're trying to single out that one person who's extra special out of 3,000. Well, Ramon, it was an easy one this time around because you are that extra special person and you live it every day, and we've seen that especially in the last 60 days. Mayor, finally, I just want to say to you and to your staff, Cheryl and Laura and Trish, thank you very much, because I know that the four of you had a hand in his nomination. And it means a lot to all of us in our office, from the mailroom right up to my office, that you take the time to recognize the work that we do and you appreciate the work that we do every day. It means a lot to not only Ramon and me, but to all of us seated here and to all of us here at the city. So, Ramon, if the mayor thinks you're great, you must be pretty great. So congratulations.
That was so beautifully done, David. I mean, it really speaks, I think, from all of us who really in our hearts, you know, we get caught up every day in our lives, and whether it's with our own families, that we don't tell them enough how much we appreciate them and love them. It is so important to us because nobody in any part of this city that works for the city can possibly survive without having someone like you helping us and getting the work done. We don't do the work. We get the glory of screaming out and doing whatever crazy things we're doing. And we love our work, but it really is because you keep us all going and doing it so beautifully, and I think David just nailed it. So we want to make sure that you realize how much we appreciate you, and very sorry about your mother. I didn't know. I just know that we all share with you in prayers. And boy, you've passed it on very well, those genes, though, and what a beautiful little granddaughter. How about a little... Thank you, Councilman.
Good morning, everybody. Just wanted to say a couple of words, and thank you, everybody, for showing up, and especially my family coming by to see me. It's an honor to receive actually this nomination and this Employee of the Month. I really didn't know anything about it, and I was actually surprised. So, yeah, I just come to work every day, and I have great coworkers that actually keep me happy. They're joyful people, and that's what I pass on to everybody else. David's a good example. I mean, he's really professional with me, courteous, and of course he was there in my hard times, and I'm hoping he's also here in my good times too. And every time I go out there and do my rounds, I represent the city and I represent David, and very, very happy to be part of his team. Hopefully I made you proud, and like I say, I work with a good bunch of coworkers, Tasha, Cindy, Javier, Mike, and Chris. They make my life really easy down there. They help me out and cheer me up, and that's why I pass it on to everybody here. I love coming to do my work every day. I enjoy my work every day, and it's a joy, believe me. As my wife, I'm always happy to get up and come to work every day. So this is a dream job for me, and thank you very much, Mayor. Thank you.
I love you.
Thank you.
Yay, Ramon. I almost took your granddaughter. I just stopped as we were coming in, and all the council persons behind me saw that beautiful little face. So can she hold it for a while? Now, I have to ask Mr. Riggleman, is that this morning I drove to work, and I wanted to see if Ramon's sign was up, but it's not yet. Or because it go, okay. So first we get a picture, then we'll run outside and mount it. Okay. All right, so let's go over and have a picture, and then you want to have the family with you as well? Sure. So whole family, please come. Beautiful. Okay, Councilman Barlow.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yes, here it is. I know this is a special month, and every February is Black History Month,
Absolutely.
and you happen to be black.
Just happened to be.
So come on up here. But I think in our hearts, we are too. So just, I know you, my God, you can all just know that this is a big, big announcement.
Well, the mayor said that I just happened to be black in February. Mayor, when I was born. Love you, Mayor. My birthday is January 3rd.
Oh, you missed February. We're going to put you back.
Well, every month I have the honor and the privilege of recognizing a good friend of mine and an individual that grew up, born and raised here in the Las Vegas community, Mr. C.J. Watson. Each year that C.J. has played in the National Basketball Association, he has given back not only to the state in which he represents on the basketball court, but he has never forgotten about the state in which he was born and raised. Currently, C.J. Watson is a member of the Orlando Magic. He is a point guard and the proud product of a Ward 5 resident and citizen. He was raised playing on the basketball courts at Doolittle Community Center, and the son of City of Las Vegas employee Kathy Watson and her husband, Charles Watson. Are they here? Kathy, where are you? No? She's at her desk? Okay. Well, hopefully she's watching from her desk. For the past 7 years, they have sponsored a Black History contest and oratorical contest at Kermit R. Booker Senior Elementary School, West Preparatory Academy, Charles I. West, and Ernest Becker Middle School, where C.J. Watson attended as an adolescent. In 2009, C.J. Watson and his family founded the Quiet Storm Foundation, a public nonprofit corporation here in Las Vegas. C.J. has provided a special thank you message to all contestant winners. If we can go to the video. Cue the video.
Hello, my name is C.J. Watson. I am a point guard
audio.
Hello, my name is C.J. Watson. I am a point guard currently in my 9th season with the National Basketball Association. This is my first year with the Orlando Magic. In my high school career, for several years, I was named the Nevada State Gatorade Player of the Year. I take great pride in my accomplishments on the court, but I know without success in the classroom, I would not be where I am today. I would like to congratulate the students at West Preparatory Institute, at Charles I. West Hall, Kermit R. Booker Senior Empowerment Elementary School, Ernest Becker Middle School, Pine Hills Elementary School, Molly Ray Elementary School, and Gotham Middle School. Thank you all for submitting your entries into the 7th annual C.J. Watson Black History Essay Contest 2016. This contest is about much more than just winning. These essays represent something that is important, not only to the individuals who wrote them, but to the history of our country. They embody a positive attitude towards our future as a nation and should serve all of you as an inspiration to do great things. Each student's goals are different, and what comes easy to one may be difficult for another. We all have dreams, and as evident by Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and others, no dream is too big. Our country has come a long way, and now, what was once a dream has become a reality. Thank you all for taking the time to write these essays, and I congratulate you for all your hard work and efforts. And to the winners, you are truly the best of the best. Enjoy yourselves, and remember, keep hope alive.
Thank you, CJ. And Kathy, if you please come stand with me. Kathy, longtime city employee. Let's give Kathy Watson a round of applause. This is CJ's mom, proud parent. Remind me, Kathy.
I was working.
They pulled Kathy from her city desk. We won't charge it against you. All right. Remind me, the high school CJ graduated.
Bishop Gorman.
Bishop Gorman. Okay, so he graduated from Bishop Gorman. Coupled with counselor. I couldn't remember which school. I remember his middle school. The foundation's mission is to provide positive educational and recreational opportunities to youth while developing leaders with an emphasis on health and wellness. Calm down. It's okay. Take a deep breath. I know you were running. All right. Calm down. Particularly those who are disadvantaged. Central to that mission are 4 educational objectives that the Quiet Storm Foundation stands for. And that is to encourage and motivate youth to read and write, to help youth develop the foundational skills they need to become greater readers in order to promote good study habits, to distribute books to youth and encourage them to start home libraries, and to provide reading instruction to parents for family literacy programs within the home as well. For the past 7 years, CJ and the Quiet Storm Foundation have sponsored this essay contest to not only get students to read, but to write and be enlightened young minds. Today, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to recognize and to congratulate all the students that participated in the C.J. Watson Black History Essay Contest and recognize the winners from each school and give them an opportunity to recite their essay. The first student is from Kermit R. Booker Senior Elementary Empowerment School, and that is none other than Layla Junil. And we understand that her principal, as I don't see him, is Marcus Mason here? Or a representative from Booker? Come on up. Come and stand with him. Let's give her a round of applause. Are you from Booker? And your name?
I'm Dr. Janelle. I'm Dr. Pamela Janelle.
Dr. Pamela Janelle. Oh, your mother. Okay. Well, good deal. Wow. I thought you were a student. Okay. Well, good deal. I can't tell who's the student and who's the mother. At this time, Janelle, Layla, would you like to?
Yes.
Okay. Here you go. The microphone is yours.
Thank you. Hello. My name is Layla Janelle, and I'm from Kermit R. Booker Elementary School. And you are looking at the future inventor and engineer. When I grow up, I want to be a veterinarian that makes prosthetic limbs for animals using today's technology like a 3D printer. I also want to make a program like GigaBlast from Cox. Garrett Morgan was born in Paris, Kentucky on March 4th, 1887. He only went to elementary school until he was old enough to start working. Even though he had little education, he bought private lessons from a tutor. He later wanted to learn about the inner workings of machines and how to fix them. In 1909, Garrett moved to Cleveland, Ohio, and opened a tailor shop. One day, he encountered a problem where sewing machine needles were damaging the fabric. So he made a solution to the problem by making a chemical that smoothed the fabric, which worked very well. Because of this solution, Morgan founded the successful G.A. Morgan Hair Refining Company. In 1912, Morgan designed a respiratory device, or safety hood, which was patented in 1914. He had to hire a white actor to be disguised as the inventor while presenting and demonstrating the device because he was living in the Jim Crow era, where black people weren't treated the same as white folks. His invention won first prize at the Second International Exposition of Safety and Sanitation in New York City. A few years later, Morgan improved the sewing machine, but he was mostly known for his heroic rescue at Lake Erie in 1916. It happened when construction workers hit a pocket of natural gas, which caused an explosion, trapping them underground. When Morgan and his brother heard of the news, they rushed to the work site as quickly as possible with the safety hoods. They successfully saved 2 lives and recovered 4 bodies before the rescue effort was shut down. That same year, Morgan was nominated for the Carnegie Medal for his accomplishment. Although he did not win, he concentrated on being an inventor who focused on fixing problems. He developed his mechanical skills, which resulted in the friction drive clutch in automobiles. In 1923, Morgan created the improved traffic signal that had warning signs that said stop or go to alert drivers. Morgan sold the signal in the United States, Great Britain, and Canada. Then he sold the rights to General Electric for $40,000. It doesn't seem like much today, but now it is worth $559,822.49. The inventor died in Cleveland, Ohio on August 27, 1963, from glaucoma, which isn't known to be fatal today. Shortly before his death, Morgan was honored by the U.S. government for his improvement to the traffic signal and was finally, after 47 years, fully recognized for his heroic rescue at Lake Erie. His respiratory device was the predecessor for the development of devices that are currently used in many professions around the world, such as mining, construction, military, medical, scuba gear, and search and rescue equipment. His improvements to the traffic signal are evident in different areas, such as residential roads, highways, air traffic, subways, and inspection points. In conclusion, the next time any of you decide to go scuba diving, or better yet, the next time any of you decide to cross that street and press that button, and those flashing lights work to keep you safe, you think about Garrett Augustus Morgan Sr. and how he changed America.
Well, thank you so very much for that, Layla. Thank you. And Layla, the Mayor and City Council has a certificate for you. Thank you so very much. And if any of you take her idea, we're going to sue them, and you're going to be very rich with your patent. Thank you so very much. Congratulations to you. Thank you so very much, Layla. And the next time I blow a red light, I'm going to blame it on Morgan also for turning the light red when it should be green when I'm coming through. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, from Ernest Becker Middle School, Vanessa Johnson. Are you here, Vanessa? And also Principal Danny Eichenberger. I'm sorry, Amy Herring Smith. Is she here? No? Okay, well, come on up. Is there anyone to stand with her from Becker? Okay. Mom? Come on up. All right. That's fine. Technology at its best. Here you go. Vanessa Johnson, ladies and gentlemen.
I would like to be remembered as someone who wanted to be free so that others could also be free. This is a famous quote of Rosa Parks, a prominent civil rights activist of the 50s. She is well known in history for boycotting the Montgomery, Alabama bus system by sitting in a seat reserved only for whites. I believe that she is one of the most imperative black figures in history for several reasons. Along with other civil rights activists such as Martin Luther King or Malcolm X, she paved the way for the ethical treatment to African Americans today. In my opinion, there was not only one person responsible for the civil rights movement, but I believe that Rosa Parks was one of the people that gave a substantial amount of effort into ending segregation. She not only went through quite a lot of distress from others with prejudiced ideals, but was also arrested on December 1st, 1955, for simply fighting for equal treatment to blacks on public transportation. Additionally, if it weren't for Rosa Parks, African American people all over the U.S. would not have adequate means of transportation or have the ability to use public buses. Although she had to cope with the profuse amount of harassment from others against her, it was ultimately very significant. Without this vexation, she would have never earned the multitudinous medals that she did in her career, such as the Spingarn Medal and the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Her work eventually led to a great number of boycotts and protests against the racism of this time. Furthermore, this just goes to show that she toiled through such a difficult time to not only achieve equality for herself, but to also derive it to her fellow blacks that were being treated comparably. Most people will argue that Rosa Parks did not accomplish anything substantial for blacks during this time. I disagree with this statement and strongly believe that Rosa Parks was responsible for numerous steps eliminating prejudice in America. She fought for equality towards blacks, even more specifically black women. Keep in mind that during this time of the 20th century, there was prejudice towards several groups of social minorities, such as women. Her decision to sit on the bus reserved only for whites symbolized her courage to risk her own freedom for the rights of blacks, most of whom she did not even know. Even though most people will deny that Rosa Parks had a great effect on the treatment of blacks, I respect that, but I personally feel that she had a substantial effect on how African Americans were treated in the past, as well as how they are treated nowadays. During the mid-20th century, segregation and racism were two controversial issues that several people took steps to end. Rosa Parks was one of these people that felt that racism towards blacks, including herself, was simply unfair and needed to be stopped. A major event in her stand against racism occurred on December 1st, 1955. On this day, Rosa Parks refused to get up from her seat on a Jim Crow bus that was reserved only for whites and led to be arrested for this. I believe that this was unfair to her, but ultimately strengthened her struggle against segregation. In conclusion, my belief is that Rosa Parks was one of the most responsible people in ending prejudice and racism in America towards blacks.
Great job, Vanessa. And on behalf of the Mayor and City Council, we would like to present you with your award and certification for the Black History Contest, the C.J. Watson Black History Contest. So congratulations, and let's give Vanessa another round of applause. And representing West Prep Institute is Michelle Acevedo. Michelle, are you here? Let's give her a round of applause as she comes. And I understand that Community Director Darren McCoy and Principal Danny Eichenberger is here as well. Okay, come on up, Mr. Principal. All right, congratulations to you. And Michelle, you have the microphone.
Hi, my name is Michelle Acevedo, and today I'm going to be reading my winning speech, Equal Education for All. Most people rarely think about how much life has changed for education, how 50 years ago we didn't have technology in the classrooms or many of the things we have now. Even classrooms look different. So want to know how Brown versus Board of Education changed that in 1954? Then keep listening. There were many events that changed Black history, but Brown versus Board of Education was one of the most important. This case occurred because Black students weren't allowed to go to white schools. The conditions of the white schools were better than the conditions of the Black schools. For example, white students would use new school supplies while Black students had to use old school supplies. The building structure of the Black school wasn't as good as the building structure of the white school. Black students had to walk many miles just to get to school, even though there was a school closer to where they lived. Put simply, Black students were not accepted as equals with white students. Parents complained to the principals and the school board about the unfair treatment. Black kids were protesting about how they wanted the freedom to choose a school. Black students would say that they were being treated unfairly by the school board, even though they had the same rights as white students, according to the Constitution. Soon it was taken to trial to desegregate the schools. It was the most famous trial of the 50s. There were 5 trials about this case, and even though it was supported by the NAACP, all of the previous court cases ended in defeat. Finally, on May 17, 1954, the Supreme Court ruled unanimously that it was unconstitutional for black students not to be allowed in white schools. Black and white students have equal rights now. Segregation in school is not illegal. Black students don't have to walk miles to get to school and have more rights than in the 50s. Now all students have a better chance to get a good education and go to college. If they never had desegregated the schools, I wouldn't be where I am right now. I wouldn't have as many friends as I have right now. But most importantly, I wouldn't have as quality of an education as I have right now. Now when I go into a room, I don't just see Mexicans. I see everyone learning together. Thank you.
Congratulations.
From memory.
Thank you so very much, Michelle. Congratulations to you. Much success to you. And thank you to each and every one of the schools that represented and the parents for your love and support of our young people. And congratulations to each and every one of you. Now, I understand also, I would be remiss if I didn't mention this, that the Quiet Storm Foundation will be providing an all-expense trip to Florida to compete in the oratorical contest during their student luncheon with the Orlando Magic. Wow. Okay? That's pretty significant. The students will be recognized during the 7th Annual Student Recognition Luncheon, which will take place on Sunday, February 28th, 2016. In addition, they will attend an Orlando Magic basketball game at the Amway Center, and you all will have an opportunity to not only sit with CJ, but you'll also have an opportunity to meet all of the players. So that's pretty cool, huh? I wish I can go on that trip. So thank you, CJ. Thank you so very much. And so at this time, I would also like to present a certificate to the Quiet Storm Foundation in recognition of their 7th anniversary sponsorship of the C.J. Watson Black History Essay Contest at Ward 5 schools. Your dedication to promote literacy deserves great accolades. And so for that, Kathy, we would like to present you and the Quiet Storm Foundation with this proclamation on behalf of the mayor and the entire Las Vegas City Council. All right? So thank you and congratulations. And just please share a few words, if you will.
Good morning, everyone. It is a privilege and an honor to be able to stand here today in front of the community of City of Las Vegas to let you know that we have passion for young people, and we desire to continue to do this type of work throughout the city and abroad. Thank you.
Thank you. And as your Ward 5 councilman, I would like to end by saying that the mayor and the members of the Las Vegas City Council are proud to have the Quiet Storm Foundation presented in our great city, making a significant impact to enrich and promote literacy for our students who are tomorrow's future leaders. So thank you so very much to each and every one of you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Well done. Congratulations. Good luck, Mayor Jeff. Thank you. Good luck and good health to you. And good luck and good health. Travel well. Councilman Barlow, why don't you come around here?
Hang on, we got one more.
Congratulations. Whoops. Sorry. Congratulations. Very proud. Thank you all. Congratulations. Have a great time in Florida. Okay. Now, Councilman, doesn't look Greek to me, but can you explain, you're next up, and tell us, and it's not Scotch, we know that. No? What am I doing here? What are you doing here? Tell us about what's happening.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, everyone. Great job, Councilman Barlow. Those are some great kids in our community. It is my honor and my pleasure to recognize the 5th annual Chinese New Year in the Desert Festival here in the city of Las Vegas, as well as one of its ambassadors. So this has been a week-long festivity, but we're kicking it off this morning at the Las Vegas City Hall, and we are going to start with a performance by the Lohan School of Shaolin and their traditional dragon dance.
Huh? You're passing out money.
I don't know.
That's the only reason
I'm just a spokesperson. All right, the Lohan School of Shaolin, huh? Great job. The dragons and the accompanying masters in the back with the instruments have been doing this all week. I'm sure they're very tired, but I appreciate you coming down and spending the morning with us. At this point, I would like to invite the quarterback for the 5th annual Chinese New Year in the Desert, Jandy Lowe. Would you please come down here? She's the one that puts this all together all week long. I was at the Chinese New Year parade on Saturday, right?
Yes.
And you're running around with your checklist and your checkbook and getting things organized. So this wouldn't, whatever it was, maybe I don't think you're handing out checks, but without you, this wouldn't be put off as well as it is. So thank you for being here. Well, I'd like you to talk a little bit about what's been going on this week and what's coming up for the rest of the week, and let everybody know about the Chinese New Year.
Thank you, Councilman. Before we proceed, though, you know, that's a mighty nice looking scarf you have here. And because we are an inclusive organization, we brought one for every one of you, okay? So I'm actually going to take the moment to have my cultural ambassadors come down. I'm going to introduce Erin Liu Yiling. She's going to come down. Erin's been wonderful. You know, Stavros, you know the 40 dance troupe that we have from Hunan province? Without this lady over here, we would not have them. So we're so excited. And can you please present to Mayor? And next we have, thank you so much. This is actually, thank you for asking. This is a Happy New Year logo, and this is on behalf of the Consul General of the People's Republic of China in San Francisco. So Mr. Luo and Mr. Xiao, unfortunately, are not here today to present it, but we do have our cultural ambassador. So this is just a Happy New Year logo from them, okay? And next, I have Jiaming Zhang. Mr. Zhang is fantastic ambassador as well. He is the current president of the Chinese Association of Las Vegas. And he is instrumental in the parade and getting more and more and bigger. So if you can please present that, that would be wonderful. Thank you. And Next we have Miss Salve Edelman. This wonderful and talented lady will be presented to, of course, Mr. Ricky Barlow, because she insisted, right, because of her cultural center. Thank you so much. And next we have Pam. She's also representing the Vietnamese Mutual Association. And again, because of Chinese New Year, not a lot of people know this, it's also Tay New Year, which is Vietnamese New Year. But in the Vietnamese community, we celebrate for one day, right? So thank you. And also Korean as well, too, and we hope to have a representation from Korea. Thanks, Pam. And you can stay with us. Next, we have Tusi. Thank you so much for the Heart of Polynesia. She's fantastic, fabulous. So who else do we not have right here? That's right. Sorry. Yes. Of course, we will not forget that. Okay, thank you. And last but not least, we have Michelle Baird with us. Yes, she is Caucasian, and we love her. She's an import from Chicago, and I love her because she has amazing talent and organization skills. Remember that parade we were talking about? We have over 1,000 participants that day. So it's just not me. It's this. It's my community, and we have all of them standing back there as well with the iPad cameras, etc. So thank you so much. So let me jump into what we did. But before we do that, Stavros, our event ended officially on Sunday, but we also have great VIPs from the Yangzhou province, and we're having, and may I take a moment just to introduce them? I have Mr. Chu. He's a director and chairman. Chu Shensheng, 你可以站起来吗? He is a director of the Yangzhou Overseas Exchange Association. Next, we also have Mr. Sun. He's a deputy division director of the Overseas Chinese Affairs Office of the State Council. 谢谢. Third, we have Ms. Lu. She is our Overseas Chinese Affairs Office of Jiangsu Provincial Government. And I saved the best for last because our Master Chef Joe, he's a vice president of the School of Tourism and Culinary Science and the Yangzhou University. So he will be cooking for him. Sorry. So thank you so much, and I believe he's going to do a little short tour of this plate, right? If we have. Okay. So, yes, we had a great event last week. Sorry if you missed it, but let me share some facts to you guys. It is first time we extended our celebration citywide, 7 days, 7 nights, thanks to sponsors of Caesars Entertainment, LVCVA, and this is a poster. For the first time ever, we sponsored a dance troupe of 40 artists from Hunan Province. We also have over 250 cultural performers. And the nice thing about this is all of this entertainment was provided for free. free 50 free, and we hope to do that again next year. So the locations were the Boulevard Mall on Wednesday. We did a fashion show run with a cultural ambassador, costumes. It was great. We also, for the first time, we have WesternUnion.com sponsor the parade. Thanks to Zappos and Container Park, we actually had an after-party celebration. I do want to give a shout out right now to Ms. Esther Carter. You and your team are amazing. Not only did she help us with the parade, that same day they had the undie run. I mean, it was amazing, wasn't it? So thank you. So what else should I share with you? We are very inspired by all our dedicated cultural ambassadors. They are volunteers and have hearts of gold. And so thank you so much again. And actually, an audience, if I can have all you guys stand up as well, too, who helped out with all CNY in the desert. Don't be shy. Please stand up. So thank you. Our greatest hope is that you were able to enjoy all the free cultural entertainment that was provided citywide this past week. Now, if you missed us last week, there are still some opportunities for you to experience the beauty of Chinese New Year, and those are on the Strip as well as Chinatown. We will continue to work hard and make each year bigger and better. May the Year of the Monkey bring you health, wealth, and happiness. 恭喜发财，新年快乐.
Good job. Very nice. Good job. Outstanding. Good job. Thank you. Okay. All right. So as Janny mentioned, we are ushering in the Year of the Monkey. People born in the Year of the Monkey are witty, intelligent, and have a magnetic personality. Monkeys are mischievous, curious, clever, and are masters of practical jokes because they like playing most of the time. Monkeys are fast learners, crafty opportunists, and like to take challenges, and they prefer urban life to rural. So that's the Year of the Monkey. That's what we're celebrating this year. If you're born in the Year of the Monkey, I forgot to ask you when that is, but I'm sure you can Google that and look it up and find out if you were born there. And finally, I'd like to recognize a very important business person, entrepreneur, and the cultural ambassador of the 5th Chinese New Year in the desert, Mr. William Wong. Please come up here, Mr. Wong. William is an owner and operator of McDonald's here in the city of Las Vegas since 2007, and he started as a McDonald's crew person in Los Angeles, California in 1971. He has received many outstanding performance recognitions through each level of management, and the greatest was in 2004 when he was awarded the President's Award by McDonald's, which recognizes the top 1% performers globally. William is a member of the board of directors of the Asian Chamber of Commerce of Las Vegas, the Asian Consumer Market Lead for the Las Vegas Co-op, and is a member of the Ronald McDonald's House Scholarship Review Board. William supports homeless students at Rancho High School with the free meal program year-round, donates coupons, food, and prizes to many local nonprofit organizations, and actively supports 3 Square, KNPR, and the Bill Endow Scholarship Foundation for the Asian Chamber of Commerce. Because of all you do and because you're the ambassador this year for the Chinese New Year, I would like to present you a proclamation signed by the mayor and the entire city council proclaiming today, February 17th, William C. Wong Day in the city of Las Vegas. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely. You want to say anything?
Thank you. First of all, it's such an honor to be recognized. And as an immigrant that was born in Hong Kong and pretty much raised in the United States, it's just an honor since I moved here to Las Vegas, such a diversity city, and talking about giving back the community is our culture to make sure that we involve in the community and make the city a better community for all. So again, I thank you for the recognition, and hopefully we do much more with that. Thanks so much.
Thank you. And it is our goal, Janie, to make the Chinese New Year in Las Vegas the biggest in the country. That's what we're going to try to do here. So congratulations. And let's get a picture taken with everyone. Anybody wants to come up, come on up. We'll get a... Okay.
Thank you very much. Oh, thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
And congratulations to you. And here's a good luck mayor chip for you.
Thank you
Good
so
luck,
much.
Good health to you. Good luck and good health to you too.
Will the delegation show my school?
And you know, the better
Very
school
nice.
every year
You look great.
Yes.
has done that. 60 kindergartners, 60
Thank you.
21 years. Good luck, good health, Mayor Chip. How are you and congratulations. So I give you one too. Good luck, good health.
Thank you.
Thank you. Happy New Year.
Okay, we'll move right into the council meeting going forward with our beautiful scarves. That's lovely. What did we find
the
out?
logo for Happy New Year.
So sorry, everyone, but that was a good time. And it's always wonderful to celebrate everything. We're as diverse a community as there is in this entire country, and we are so proud of it. So now we'll find our way, and I'm going to start off with agenda item 9. Okay. Oh, my goodness, look at this. Isn't it wonderful to have TV I can fix? Okay. So this is agenda item number 9. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to the matters on the agenda for action. The amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. All comments made will be cross-referenced to those specific items. If anyone submitted a speaker card who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda, please come to the podium and state your name for the record. We'll set the time at 1 minute. Anybody wishing to comment? Good morning. I know who you are, but you have to say
Good morning and Viva Las Vegas. By the way, Your Honor and fellow counsel, I'm Alan Karcher, president of Karcher Insurance, 955 Hillwood Drive in the city limits. I'm a native born, by the way, and I was born in the year of the tiger, so 1950 was a good year. I'm talking on item 50 because I know you're going up, but I hear a lot of rumors and stuff that I'm not located here. I'm a corporate office in California and stuff, so what I want to do is I want to leave this for staff so they could take a look at it. My father, when he first got here in the 40s, there wasn't very many jobs, as you know, was there, so he did a lot of jobs. He delivered milk, he delivered mail, he started selling insurance out of the back seat of his car. In 1954, incorporated in 1962, I'm the second generation, and my son will be the third generation. I wish he would have been here today, so I wanted to speak upon that. So I'm going to leave this here. And I want to explain a little bit, too, because I couldn't have drum rolled this even better. Brenda Williams is out here. Her daughter, Jolene Williams, runs our Los Angeles office, so you know that. So I just want to let you know.
Thank you.
Penny Campbell is a partner, and she specializes on that, and this is for staff.
Thank you very much,
So we are
Mr.
here.
Karcher.
We're local.
We'll see
Thank
you
you.
at point 50.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you. And next, please state your name for the record.
My name is Carl Armstrong, and I live at 1931 Fair Avenue in Bonanza Village in Las Vegas. I'm here to speak on items 67 and 68. Some of my neighbors and colleagues are here, and if they could stand talking about this item, that would be good.
And you're speaking to agenda items 67 and 68.
Yes.
We have your card.
Yes.
Okay.
Basically, we're opposed to an industrial zone in that area. It is within 1,000 feet of a residential community. The land that was bought as residential estates, and now it is attempting to be turned into an industrial zone. We don't believe that an industrial zone should be placed this close to a residential area, and there's a precedent set in terms of trying to put an industrial zone in the middle of a residential community. I mean, some of the uses for a residential zone, not residential zone, but excuse me, but an industrial zone are slaughterhouses, heavy industrial, and things of that nature. We don't believe that that is a conforming use to this area, and that's not something that we would like to see happen at this time. That's the reason why we're here today to speak on this item if this item is heard today. Thank you for your time, and thank you for the effort.
Thank you. Appreciate your coming. Mr. Armstrong, and yes, please, Councilman Barlow.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Armstrong. Come on back, please. Not to belabor the issue, but I couldn't agree with you more. And so for that, as I explained in the February 9th neighborhood meeting of the Bonanza Village Neighborhood Association meeting, that anything that's coming forward as it relates to the zone change, excuse me, will be coming back before the neighborhood in the neighborhood meeting. But you are absolutely correct that as it relates to the industrial use on Bonanza, that is not the most appropriate use. And so thank you so very much for bringing that not only to the attention of your residents, but to the attention of the mayor and council as well. So I just wanted to just let you know that we are watching this very closely, and we couldn't agree with you more.
We appreciate it.
And also the item has been tabled for today as well.
Okay. We thank you for your help on that.
Thank you, sir.
And I do want to mention, it is inappropriate for council on this public comment to make comment back, but knowing you've brought people with you, I did permit that to happen because it has been tabled, so you don't have to wait for it.
Thank you, Mayor.
And enjoy your days, and happy Black History Month, and happy Chinese New Year. And next, please.
Well, good morning, council people, and my colleague, Councilman Kaufman. And, well, I won't say what was on my mind, but, Brother Ross that was there, and the mayor, you know, you gave me one of my first jobs I had when I came here, and Mrs. Tarkane was one of the first individuals I kind of met when you came here. And Councilman Barlow, I want to thank you for tabling this because I came down here to speak against 67 and 68. And as our conversation prior to this, you said that it would not be on the agenda and that it would be tabled, it would be taken off. And just since I was standing in line, I decided just to come up and had I not been in line, I wouldn't have said anything because you said that you was going to table it and I have to go to another meeting. So therefore, I want to appreciate the mayor and everybody else for tabling this. And and I don't have to stay here for the item when it appears on the agenda.
Correct.
Hey, thanks, and I really appreciate it.
And I noticed on your card you have agenda items 58 and 99, but you came here specifically for 67 and 68, correct?
Precisely.
Okay.
Thank
If
you.
you want to change those, then they can go. Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard? Okay, we will close that portion. We're going to now take an item out of order. We're pulling forward item number 46 because we have students in the audience for this item and we want them to be able to go back to just where they want to go back, to learning at school. So isn't it nice? Good morning.
Good morning.
Look at these guys.
Good morning, Mayor and Council.
Oh, wait, let me read number 46, please.
Okay.
Administrative, and its discussion for possible action regarding the Youth Neighborhood Association Partnership Program, otherwise known as the acronym of YNAP. Grant Review Board recommendations to allocate $18,000 for 18 youth-initiated projects. This is in reference to all wards. And now, please, if you'll reintroduce yourself, and if they will introduce themselves. No addresses, just names, please.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Thank you very much. Kathy Thomas Gibson, Manager for Office of Community Services, acting on behalf of Director Harson. And I'm pleased to report he is recovering well. I'm also excited to introduce this item for the Youth Neighborhood Association Partnership Program that offers up to $1,000 to youth to implement projects to improve their neighborhoods. The program challenges youth to identify a community issue or need and develop a project to address that issue or need. And we do have projects coming out of all wards. The YNAP program has an operating budget, annual budget of $25,000, and this year the YNAP board is recommending 18 neighborhood projects to be funded for a total of $18,000. These 18 youth groups are pledging over $280,000 in volunteer labor, donations, and in-kind services. I'm very pleased to introduce the chair and co-chair of the YNAP Youth Board, and they will present their recommendations to you for your approval today. We have our chair, Carlos Rodriguez, and co-chair, John Herrera.
Good morning, Mayor and Council members. Glad to see you all here. My name is Carlos Rodriguez, and I am the chair of the YNAP Board this year. This is my third year serving on this board, and it's been a really fun experience. I want to thank you guys for the opportunity. I really enjoyed myself. And I also want to thank all the volunteers and the youth who've come to do a project like this. It's really inspiring to see them do stuff like this. I personally have learned a lot through this program, through the community, and also about leadership skills, what it takes to run the meeting. We all know how hard it was. I'd like to thank the city attorney for that. This program provides youth with the opportunity to take ownership of their neighborhoods, work with other youth, work with businesses to create and implement a project that helps on a certain problem within the community. We would like to recognize this year's grant review board members, and I'd like to thank them for volunteering for the time on the year's grant review process. There are 17 members, 9 adult, 8 youth. For the adult board members, I would like to thank Deborah Reyes, Stephanie Johns, Paul Lazier, David Lopez, Becky Skelson, Annie Capel, Christy Cremar, Harry Williams, Vicky Skilbred. And for the youth board members, I'd like to thank myself, Carlos Rodriguez, the chair, John Herrera, the vice chair, Alyssa Winslow, Quasi D. Davis, Sarah Richards, Nia Watkins, Anuka Clayton, and Carlos Vegas. And at this time, I'd like to introduce this YNAB's board vice chair, John Herrera.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor and council members. My name is John Herrera, and I am vice chair of the YNAB board. This is my first term serving on the YNAB board, and I would like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to be involved with a really great program. I have enjoyed serving together with other teens and the adult board members. It has been a really great experience, and I hope to serve again next year. This year, the YNAB Grant Review Board is recommending 18 projects for funding. 8 community service projects such as collecting supplies for the less fortunate and hosting community events. 4 community improvement projects such as restoring areas of neighborhoods, schools, and community centers with murals, gardens, and cleanups. 6 community education projects such as peer mentoring and increasing youth awareness of community health and safety issues through conferences and workshops. Together, these projects will provide the city with a match of over $287,000 in volunteer hours, in-kind donations, and/or financial contributions. I would like to recognize each project. If your group is attending, please stand when I read your project name. Please hold your applause until the end. CSNHS West National Honor Society, Operation School Bell. Amount awarded was $1,000. Grant match was met at $5,313. Fostering Kids at Work, Happy Birthday. Amount awarded was $1,000. Grant match was met at $2,009.
Excuse me, John, did you ask them to stand when you read their group and their
Yes,
name?
ma'am.
Are you here? Would you stand, please?
Not all the groups are here, probably.
I guess we're missing some. Okay, keep going. Didn't mean to interrupt you.
Vegas Verdes Elementary School, Green Up Vegas Verdes. Amount awarded was $1,000. Grant match was met at $1,840. Faith Lutheran High School students, Rainbow Dreams Academy's Ambassador Leadership Program. Amount awarded was $1,000. Grant match was met at $3,775.
Excellent.
Desert Pines High School, Desert Pines High School Math Club. Amount awarded was $1,000. Grant match was met at $32,085. John C. Fremont PDMS, Blueprinting the United States. Amount awarded was $1,000. Grant match was met at $4,301. Lexi's Little Gestures, Be Brave, Stay Strong. Amount awarded was $1,000. Grant match was met at $2,290. Symbolic Youth Networking Council, Carnival of Care. Amount awarded was $1,000. Grant match was met at $7,960. Symbolic Youth Networking Council, Easter Egg Hunt. Amount awarded was $1,000. Grant match was met at $2,760. Symbolic Youth Networking Council, Futures for Teachers. Amount awarded was $1,000. Grant match was met at $34,155. ASMT Team Galaxy, Galaxy Cheer Team. Amount awarded was $1,000. Grant match was met at $7,183. Do Little Leaders of Tomorrow, Active Adults Day of Fun and Function. Amount awarded was $1,000. Grant match was met at $2,404. Marty Hennessy Inspiring Children Foundation, Community Clinic. Amount awarded was $1,000. Grant match was met at $21,584. Excuse me. Mother Hubbard's Cupboard Food Pantry. Mother Hubbard's Cupboard Food Pantry. Amount awarded was $1,000. Grant match was met at $8,021. Quiet Storm Youth Advisory Council, 6th Annual Young Outspoken Voices Poetry Slam Competition. Amount awarded was $1,000. Grant match was met at $6,669. Youth Bringing Change to Our Community, Lifting Heads and Giving Life. Amount awarded was $1,000. Grant match was met at $6,650. Arborview High School, DECA, No Place for Hate at Westcare. Amount awarded was $1,000. Grant match was met at $12,632. Northwest Youth Empowerment Council, Fair for the Future, also known as Serving Up Thanks. Amount awarded was $1,000. Grant match was met at $9,811. We want to give a big thank you to all the youth groups who presented. They did a wonderful job.
Okay, how about everybody stand up again? Anybody from YNAP and on these grants, please, everybody get up so we can give you another round of applause. Great. Thank you, John. Thank you all.
They did a wonderful job, and their projects were very creative and all serve an important community need. On behalf of the YNAP Grant Review Board, we would like to thank the mayor and council members for your continued support of YNAP, and we would like to thank all of the youth who are giving back to the community. I really cannot express how grateful I was when I was approached by Miss Lisa Campbell and Miss Cassina Boone and asked to serve as a board member. First I thought, what if I make a mistake and get judged or criticized for it? Perhaps I would be considered a fool and maybe even avoided. It wasn't until the first meeting came that I soon realized how wrong I was. My experience was overall incredible. Now, I'm not going to lie to your face and say I wasn't nervous, because in reality I was. But as soon as I began meeting some of the adult board members and youth board members, my emotions immediately shifted from anxious and scared to positive and social. I have never had such a fun time as I did when I had the opportunity to expand my knowledge a lot more about business ethics, while at the same time interacting with other individuals. To summarize my expression, I felt that this was not only a safe, welcoming, educative experience, but also the best one I've had in a while. If I were to be chosen to serve as a board member once more, I wouldn't hesitate to say yes. I wanted to say thank you to Ms. Lisa, the mayor, and the entire staff for making this all possible. Thank you for your time.
Beautiful job. Thank you, Mayor. Enjoy it, keep going, and you're a senior now?
Yes.
So where are you off to next year?
I'm going to go off to UNLV.
All right, excellent. And does this automatically mean John steps up? Or do we have an election, we go through a normal political process?
Yeah, go through a process. But
Okay.
He's the front runner, so.
Front runner. Well, it's wonderful that you enjoy it, and just you look at all these seats right here, so keep going. There's a lot ahead of you all. And thank you all, what great grants you're going to be receiving for great work, and we thank you, and thank you, Ms. Thomas Gibson.
Yeah.
Really appreciate it.
Are there questions?
Pardon?
Are there questions before you vote?
I have a comment.
Any comments, questions? Certainly.
With your permission, Mayor, I have a comment. I hope all of you students understand the significance this has in our community. All of the volunteer efforts that you put forward, this is a great program for our youth to be involved with, and I'm very proud of all of you. Some of you I don't know. The Northwest Youth Council is here, and I know them, and I'm very proud certainly of the Northwest Youth Empowerment Council. But all of you are making such a significant difference in our community. And I think what the mayor's saying is don't stop. There's a lot more ahead for you. I consider you the future leaders of this community, or whatever community you plan to live in after you've grown and got your careers and families going. But it's a great thing we're doing for all of the city of Las Vegas. So thank you all. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, Councilwoman, please.
I just wanted to second what the councilman has stated and tell you how much, how innovative all of this sounded, and I think that each of us up here can see a little bit of ourselves in some of the people. I got that girl who had that big arm up there, girl power, and we're just so fortunate to have you as youngsters in our community. I should say as almost full adults in our community. We're very, very fortunate, and thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Okay, we will now go back. Oh, is there a motion to approve that agenda item 46, please?
Mayor, I would move to approve agenda item 46, and all of you go out there and get it done.
Thank you very much. As motion, please vote, and please post. Unanimous. So good luck, have great days, great week. Thank you all for coming. Okay, we're moving back to this is agenda item 10 for possible action. Any items that the council staff or applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Your Honor. This time, staff has requested that agenda item 51, Metafarm LLC DBA Bloom LV 1921 Western Avenue, be obeyed to the April 6, 2016 meeting, and staff has requested agenda item 52, R-8-2016, resolution approving the undertakings of City Parkway 5 Incorporated, CPV, in connection with the disposition of development agreement, DDA, between CPV and PH Symphony Park, LLC buyer, for the parcel located at 100 South City Parkway, be stricken from the agenda.
Thank you very
That's
much.
my
There's a motion. Please vote and
Mayor?
please post. Yes.
52?
52 was stricken, 51 was obeyed to the 6th of April.
Okay. That wasn't what we discussed in the briefing yesterday. What happened?
52, please, Ms. Fretwell.
We have some additional work that we have to do on 52. We're still going to recommend taking action on the development agreement, and then when we get the new information that we need to perfect the resolution, we'll bring that back at a subsequent agenda item.
Is this something that came up later in the day?
Around 6 o'clock last night.
Got you. Thank you.
Okay. Agenda items 11 through 45 on the consent agenda are considered to be routine and are recommended for approval by their departments and may be enacted in one motion. Please note we have a correction to make on the record regarding item number 45, R-7-2016, page 2. Section 4 should reflect the first report due date as March 31st, 2017, and thereafter reports shall be due no later than March 31st of each subsequent year. Are there any items that the council wishes to bring forward? Okay,
Councilor
none.
Bartle, you good? Yes. Then with that, Mayor, I would make a motion to approve the consent agenda items 11 through 45, and with the correction of agenda item 45.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Thank you. Okay. Okay, so on we go to agenda item, we heard 46, so we're into, thank you, 47. Report from Chris Tatham, ETC Institute, regarding the 2015 Community Survey results in reference to all wards.
Hi, Mayor, members of the council. This is Betsy Fretwell, City Manager. I just wanted to introduce Chris. He is the CEO of the ETC Institute, who we've been using for several years to conduct our community survey. I know you're all aware of that. They are a national leader in conducting these community-based surveys, and we feel very fortunate to have them among our many consultants who help us gain critical insight into the community each year. They have conducted surveys for more than 800 cities and counties in 49 states, so they have a very representative sample, and I'm sure Chris will share later on in his presentation some of the benchmarking data that I think is really helpful for us when we're figuring out what we need to do to move the needle, to improve citizen satisfaction, improve customer service ratings, whatever it may be, help you set priorities. This data is very comprehensive in assisting us to do that. Chris is very experienced in designing these kinds of surveys and has had at least 15 years of experience doing so. He has 11 of the 20 largest U.S. cities. So a pretty broad spectrum of experience. We're really excited to have him here in person today to share with us the community survey results. And as you've all been briefed, they're stellar again. So this is a really good report. We're happy to bring it to you today. Always some room for improvement, but we're on the right track, and the citizens seem to say so. So I will turn it over to Chris and then answer any questions at the end.
Thank you, Ms.
It's all yours,
Fretwell.
Chris.
Welcome, Chris, and we really appreciate time, energy, effort that you've put into this, and look forward to hearing the results, which I'm sure are posted online.
I believe so.
For the public. Thank you.
Mayor and members of the council, it's great to be back. Those of you who are on the RTC, you might remember me being here just last summer to present the results of the Regional Onboard Transit Survey. The map you see here just gives you some idea of the extent to which we do community surveys. Our firm was really founded to help local governments better understand what citizen expectations were so you could actually use the data. We realized about 20 years ago that with the internet, residents would have a greater expectation to be involved in local government, but they wouldn't show up. So as a result, people expect a lot, but you don't actually hear from the average resident. In fact, just 2 years ago, we did a national survey and asked people whether or not they'd been to a local governmental meeting in the previous year, and only 7% of the people said that they had. And the number one reason people went was to get an award or recognition or see somebody get an award or recognition. The second and third reasons were they were there because they didn't like something the local government was doing, or they wanted to change something that would be advantageous to them. Those three answers accounted for more than 90% of the people who attended a local meeting. As a result, the average resident who's just going about their busy lives doesn't show up to local governmental meetings, but they want you to understand their needs, and that's one of the reasons for doing these surveys, so you can use it as one of many sources of information that you use for decision making.
And I don't mean to interrupt you, but that's such a significant statement. I'm wondering if you have ever polled that response of why they go to their voting record.
We haven't connected the two, but our next national survey is planned for later this year, so maybe by the time I come back again, I'll have that result for you there.
Thank you.
Today I'm just briefly going to walk you through the purpose and methodology. I leave. You all are the ones who ultimately own the data, so I want to make sure that you're comfortable when using it. It's not perfect, but it's a very good indicator of what residents think. I'm going to give you what I call our bottom line up front. I used to be in the military, and I had a battalion commander who used to say, I just want to hear the bottom line. All the details don't matter. I'm going to give you some of the details today anyway, just to give you some of the highlights, but I'll show you how I reached to those conclusions. As most of you know, the purpose of this survey is really to give the city an objective assessment for how you're delivering services, and also give you feedback from the broad population that you serve with regard to priorities. Without this information, it's sort of like a well health checkup or a well health physical. You want to know if there's any big things going on before you actually come and get really sick. This gives you kind of from year to year assessment for how you're doing from one period of time to another. And if you change the delivery services, it'll let you assess whether or not those changes are really being noticed by the public. I'm also going to show you some comparisons today, and one of the things you'll notice is Las Vegas stacks up very, very well to the national averages for other large cities. As far as the methodology for the survey is pretty long. It takes most people about 15 to 20 minutes to complete. We select the sample at random from each of the wards to make sure that we get at least 150 responses per ward. That data is available in the appendices to the report, so each of you can actually see how people in your districts responded to the different questions on the survey. This year we ended up having nearly 1,000. It was 984 actually completed the survey. The results citywide have an accuracy of about plus or minus 3.1% at the 95% level of confidence. That just means if we did the survey 100 times, 95 times out of 100, we'd expect to get the results within about 3% or less. One of the things we check to make sure we have a representative sample is we look how it stacks up to census information. We found this year we have good representation by age, good representation by race and Hispanic ancestry. You can see the census numbers right next to the survey, and within the margin of error, they're very, very close. We have good representation by income, so oftentimes needs for lower income are different than upper income residents, and the data allows us to look at what those differences are. And even gender, we felt good about that. And bottom line, the geographic distribution looks great. In other words, there's at least 150 respondents from each district. With that said, these are the real conclusions for this year. First, residents have a very positive perception of the city. You're going to see that there are segments of the population that aren't happy with things, but for the vast majority of residents, they think the city's doing very well in being responsive to their needs. City's definitely moving in the right direction for most of the major areas that have now been assessed 3 times by our company. You're moving in the right direction in most of those major categories. When you look at the results compared to other large cities, you're not just doing a little above average, you're actually significantly above average in some of the most important indicators. And to stay there, you're going to want to continue emphasizing economic development, public safety services, particularly police, and maintenance of your infrastructure. Those will be the key things that residents care about, and those areas are strongly correlated to their satisfaction with the city. With that said, let me walk through the major findings. The first one is just a perception of residents being extremely positive. You're going to see a number of charts that show blue, white, and red. We have residents rate many questions on a 5-point scale. 4s and 5s are good. They're shown in blue. A 3 doesn't mean they don't know. It means they gave a 3 on a 5-point scale. If they didn't know, they said they don't know. That's typically an okay. We call it a neutral rating. It means you're essentially meeting their expectations. If they give a 1 or a 2, it's shown in red. Those are the people who you're failing to meet their expectations. And when it comes to things like the overall quality of services, which is one of the most important macro indicators on the survey, 75% of residents give positive ratings. Just a little over 4% give negative ratings. You probably hear from the 4%, but for every person that complains about the overall quality of services in the city, there's almost 20 people out there that actually feel very good about what you're doing. The same is true as you work your way down to the item second from the bottom, which is the value for local taxes. You'll notice that 40% of residents give positive ratings compared to just 22% that give negative ratings. You're doing better than the national average, and by a 2-to-1 ratio, people actually feel good about the value they get for their taxes versus bad. The one area you'll see that you kind of have the most dissatisfaction, and the only area where there's high percentages, has to do with your local schools. When it comes to major categories of city services, you'll see across the board there's almost no significant levels of dissatisfaction in any areas. In fact, the only area that has more than 20% is economic development, but I'm going to show you in a little bit you made tremendous strides in that area over the last couple of years as we've seen the ratings go up significantly. Maintenance is the only other area, has about 18% of residents, 1 in 6 giving negative ratings, but you'll see nearly 4 times that many people give positive ratings. And definitely hats off to public safety, your fire, your emergency medical services, your sewer services. Those areas, you can see the vast majority of residents feel very, very good about what the city's doing. A couple of other things that we look at is just the assessment. This is more strategic for long term, what people think about the city as a place to live and its attractiveness, and you can see very few people give negative ratings. In fact, the brand equity in the city is very high, and what we do is we assess that based on the number of people who give 5s. In other words, 4 means people feel good. If people give you a 5, it's a really strong affirmation that you're doing things right. And you can see it's a great place to live. Over 1/3 of residents gave the city a 5 on the 5-point scale. In addition, when it comes to how likely residents would be to recommend the city to others, you can see the majority of folks, nearly 70%, it's actually 69, would be likely to recommend the city to others. Only 13% would not. And what I noticed in the data is by a 4-to-1 ratio, those who wouldn't recommend the cities to others indicate that their economic circumstances have gotten worse compared to better over the last year. So economic circumstances are the main reason people wouldn't recommend the city to others based on our review of the data. With that said, we want to know how the city's changed, and from my opinion, it's definitely moving in the right direction. What we show here is the overall changes over a past couple years. And you'll see there weren't a lot of significant changes from last year to this year, but you'll see long-term your economic development, which is one of the most important issues to residents, has improved significantly from 28% to 37% just in the last 2 years. You can also see that police services, which is in the middle, are improved significantly, as well as a number of other areas. But all in all, the city definitely looks like it's moving in the right direction. When we look at some of the top priorities for city services and how they've changed, you see police services is at the top, economic development is second, and you'll see maintenance of infrastructure has increased, or your streets, compared to last year. That's one of the big shifts that we saw from last year to this year. In addition, emergency medical services also shifted to be more important to folks from last year to this year. But the overall ranking for services essentially stayed about the same. When it comes to maintenance services, you can see there were really no significant changes from last year to this year, but some have stair-stepped kind of up and down depending on which one you're looking at, but most of them were not significant. And then when you look at the top priorities, the number one issue in the city is cleanliness of city streets and public areas. You can see it's actually significantly more important this year than it was last year, and it's gotten increased important over the past 2 years. Adequacy of street lighting is also increased as a priority to residents. When it comes to public safety services, you can see all areas rank relatively high. Most areas did not change significantly over the last couple years. And the number one priorities for public safety services were the prevention of crime and the visibility of police in neighborhoods. It doesn't mean you're doing them poorly, but that's how residents evaluate public safety at the end of the day, is whether or not they see police and whether or not they're aware of what the city's doing to prevent crime. A community where I'm based, Olathe, Kansas, has about 130,000 folks. They actually did a significant effort to raise awareness of the city's police efforts to keep residents safe, and they saw double-digit increases in satisfaction with police. Even though crime levels and actual statistics didn't change, people just knew what the city was doing, and they felt better about the city. When it comes to community development and beautification services, you can see a few areas saw decreases compared to last year. Most of the decreases weren't dramatic, but you'll see businesses licensing dropped and the exterior maintenance of business property also dropped. Long term, most of the changes aren't significant, but we saw a bump increase last year. Most of the results came back down to where they were again this year. And if you look at the top priorities, the enforcement of cleanup of the removal of junk and debris and the graffiti removal are the two top issues in that category that we assessed. On the Parks and Recreation side of the house, you can see again, most of the changes weren't significant, but we did see concerns about satisfaction with pools, ease of registering for programs and water safety classes. They had an increase last year, came back to the numbers where they were again this year. The top two issues were sports fields and the number of city parks. And when it comes to the top priorities, among parks, recreation, and culture issues, homeless services are definitely the concern at the top of residents among the areas that were assessed. Youth programs, you'll see, have increased significantly as a priority compared to a year ago. When it comes to how the city stacks up to other large cities in the United States, this is really just a great chart that really shows how you stack up in each of the major categories that were assessed. You'll notice that one of your biggest advantages, if you work your way a little over halfway down, overall quality of customer service. The average large city only gets 41% of their residents to give positive ratings. City of Las Vegas gets 62%. You're 21 points, and that really shows that you have a culture of employees that are responsive. You don't get that by accident, so you're just doing a tremendous job of being responsive to citizen and resident needs.
Mayor, may I stop him, please? Because that is very, very significant. And a direct result of the leadership of Ms. Retwell and her team and all of the directors in every department, and funneling down to deputy directors, funneling down to the person at the front desk, Betsy, you know that. It was not like that when Councilwoman and I were elected to this council 10 and 11 years ago. It was not like that. It was much different. So that culture change is very significant, and you've just demonstrated it here and proven that we're doing the right thing in the right direction. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, and you can also see you're doing a great job keeping folks informed. That's something people typically complain about. They say their local government doesn't do a good job of communicating, but you see the average large city is just at 37%, and you're 16 points above that. In addition, street maintenance, though it's a high priority in the overall category that has the second highest levels of dissatisfaction, compared to other large cities, you are doing great. You'll see for your residents it's a concern, but you're at 59%. The national average for large cities is just 33%. So even though it's a priority here, it doesn't mean that you're really failing in that area by any stretch of the imagination. You're doing a very good job compared to other large cities. Some of the challenges for the city, though, have less to do with city services than they do with perhaps some other issues. And the first thing is just I want to highlight the overall quality of services, because that, at the end of the day, is the big question about how do people feel overall. 75% of residents give positive ratings. Fewer than half of residents in most large cities feel good about the overall quality of city. So great job in that area. image of the city, and even your value for taxes all rank very favorably compared to other communities. You will see quality of life is a little bit below, direction the city's headed, efforts to promote diversity, but the real factor that's most strongly correlated with some of those issues and the reason you're lagging behind has to do with perceptions of your schools. And you can see there is a significant, you're 25%, which is amazing to see yourselves being over 25% above when it comes to perceptions of city services, given the fact that there are concerns about public schools within the same community. So overall, very, very good perceptions from the city perspective. When it comes to the ratings as a place to retire, you're definitely setting the standard. As a work and to raise children, lower in the ratings as a place to raise children are almost consistently correlated with perceptions of schools. And that's really the one area from a community, larger community perspective that residents are concerned about. When it comes to perceptions of safety, you'll see in downtown and also in neighborhoods at night, which is really probably one of the best overall indicators. You're definitely leading the nation. Parks are a little bit lower, and then overall perceptions is slightly lower as a city as a place to live. When it comes to your customer service, echoing the Mayor Pro Tem's comments just a little bit ago, you can see in every category you're at or above, and this is the follow-up questions for people who actually then interacted with city employees. How did they do? And you can see in 3 of the 4 areas you're now significantly above the national average. And so you might say with all this data, well, what do you focus on? You know, sometimes just knowing how satisfied folks are isn't the key. So one of the things we do is we look at a combination of the satisfaction ratings with the priorities that were placed on other services to give you recommendations as to which items will have the greatest impact on satisfaction moving forward. And that's what this first chart shows you is of all of the areas that were assessed as major categories of city services, economic development is probably the one that's going to continue having a big impact on residents. We notice that a lot of residents live here because they're benefiting economically. And just like I said earlier, those who perceive things have gotten better for themselves economically are about 5 times as likely to recommend the city as a place to live to others as those who are not benefiting economically. So that'll continue to be very important. Street maintenance and police services are kind of the next 2. Those aren't necessarily problems. Those are just so important to residents. Continuing to do well will help enhance your overall satisfaction ratings. And if you're not a list person, some people are more right-brain personed, this is the same information. Essentially, it's just on a chart that from left to right, things are plotted by their importance, and from bottom to top, they're plotted based on their satisfaction ratings. And what we typically are looking for is there anything in that bottom right quadrant? In other words, this is something that's more important on average where the ratings or performance are lower than average. And you can see economic development and streets fall into that category. Police is just so important to folks. It's one of the reasons you see it in the top right. Those are areas that you want to continue to emphasize just because they're high priorities to residents. Within maintenance, as I mentioned earlier, cleanliness of city streets is of critical importance to residents, and it's one of the best opportunities you have to enhance overall satisfaction with the city as you're moving forward. When it comes to public safety services, as I mentioned, prevention of crime and making sure your police are visible, and sometimes that's with education. Sometimes the police are intentionally not doing neighborhood patrols so they can respond faster, but if residents don't understand that, you might have a disconnect with their perceptions of how the city's doing in that area. When it comes to community development, you can see the enforcement of the removal of junk and debris and graffiti removal were the top 2 areas that would enhance perceptions of the city with community development and beautification. And with parks and culture, you'll see that the homeless issues followed by youth programs and then your senior citizen programs are the top 3 areas within that category. So this chart just summarizes of all the items that were assessed as relatively high priorities or categorized as very high priorities. This is the list of things. Economic development from a broad perspective is certainly probably the biggest issue for residents at the current time. So just to summarize things, I think the city's doing a tremendous job. Overall, we've seen progress, particularly in some of the most important areas that were assessed in the survey. Perceptions for customer service and overall quality of city services are head and shoulders above the national averages for those areas. And frankly, To stay there, though, you'll want to take a look at what those high priority and very high priority issues are, because those will be the things that factor most in people's perceptions moving forward of how well the city is going to be doing when they give their ratings next year or the following year. So, Mayor, I don't know if anyone has any questions, but that's kind of a high-level assessment of what we learned this year.
Thank you. You make us feel very, very good. It's a gift after Valentine's Day, so we appreciate it, and I'm sure we do have comments. Yes, Councilman Marlowe.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. There is one area that sticks out, and more so it's probably a conversation for we as colleagues here in relation to the economic development arm of things. I know that we do our very best in regards to driving business and development into the downtown. But I know that that's one thing on a national level to include a local level, a state level in regards to unemployment in our community and nationally. And so I'm really glad to see this laid out in the way that it is now so that we can, continue to look at how, in fact, we continue to drive big business into our downtown as far as corporate headquarters and the like to really boost the opportunity for more jobs for the residents here in the city of Las Vegas.
Thank
So
you.
that was just a
Very true.
thought that just came up in relation to the presentation here today.
And hopefully, as we continue to improve, that will happen as one announced business comes in and we get more jobs as we continue. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. Is it Mr. Tatham? Yes. Did I pronounce it correctly?
You got it.
Yes, I echo Councilman Barlow's comments too. Great presentation. Now, you do this around the country, correct? Can we get a commitment out of you today that as you go to other cities, you'll tell them how awesome Las Vegas is?
Actually, I already have.
I just wanted to throw that challenge at you because, looking at the rankings and where we are in a lot of those areas, I mean, fabulous, fabulous information for us. And I will say this too, the crime downtown, that safety downtown has flopped. People weren't safe downtown. And for someone to take a survey for 15 minutes, what a tough job. What was the time range on this for you?
It averaged about 15 to 20 minutes.
No, when did you start and when did you finish?
We did the survey November, December.
Okay, so 2 months to get...
Well, not that long, probably late November, probably about 3 to 4 weeks.
3 to 4 weeks, yeah. Wow. Well, I certainly extend my gratitude to the residents who took time to take the survey, too. So great job. Thank you.
The only thing I'd like to add is knowing that our weather is so beautiful all the time. It's no wonder that we have the homeless problem we do rather than being back east or in the south with the flooding and every other issue. So I think that's something, while we have this wonderful not-for-profit group that works on it, and the city's so into it. I don't know, as you go forward and have information that you can feed back to our city manager, where, not because of weather, but where in climates such as ours, where it's the place for homeless to congregate, what we could be doing from what you see elsewhere. Because I know this is going to be an issue. We've done wonderful things with veteran homelessness and reaching functional zero there, but our homeless population in Southern California and Arizona and all the warm states is really something that nobody seems to have an arm around yet.
I was just in Dallas a couple of weeks ago, and it was a significant issue there as well.
So that does, in your surveys, it was just simple comments and answers to questions?
Yeah, we don't really, this survey doesn't necessarily tell us the reason people are concerned about it. It helps, of the 100 issues you might be looking at, which ones are the more important ones to residents. So clearly there's concerns about homeless, but we don't know exactly why. I mean, we can look at some of the profile of people who have concerns, but it's really difficult to understand the detail without probably doing some additional research.
Thank you very much. Any other questions, comments?
Mayor.
I think Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Mayor. The question, Chris, thanks first of all. I like the methodology. Did the sample size increase this year?
We did.
Because it looks like the confidence level is better.
We just, as it nationally, as people don't answer their phones anymore. I was in a meeting a couple weeks ago and I asked 100 people how many had answered their phone and nobody raised their hand. So what we've done is we've added an email component because we're actually able to get accurate email addresses to the addresses we select. So this year we added that component, and as a result we got a little better response from that group. So the phone response is generally faded, but that's increased it. So we actually broadened the number of households that were selected from 600 to 700, and because of that, and we got a better response rate than we were anticipating, we ended up with more completed surveys.
Well, I have more faith in it this year, I think, because of that, and I'm glad you did that, and let's not ever let that go. On communication, which we're nudging halfway on satisfaction, I think, if I'm read the executive summary on that particular thing, and I'm just curious. We have a problem here in town because, as most towns are, their cable providers are losing audience around the edges to the direct TVs and the others that are out there, as well as the internet broadcast of news. And so we have a real stake in getting our message out. And so our Channel 2, is hostage, basically, of our cable channel. We have, in fact, we are even restricted to a certain layer of their offerings, the digital level. So if what I'm thinking is we're going to have to look at this and say, we're going to have to find more ways to get that signal out because it's a good signal. A lot of people watch it. You can't tell how many watch it from your data. But I think that, I'm kind of worried about that, not hitting halfway.
Yeah, many cities have gone, because of that issue, are going to more live video stream over the internet, so you can go to the website and watch all the council meetings and things like that from your website. And so that's what a number of communities are doing because of the decline in cable market.
Yeah, and for the next 10 years, I suppose that still is a problem, only because we have a large aging population which is not on computers, doesn't use them, don't get streams, don't have smartphones. And they are active people. So they get out and vote, so they care about what's going on more than any other segment. So again, that's my worry, but I really like what you did this year better than last, for sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Any more questions or comments for Mr. Tatum? Mr. Tatum, thank you very much. I don't think a motion is required.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Before we move on to agenda item 48, I would like
Mayor
to...
Pro Tem, could I just really
Please,
quickly,
Ms. Fretwell.
I wanted to say thanks to Chris for doing this work for us for 3 years. He's done an incredible job. And to Councilman Coffin's point, at the next meeting, we're going to actually have a presentation from Jeremy Aguero, where he is actually looking at how people are accessing information from the city, as well as kind of testing some of your priorities, which, if you look at this data, the priorities, the 4 priorities that you set for the city are aligned with the strategic importance that Chris outlined in each of the categories today. And so I think it'll be a really good 1-2 look. This is a pretty broad overview of where we are as a city, how we're performing, citizen satisfaction, and then we're going to have a much more drilled down version with Jeremy at the next meeting.
Wonderful.
It's perfect timing going into setting budget priorities for next year as well. So those are the kinds of things that we try and bring to you along the way to help you make more informed decisions as we lay our game plan out for the next year.
Well, and it's working, and I think that's what the significant thing is, whether our matching right along with our priorities as we're moving forward. So, Chris, again, thank you very much. You do have a task to brag about Las Vegas everywhere you go. Thank you. Before we move to agenda item 48, I would like to turn some time over to Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Well, I have the pleasure of introducing today the newest member of our family in the 7th floor, an intimate group, shares all, gossips widely, and for sure knows all our faults and flaws, but keeps their mouth shut outside the 7th floor. But inside, it's a fiery place. And I wanted to make sure that you all got a chance to meet our newest member, Maria Norero, who is coming into Ward 3. Her qualities include experience in governmental work, working as a contractor, working with the RTC, but also she is bilingual, native speaker, born here, and that's the kind of thing we need in the east side of town especially. So I really appreciate staff hiring someone with bilingual qualities, and because she'll be available to all of the members of the council when it comes to linguistic problems, and as Felipe is, and so we try to help, spread the good word. I'd like you to welcome Maria, and please stand up, Maria Norero, to be introduced and welcome. Now get to work.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Thank you, Councilman, and welcome, Maria, to the city of Las Vegas. Yes, Councilwoman.
I just want you to know it's now on the record. He said he would share her bilingualism with us, so.
Oh, wonderful.
You said share. I heard it. Okay, thank you.
Wonderful, thank you, and thank you, Councilwoman, for that as well. All right, moving on to agenda item 48. This is a report from Brian Burton, President and CEO of the 3 Square Food Bank, regarding the state of hunger in Southern Nevada and the city of Las Vegas and the implementation of a strategic plan to end hunger in our community. Welcome,
Yes.
sir. Always good to see you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Ross, and good morning, Mayor Goodman. And we want to thank all the city council members for allowing us just a few minutes here to give you a brief overview of hunger in our community and to gain your input about our strategic plan, which is underway and we're developing, which will carry us through the year 2020 when we intend to fully close the meal gap in Southern Nevada. I have 2 extraordinary colleagues with me today, Jody Tyson, somewhere, Director of Government Affairs, and Brian Knudsen is our strategic plan facilitator. All right, let me see if I can get this to work. Good. So you see, since our founding by Eric Hilton 8 years ago, our mission and vision has not changed for a hunger-free community. And we don't do this alone. We only do it in partnership with the community and with hundreds of community partners and schools. You see our core values here. I think you'll resonate with all of those, perhaps even more so the last one, urgency, because you have demonstrated that with us in the past and getting collaborative programs lifted off the ground. And we continue to be recognized as the fastest growing food bank in the nation. We're the only food bank that has broken down food insecurity by zip code. Usually this information just has one number for the whole county. It's much more helpful in the nature of our community to have it by zip code. When I say food insecurity, what I mean is a family that would worry about where their next meal is coming from at some point during the year. So you can see your area, your wards, the darker shades are higher food insecurity. 1 out of 6 people in our county food insecure, 1 out of 4 children, and of course 2 out of 3 children in the Clark County School District. Now we only touch these folks through community partners, about 260 agencies, faith-based charities, as well as 800 community partners, and they are really our heroes on the front lines, changing lives and doing this work. This slide's a little small, hard to read, but basically what the way a food bank works, it's a brilliant model of efficiency and non-duplication. We're the only Feeding America food bank for Southern Nevada. We serve Nye, Esmeralda, and Clark counties and Lincoln County, and we don't have any other competitors. We are the food hub. We're very efficient. We basically collect the food, most of it produce and shelf-stable food from neighboring states and across the nation, really. We purchase that food for pennies on the dollar, bring it in here, and distribute it out very efficiently. About 94 cents of every dollar goes directly into programs. We have about 100 staff and 26,000 volunteers. So this is the meat of the presentation, is our strategic plan. Yes.
Could I just ask a question? I'm trying to understand this map, and I can get the dark sort of reddish-orange and the dark orange. Do we have any that are less than, that are the very light orange? I'm trying to get a difference in the colors so that I can understand, and I can't find the 4 colors.
Okay. Jody Tyson can respond to that.
Thank you so much. Sorry, but it's just, it'll help me because there's a mixture in my ward.
And if you'll please announce your name.
This is Jody Tyson. I'm the Government Affairs Director at 3 Square, and research falls under our department. And this is the first time that we have not had a zip code under 10% in the 6 years that we have been doing these food insecurity maps. The maps are actually done in collaboration with Applied Analysis, Jeremy Aguero's group, who helps to provide the data that then is used in a formulary to determine food insecurity.
Well-
And this is the first time. Thank you for noticing that and bringing it up.
Okay, good, because that means then we don't have 4 on our map because we don't have any zip codes that are less than 10%.
That's right.
So then I understand the map. Thank you.
Councilwoman.
Thank you.
And I don't have to go to the eye doctor, right?
So on the
Exactly,
strategic
pretty good.
plan, so for 2015, just to give you an idea of the magnitude of the need and what we're doing to meet it, we were able to serve 32 million meals. That's 4.6 million meals served through federal partnerships, so we're really leveraging federal grants and dollars, bringing those back into our state. 27 million meals provided through our agency partners, and almost 34 million pounds of donated food distributed. We expect to hit 50 million pounds during the course of this strategic plan, and we believe that will be sufficient to close the meal gap in our community. As you see on the right column, meals served in City of Las Vegas, and this is where you can really perk up and be proud, I believe. 2 years ago, you'll recall we came to you and asked for a partnership with your Safe Key sites because I think they were just serving a small snack in those after-school programs. And now we have them on what we call Kids Cafe, so they're getting a nice, substantial dinner before they go home at night. And we know that many of them, that's the last meal they'll have until school breakfast the next morning. And so that program has grown from the original pilot of 8 sites to 45 sites, 110,000 meals, and then also summer meals, you'll notice there at 5 different sites. So we're very proud and grateful for that collaboration that you made possible.
Mr. Burton, if I might ask you a question on the back slide.
Yeah.
Those 110,000 meals through SafeKey, does that also include Henderson SafeKey?
This is the City of Las Vegas.
Only?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
We have spread that program, however, to the other cities. Now, something new just started in January that you also, I think, can be proud of is a change in opening up those SafeKey sites for the first 20 minutes to other kids that are not enrolled and that are hungry, and they can bring their siblings. And so we are piloting this at Pittman Elementary School to see how it goes, if there's any problems or anything. And so you'll notice before the supper club opened there were about 160 meals served per month. After the club opened, 200 meals per day. So we thank the City of Las Vegas for helping us with this, and of course the Clark County School District. We intend to have 12 schools as part of the supper club by the end of this year in Las Vegas and North Las Vegas. And so we believe that you know your communities better than just about anyone. You and your staff understand the changing and emerging needs and opportunities in your districts with your citizens. And so we would love to get your input as we are developing this strategic plan to identify partners perhaps that we should be working with that we don't yet partner with in your wards, as well as deepening our partnerships with SafeKey to have more open sites so those kids can come at the first of the program, regardless if they're enrolled in it, so they can eat.
And Mr. Burton,
Yes.
a question down here, a comment from Councilman Barlow?
A good friend of ours.
Absolutely, and look forward to remaining that way as well, because you all are doing such a wonderful job for the entire greater Las Vegas community here in Southern Nevada in particular. I want to stop you here because the question that I have is, on this particular slide, you have identifying partners in food distribution. What I believe can be very helpful for us to assist you is possibly if you identify or let us know who are some of those individuals, the businesses, the corporations that are currently in our community that you would love to partner with.
Right.
And that would be helpful to us because then we'll have an opportunity to look at the leveraging of connecting the dots so that you will have an open door to at least present what we can do to collectively, participate in that regard. So if there's someone that,
Right.
for example, a mega corporation or a gaming institution or another organization, corporation, what have you, let us know who they are.
We will. That's a great idea, because we know where the underserved pockets are. We know where we need a church or a school to partner with us, and many of you could open those doors as you have in the past.
Right.
Also, just so you'll be aware, we're very proud. We have an incredible website where anyone on your staff, if they got a call, because we know you get a lot of calls of people that are in need in your wards, if they want to know where the nearest food pantry is to where they live, all you have to do is go to 3square.org and type in the address, and all the neighboring agencies will pop up, and it'll give their hours and contact information, so we can just make their lives a little easier so they're not scrambling around wondering, where in the world do I go? We have great community partners as big as Catholic Charities and Salvation Army, and as big as small as Casa de Luz and Naked City. We've got an incredible array of these partners, and they're getting stronger and stronger, and we really believe if we can build those partners up over the next 4 years, we will definitely close the meal gap in our community.
And one last comment. I don't see in this presentation, and maybe you can do it at the end, is at least announce your fundraising opportunities as far as your restaurant week. So I want to make sure that I throw that in there as a plug, being that you're live on television.
People are going to think I planted that question, Councilman.
All right.
Restaurant Week this year is 12 days, and it starts on June the 9th.
And explain what it is.
Restaurant Week is that dining experience that we look forward to every year. We're about 160 of the top restaurants in Las Vegas and greater Las Vegas will set aside a certain amount of each cover from $4 to $6 and donate that back to 3 Square so that we can feed more people. $1 equals 3 meals, so sometimes that cover can create 18 meals just by dining out at that restaurant one time. And so we'll have a microsite up in May that will show you which restaurants are participating. We're really trying to expand that concept, and maybe next year have it more of a national event. So we're working with some leaders in the tourism community to see if we can expand the concept and during a slow time of year, bring in even more visitors here. So thanks for asking about Restaurant Week. We love it. We just have to get our stretchy pants that time of year because we tend to gain a little bit. Mayor?
Mayor, before he, on that topic that Councilman Barlow just asked me about, Restaurant Week, it's almost equivalent to the Taste of Chicago. Isn't that what that big event is they do in Chicago? Is that what it's called?
Yeah, Taste.
Taste of Chicago, and I think that this can be a landmark event for Las Vegas.
I agree.
It probably should be a landmark event because, as you and I, as all three of us have talked about, Councilman Barlow and myself, in regards to people actually come to the destination to experience all of those great restaurants.
Yeah, we're a culinary destination for the world now, so this is a great partnership. We have a culinary council of about 46 chefs, chaired by Elizabeth Blau. We've got a lot of smart people working on this. We just want to make it bigger and better.
Sweet. I think maybe we need to think bigger thoughts down the road on that. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilwoman, thank you. Councilwoman.
Plus, they also have some music that Taste of Chicago. Have you attended that?
Yes, I happened to be in Chicago. My wife had some business in Chicago, and we happened to just walk into it. We didn't even know it was there. And
it's marvelous. I don't know. Are you familiar with it?
I'm not.
But it is absolutely marvelous. You go in there, and it's packed.
Wow.
And the thing is, they have music that goes on too, so it keeps up the spirit. I was with somebody, a teacher in the school district. I swear she must have danced 9 hours straight because it was really, but you know, it was something that was full of fun, and it wasn't just eating, it was also that, and then they had some other people who came, different acts and things that I'm sure we could get together here in Vegas too.
Love it. Well, you all are great advocates for us and the community, and we just thank you so much. Thanks for the time today.
Well, we appreciate everything you've done and know that you only came here in 2011.
Yep.
So we mark your days. We came in
started
together.
at the same time, didn't we?
Yes, we did.
Yeah.
So
I've
life
loved
is beautiful. You've done a great job with your team and everybody, Jody too. And the mayors are all behind you in this southern Nevada area, as
We
you know.
feel it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, we will now move on to Agenda 49, discussion for possible action regarding a disposition and development agreement, DDA, between City Parkway 5, Inc., CPV, and PH Symphony Park LLC developer regarding the acquisition, development of land in Symphony Park located 100 South City Parkway. This is in Ward 5 with Councilman Barlow. This item's related to item 52, which was stricken. Right. So this one's not stricken, though. Okay, I guess we're not stricken since we're here. Okay. So, Mr. Arndt, good morning.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor, members of council. For the record, Bill Arndt, Economic and Urban Development Director. With me this morning is Brad Scher. I have up on the overhead for you, as well as the listening audience and the public, an overhead of Symphony Park. And as you know, this is one of our legacy assets in downtown, where we're really trying to transform downtown and transform our community. We have not had a lot of development recently, but we're starting to see that change. There's a lot of development interest in Symphony Park, and I'm excited to announce a new project in Symphony Park on Parcel E. Before I begin my remarks, I want to thank our developer and our project team, Erwin Mulaski of the Mulaski Group of Companies, Rich Worthington, David Whittemore, Peter Winter, and again with us today is Brad Scher.
And if I might interrupt you, in case Mr. Mulaski is watching this, happy birthday, February 22nd. We wish you a happy birthday, and we're so excited about this. Please, Mr. Arndt, continue.
And then also thanking from our city team, Brenna Hughes and Scott Carter, who worked on the contract, along with Nick Niarchos, Terry Pomicello. Thank Scott Adams for his involvement, and also the city's development services team. And that brings me to what I would really characterize as kind of a unique opportunity. The state of Nevada has a lot of office space throughout the valley, and one of its largest agencies is the Department of Business and Industry. And they've been working at the state for a while on trying to figure out how can they take advantage of consolidating all those employees within their agency, Department of Business and Industry, into a single location. They're located throughout the Las Vegas Valley, some employees in the city limits, but most outside the city limits in unincorporated Clark County. And so the state started a process, stopped, and restarted it fairly recently. The state released a request for qualifications on January 14th of this year, with submittals due to that request for qualifications, RFQ, that bid process, on February 25th. So we like to think at our department that we move at the pace of business, but this RFQ, this bid process, was very, very short. So we moved very quickly, and because of those aforementioned individuals, we have a proposal for you today. The reason that the second item was stricken was we have been working on appraisals of this property. You see here on the map on the right-hand side, the top right-hand corner, which is to the northwest corner of Symphony Park. Parcel E is just under 6 acres, 5.84 acres. We have engaged 2 appraisers to appraise the property. 1 appraisal has been complete. The second appraisal was due back by this date, but we've not received it yet, so we're still working with that second appraisal, and as a result, we had to strike that item. I'm happy to report today that that does not affect this item moving forward. We have worked out what I think is a great deal for the city and our community. The Mulaski companies have proposed to build 250,000 square feet of office space, along with a structured parking facility to accommodate 2 office buildings. The first office building will be an office building to support business and industry in the state of Nevada and their needs, and it is being built to a great standard, which we think will set a good standard for new office development in Symphony Park. The second building would have to contain at least 115,000 square feet to get up to 250,000 square feet gross. I have a rendering for you that's been provided by the developer. So you see it's a quality building. We think that this will be of the quality level and on par with any office campus throughout the Las Vegas Valley, whether Hughes, Center, Summerlin, Green Valley, any office campus. We think it will set a great standard for Symphony Park, and is also reflecting the character, as you see here, of the Center for Brain Health, as well as the Mulaski Corporate Center, which is just across the street. So we think it'll be...
Excuse me, Mr. Arndt?
Yes.
And maybe I need to go to the eye doctor too, but those buildings to the right, they look like they're leaning. Is that just the photograph, or are they being built?
It's an architectural element. It is curving outward, yeah.
Very attractive, yeah. Very nice. Okay, sorry, thanks.
Excellent observation, Mayor, and I think our developers really worked hard to deliver to the state a quality project at an affordable price, but you see here that the architecture is going to be first class and compatible with the other things that we're doing in Symphony Park. So they're going to be building the state building, and the state award is due by March 17th of 2016. So we've only been contacted by one developer that wanted to partner with the city on this RFQ. We think there could be others in the community, but we wanted to offer our site in Symphony Park because we think it's a great location, and the state did express interest in being near the intersection of US 95, 515, and I-15, which our site is. The award, if they're successful in winning the award, then they would move forward with the project. The second phase, as I mentioned, would be an additional office building. We negotiated sale price terms as follows: a purchase price of $7,340,000, consisting of $5,840,000 payable at the end of escrow after a due diligence period to go through entitlements. And then there's a clause where if the developer does not proceed with building the second office building, then a deferred purchase price amount of $1.5 million kicks in. So it's kind of a carrot approach and a stick approach at the same time. And we are securing this through a guarantee from the Mulaski Family Trust, which has sufficient assets to cover that payment. The first phase will create 131 construction jobs. The second phase, 262 construction jobs. The first phase bringing 487 employees to downtown. All of them are not currently located in downtown, and most of them are not currently located in the city. So there'll be some spending benefit from having new employees in the area. The developer has not asked for any support for environmental remediation, which is an important consideration on the sale price. Mulaski has offered to cover that themselves, which saves our environmental remediation budget we budgeted for future projects and helps our bottom line. So that's definitely a good thing for the city. And also, the developer has not asked for any assistance from the redevelopment agency in the form of tax increment financing. A lot of our other large projects have had that assistance. They're not asking for it on this project, so we think that's a great benefit to the city and the redevelopment agency. And the reason being, this project, even though it's being built for a public tenant, will be a private office building owned by the private owner and will be paying property taxes. So we think that's an important consideration, and it'll be new revenue into the redevelopment agency annually, which will help continue to redevelopment in downtown. So with that, that concludes my remarks. I'd like to turn it over to Brad Shear, who's here representing the Mulaski companies. And I thank you for considering.
Thank you. It's
this
very
project.
exciting, and welcome. And if
Thank
you
you very
would
much.
restate your name, please, for us.
Sure. Bradley Scher, CFO of the Mulaski Group of Companies, 100 North City Parkway. Good morning, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Very pleased to be here to represent the Mulaski Group. We're excited about this project. And one thing that wasn't mentioned, the award is scheduled for March 17th. The delivery of the building, the ribbon cutting, would be Nevada Day in 17. So it's a very quick build. The state needs the building to be ready by that time, and we're motivated to complete the building on that schedule.
It's wonderfully exciting. I'm wondering on the footprint of E, if you could show, if we can go back to that, if we could show where the first building will sit. I see the rendering, but where's the first building? Where will the second building position? And then the garage you mentioned down the road, where those come?
Sure. I could actually use the site plan as representative. Where you see the existing building displayed on E, the planned building, that's close to the location that the building for Nevada State would go.
Okay.
The structure to just below that to the left would be the parking structure, and where the E is would be the second building that would be developed. But we do have a full site plan that, that shows the orientation of the site with the full build-out.
And the infrastructure that is around this property, what is in, what remains to be in?
There has been quite a bit done in Symphony Park, but the Symphony Park design guidelines and standards require quite a bit more to be done by the developer. Of the 5.8 acre site, a full acre needs to be reserved for setback, landscaping, to a very significant standard, more than you would see in a traditional development. But streets would need to be put in between the project, where you see West Carson, excuse me, would need to be put in as well right there.
Okay, but the city parkway is in on the south part, right there. That's not the south. it's
That's
the
correct,
east
Mayor.
part.
It's essentially West Carson, the street. All the utilities are in. We're doing additional drainage work ourselves for the entire campus. So the primary things are, as Brad mentioned, the on-site work on Parcel E, which is significant. You're going to see a lot of landscaping out there. And then on West Carson, the road, which would typically be a developer requirement, at least to the half street. So we're going to work with them on timing as they put the phase project, where the office building's going in as phase 1, and then phase 2, they're going to have to come back in and do new curb cuts. So we're going to work closely with our development services team and Chris Knight at City Building and Public Works, Dave Bowers, their team have been great in working with us to make sure that we can hit the developer's schedule, because it is a very aggressive schedule to get open by Nevada Day of 2017. It's less than 18 months.
And therefore, I'm assuming we're going to have street parking until after the second building is underway and the garage simultaneously?
That's correct, Madam
Okay.
Mayor, yeah.
So it'll be street parking?
It'll be surface parking
Surface.
on the balance of the site. There would be an area of the site that would be undeveloped on surface parking as construction laydown and staging, where we would be developing the second building as well.
It's wonderful. It's wonderful news. Lovely.
I would like to also mention that staff has been incredible to work with. We build, throughout the country, and the staff in Las Vegas, they're doers. This was a task that needed a lot of work, a lot of minds, a lot of heavy lifting quickly, and staff delivered, and we just appreciate their full support.
Thank you, because we think they're pretty good, too. I don't know if there are any questions or comments.
Yes, ma'am.
Anybody on council? Yes, please.
Thanks, Mayor.
Councilman Coffin.
I'm not sure that Mr. Scher could answer this question. Maybe staff, or in any event, the questions will be answered later if you can't handle it. But you're designing something. Will you be making provision for on-site retention of floodwaters, of heavy rains, for a slow release? Because as we develop this area, well, let's put it this way. I'm prefacing this by saying we're starting to have that old bugaboo of urban flooding again, not only at monsoon, but whenever really heavy rain is coming, and it heads east. And many of our mains that head east are undersized, and so we've got a big study going on now to start to increase some of them. But in the meantime, I just wanted to know, I guess I could get a visit from Public Works, but you're telling me that you're aware that the design would have to include retention of rain on the property?
Absolutely. All those considerations are undertaken in the design and the approval from the cities.
And it's not to keep it there, it's just to release it a little slower.
Yeah, if needed, it will be in there. Yeah, the design people in the city would know if that was
Okay,
needed and
well,
required.
I think staff should consider that, and I'll talk to our Public Works people later. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. And if there are no further questions, Councilman Barlow, I entertain a motion from you. Oh,
I do
excuse
have
me,
one
Councilman
question.
Beers.
Staff was going to look up what our basis is in Parcel E. Did we get that sorted out yesterday?
Councilman Beers, Vanetta Appley, our Director of Finance, has that information for you.
Yeah.
On the gap basis or the book basis for the Vanetta Alpoyar, Director of Finance. On the gap basis, we have $3.6 million in this particular parcel. Of course, this does not include right-of-ways, undergrounds, or the park that is considered assets of the city that we record as capital on the other books of the city. So the infrastructure costs for regional development.
So we have not incorporated the infrastructure costs into the basis?
Not in the 3.6. Those bases, much like what we do with Summerlin, all those regional costs that are considered assets of the city that we put on the capital accounts of the city, those are not included in that 3.6. So it's just the parcel direct costs that are there.
Mayor, if I may.
Yes, please,
Mark
Mr.
Vincent, Chief Financial Officer. GASB 34 required us to begin to account for our right-of-way and infrastructure assets, and so that's where the cost of the right-of-way improvements would reside on the city's list of assets.
Some of those infrastructure costs are being transferred with the parcel, though, like the sidewalks and some of the electrical infrastructure that runs into the parcel, the sewer lines once you hit the property line.
Councilman Beers, for the record, Bill Arndt. The on-site infrastructure, whatever is servicing the site, essentially we've stubbed the utilities to the site. The sidewalk is actually going to be on-site, so it's going to be a private sidewalk. The developer is doing some of the infrastructure on the surrounding street, as I mentioned. But as far as the capital on the ground, the infrastructure to serve the site, and I'll let Vanetta jump in here to make sure I'm correct, a portion of that should include the wet and dry utilities that we put in for all of Symphony Park, and it should be the pro rata share of what is in there to serve Parcel E, is my understanding.
So is the $3.5 million then just our acquisition cost at the outset, the land swap that occurred 25 years ago?
Actually, it includes the land acquisition costs, but it also includes their share, a proportionate share of those Phase 2 infrastructure costs that are site-specific. Again, it's just not the right-of-way like Grand Central Parkway and some of the underground utilities that are considered regional in nature. Those are on the books of the city.
What about the environmental remediation costs?
The environmental remediation costs specific to that site, which I believe they are going to be doing, any remediation that we did is in that cost.
Okay, so that includes a share of the overall site remediation that the city did at the outset of
Correct.
the creation of Symphony Park. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Cervantes, did you want to add, please?
For the record, Jorge Cervantes. Councilman, just to address some of the cost of the infrastructure, when we set up Symphony Park, everything behind the sidewalk is private property, the only public portion of the street. So the sidewalk, the laterals for the water sewer going to the property is also privately owned. So they'll be responsible for that cost. It won't be a burden on the city.
Thank you. Anything else, Mr. Beers? Okay. Councilman Barlow, please.
Yes, Mayor. Thank you so very much. Much success to the Mulaski Group for attempting to bring in another beautiful building into Ward 5, and I couldn't be more excited than the opportunity that lies ahead. So I'm wondering upward and see how things work out at the state, and look forward to the great partnership moving forward. So I would move for approval, subject to all conditions.
And pardon me, Councilman, if I could interrupt, for the record, Bill Arndt. There is a motion because of the nature of the RFP and or I should say the RFQ, request for qualifications. And we did submit to the city clerk a suggested motion. So with your indulgence, if you could read that motion, that will enable us to handle all the transaction documents to further the transaction with the state.
Please do so, Councilman Barlow. Do we have a copy of it? Would you read it in? You have it right there. Why don't you read it in?
I'll go ahead and read it.
Go ahead and read it in if you will.
Forgive me, I thought that was delivered to you. My apologies. So the motion, recommended motion would be approve recommendation of staff. One, to approve and authorize the execution by City Parkway 5, Inc. of the disposition and development agreement between City Parkway 5, Inc. and PH Symphony Park LLC. And number 2, to authorize City Parkway 5, Inc. as the owner and contract seller of Parcel E to participate with PH Symphony Park LLC in the submittal of qualifications to the state of Nevada for the award to PH Symphony Park LLC of the lease of the Department of Business and Industry, Nevada State Business Center.
Mayor, let it be known that the conditions that Mr. Arndt has read into the record will be my motion.
Thank you very much.
Move for approval.
And therefore, there's a motion to approve agenda item 49. Please vote, and please post. Beautiful.
Thank you.
We're looking forward to this. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Arndt. We'll move on to agenda item 50, discussion for possible action regarding issuance RFP number 160112-PH, Insurance Broker and Consulting Services, Department of Human Resources. This is in reference to all awards. And you're front and center. Go.
Good morning, Mayor. Mark Vincent, Chief Financial Officer for the City of Las Vegas. And with me is Yolanda Jones. We'll be tag teaming as necessary on this item. And I do have a presentation that might help us get through in an orderly fashion here. Recall that back in October we had an item for recommended award on a request for proposal for broker services, and we determined that in the process we determined that RFP was flawed, and we canceled that RFP. But in the course of that discussion, you all gave us some direction about placing some emphasis or encouragement in participation by local and or small broker firms. And as you know from our briefings, we have been talking with you and working with staff on what those definitions might be, because without a definition of small and local, then we wouldn't know who or what to encourage. And so therein lies the issue. A couple of things right off the top. You know, we talk about NRS 332, which governs these sorts of contracts, RFPs for professional services. And we did determine that we do believe we have the ability to be more restrictive in terms of defining what our needs or requirements are. And we could, in fact, have a definition for a local business or a local broker. Obviously, historically, the City of Las Vegas has never done this. I'm not aware of anybody other than the state of Nevada that has attempted to define it for purchasing activities. But we do believe we have a concern that the proliferation of a definition of local could be problematic for us in many ways. Anytime, you know, staff believes, procurement professionals believe that anytime you are restricting business to a smaller group, you're going to affect competition, you're going to affect pricing, you may affect quality as well. But we have a whole list of examples of professional services that we deal with that are not local probably by any of these definitions. We deal with Sherman and Howard on all our bond and tax issues. They probably wouldn't meet definition of local. Fisher Phillips in our labor. We have engineering firms we contract with that are national, MWH Global, CM2H Hill, for example. Architectural firms, Elkos Manfredi, who helped design City Hall here, or David Schwartz, obviously not local. CPA firms, same thing, so on and so forth. So right now, you gave us direction to focus on broker services, and so that's what we're talking about. Staff does have a concern about the expansion of that definition in other service areas. We did mention in our briefings that there is a definition in state law. It's in state purchasing law. That 333 does not actually apply to local governments. Our chapter is 332, but there is a definition in there, and it's a pretty simple definition. I won't read it to you. You can see it right there at the bottom. So cutting to the chase, when we start talking about, what is local, how do we define a local business? We can use 333. Obviously, that's a place to start. When staff went back and looked at the 9 responders, or the 9 offerers, if you will, on the RFP for broker services, based on the information they provided to us and any supplemental information that purchasing would have had to research, we believe all 9 meet that definition, not a very restrictive definition. If we pick a definition, say, well, you must be a Nevada corporation, we find that 2 of those 9 offers would meet that definition, the other 7 might not. We looked at headquartered. We did ask their offers, where are you headquartered? Again, 2 of the 9 would have met that definition. We did ask where would they be servicing our account. Turns out that 5 of the 9 said they would be servicing our account with a Nevada office. And there could be other definitions. We could actually have a combination of definitions. We didn't add it here, but it certainly could be size of the office, perhaps. There's other things you could do. But as I indicated, staff isn't in favor of actually limiting competition. We think competition is good for many, many reasons. But we're trying to be responsive. So I guess the first, I'll just stop here for a moment. We've had several discussions, I think, in briefings, and I guess the question is does the board want to define a restrictive definition for local or small? And what might that be? What might that look like? And I don't know if any of these definitions appeal to the board.
Okay, let's have some commentary. We'll start here with Councilman Anthony, then Councilman Coffin.
Well, thanks, and I appreciate you looking into this, but it seems to me you can't define local. I mean, you're the only one that kind of fits everything is the NRS, but to actually sit down and put down a definition of this is local in terms of the actual awarding of an RFP, it sounds like what you're saying, it's very difficult to do that. So, but I know since I've been here, we kind of always talk about making sure we hire local people, and we try to support our local companies, but you can't technically, it's hard to define that. So I guess from my standpoint is, we do have this discussion of philosophy about hiring locals, but when it comes to actually issuing an RFP, there's a lot of factors that go into selecting somebody depending on what the RFP is and what the factors are. And, we're always trying to pick companies that do business with us that are the best for, the city of Las Vegas. So, try to hire local, but, the RFP is the RFP, the way it shakes out. I mean, that's because you're trying to be as objective as possible when you have 10 companies and you're issuing an RFP. You don't want people coming in and saying, well, you subjectively rewarded it because of this and that, because that causes nothing but appeals and heartache. So
I'm glad
I don't know if that's helpful or not, but that's, I don't see anything else unless somebody has any other ideas.
Okay, if you want to respond, then Councilman Coffin and then Councilman Barlow.
My turn?
Please.
Thank you, Mayor. As someone who spent 46 years in the insurance business, and I've retired just the last couple of years, I think that I'm as sensitive as anybody to what happens in that business. Now, I was never licensed in the property casualty field. It was strictly life and health. But we saw the same syndrome in the life and health business, and we do have some life and health products here, so there should be room for local brokers, so to speak, in all fields. I think that it is a morale problem when we think that the out-of-town broker, or the out-of-town big giant broker, is better, is more capable, and that's a real slight, and it's taken personally by a lot of local folks who are trained up, who are questing for knowledge constantly, and who have partnerships all over the place to gain the same intelligence, the same information, and the same assets that, frankly, that you see coming in from Aon or Willis or, any of the others that are biggies. There's no question that they have more employees, they have more specialists, they have more narrowly focused employees in those large companies. Our people are generalists to a great degree. But that makes them better because they know the community and they know the products that are successful around here, and they know things that can appeal to our employees as well as to our risk management. And the fact that we've even started to discuss this is important, so your contribution is really welcomed, what you've done. And I'm not sure we're done yet. There are questions because we don't want to inhibit commerce. We want the best price. But frequently the best price kind of depends on who bids. And as I noticed in that one bid flight, I think we only had 2, maybe 3 locals, what we would call locals, Craig and Pike and Karcher, and I'm not sure if Levitt did. Levitt's regional, and so you see them as a, you see their local office size on our spreadsheet, but in fact, they're quite a bit bigger with their emphasis in Utah, I think. So, but they've been here a long time, and we consider them local, at least those of us in this business. The point I want to try to make is that I think we need to reach out more and more and get people to respond and to tell them that we want to give them a shot, that they have the same standing as Aon and Alliant and Willis and everybody else in this country, so that they know that we appreciate what they know, and with that we don't make the assumption, do not make the assumption that they don't know, because they're very skilled, highly professional, and very well trained. I mean, that is a key thing that we sometimes neglect in all of the professions in this valley, that they're no different than any other profession of highly skilled people who are eager for the business, and they reward us, and then when they get the business, they pay taxes here, and they do the things, and they contribute to the local charities, and they do all that stuff that helps keep our little town moving. And so that is why I hope we continue to move forward here with this quest for definitions. But in the meantime, Mark, I hope that we expand. I hope that we have offerings. I hope we have seminars and other outreach efforts to bring local people in, not just in property casualty, but in life and health and disability. And we let them know and say, come on down. We want to make you aware of what we have. We want you to bid and even partner with other people to bid. Do that. Don't just, if you're a one-man shop, well, that's all right, but you're better off if you've got 10 or 20. It's just, that's kind of normal. But in the meantime, there is talent here, and I just think that we have not been recognizing that as much as we should. It's very easy to deal with people who have big organizations. They fly in and they fly out, and they bring lawyers, they bring actuaries, they can do whatever you want. But so can the local broker, whatever that definition becomes. They have access to the same talent, because all the insurance companies have that talent. A broker knows the company. Once the broker is hooked up with the company, he's got the same talent at hand. So there's a lot of other angles involved. I'll let it go now, Mayor. I appreciate that we now have raised this issue to the forefront. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilman Barlow, will you hold so we can get Councilwoman, and then you, please?
Could I just ask you, Mr. Coffin, how do you define local? I'm having a difficulty. In other words, do you find local as just operating in Nevada, or having the major company offices located in Nevada? Because what I considered local, I then found out maybe wasn't local, because it was, operated from a different state. The majority of their business was not in Nevada. So could you just give me a definition of local? I mean, your definition as someone experienced in the insurance business.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. Councilwoman, it's going to be subjective, because this whole thing is pretty subjective. But, for example, Craig and Pike, Karcher, born here, they really are here. They've invested in our community. Marsh McLennan is a good example. Marsh Mac bought an agency that had been created here. I think Lane and Associates was absorbed. I know that Bruce Lane worked for Marsh Mac.
Excuse me, but now you're listing interpretations of what's local. I just need a definition of local, because what if some other company comes next year, Company X-Ray comes out, and they want to come in and be part of this, and they say they're local. How do you define local, so if I were to vote on local, I know what to vote on?
I think it's, right now it's premature, Councilwoman, but what I was going to try to what I was going to try to tell you is you had local, truly local-born business, Lane and Associates, absorbed later, absorbed by Marsh Mac. And that happens. Levitt, local Levitt became part of the larger Dixie Levitt's group out of Utah.
So you're talking about some people that might have, excuse
Their
me.
antecedents count for a lot,
And
I
you're talking
guess.
about antecedents, okay,
Yeah, I
that's
think
what I
that is,
was.
so that you could have a big name, but they've purchased somebody and the employees in that company.
So the antecedent of the business might play a part in the definition.
It could
That's
be
what I
part
was-
of it, I think. It should be something we recognize because you sort of know who they are. That's how I guess. Thanks through you, Mayor. Appreciate it.
Thank you, and I think too, before it passes over to Councilman Barlow, to add to it, I think what Councilman Anthony alluded to was, just to keep in considerations local and to our best where things are, equitable and not selective because of one thing or another, but really equitable, that the favor goes to local. But if they're not, obviously our business is to do the best thing for the city and the residents and constituents. So, Councilman Barlow, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Actually, I have a question for Mark.
Okay, please.
Yes, question for
Mark, have you worked with any of the interested parties in relation to assisting you or your cohorts in regards to the definition of local?
No, I do not believe we have. We've just been working on it from the information that we have gleaned from both the RFP submittals and what we've been able to do on our own. So there may be other definitions, as I said, that might work.
Okay, because I've met with 3 of the entities that you have on the list in front of us here today, and all of them have stated to me that they would be more than willing and happy to sit down to help, basically explain what they believe local represents, and maybe that will be a helpful tool to you and your colleagues in relation to how to formulate this best for us, because the councilwoman asked a very important question as far as helping to her to identify what that true definition really represents. And so I would recommend that you have an opportunity to pull together, a small group or the interested parties who are interested in doing work with the city to help carve that out for us, because at the end of the day, we spoke about employment nationally here today to include unemployment and employment, economic development more so here in the state of Nevada. And I believe having an opportunity to look out for those Nevadans, specifically the businesses that are paying the taxes and the business licenses that tend to go up, in their words, often, more than what they would like, or other taxes and different things like that. These are individuals that are continuing to put back into our economy. The tax dollars that we pay all of our vendors come from taxpayers here in Southern Nevada. And I see where the rub comes in regards to when we have businesses that we bring on board to provide services for us, who take the lion's share of that money to another state on the backs of our taxpayers. And so that's something that I would actually like to see change moving forward in relation to keeping the lion's share of the dollars here in the city of Las Vegas, so that our residents will have an opportunity to realize the return on its dollars, specifically from a tax base. And so for me, I would recommend that we have an opportunity to pull some type of committee together, if you want to call it that, to see how in fact we could really carve this out and shape it up to where local businesses have not only a fair shot, but a greater shot of keeping the monies that are brought into our community or brought to them from the backs of those taxpayers in our community. And so that's where my feelings and are leaning toward in relation to providing a leg up for Nevada-based businesses.
So in light of this, I think what we're trying to see, I see this as a motionable item that maybe you're being asked, and if this isn't correct, to dig a little further, have a few more meetings. And I was curious too, as to Yolanda and your assessments of local and all of these definitions here to the best of your ability.
Well, obviously, if I may, Mayor, the definitions have to be workable. Descendants is going to be problematic for us to go through people's heritage and, find out who owned what, when. That'll be problematic for staff. Really, the fundamental question that I'm trying to put before you is whether or not we want to, as a policy, have a policy that says that we're going to limit competition to some definition or in some fashion. We don't currently have that policy today. So really, for me, the first question is that what we want to do? Do we want to limit competition to just local only, however we might define that? I will tell you that purchasing does attempt to identify local in their statistics. They do have a measure, and we believe that we're placing about $190 million a year of our buys here locally, about 82%, a little over 80% of our dollars that we spend is spent here locally. That means, yes, that means 18% isn't spent locally, but that's the way competition kind of rolls. So, I mean, to me, we could spend more time, but it's not going to have a different issue. You might recall when we talked about the extension of the current incumbent broker, we had a policy that we had to renew early December. And so we had to take care of that. We have now 16 policies that are going to have to be renewed by July 1st. So I'm not sure that spending more time working on a definition is it's not going to help that particular transaction, I guess. I'm running out of time on placing that broker contract.
Of the two that are Nevada corporations, they only do business in Nevada on this list? The rest are incorporated in another state as well as in Nevada? It's your second item down, Nevada corporations. You have 2 of 9 previous broker offerers meet this definition. What is a Nevada corporation? Are they solely incorporated in Nevada, or are they allowed to be incorporated both in Nevada and Arizona or somewhere?
Well, my belief, based on the 2 you're looking at, there are the 2 that are incorporated in Nevada, and based upon their total employees in the Nevada, it appears as if the data they gave us says they're only operating in Nevada.
Okay, and the rest might be dually operating or coming in from another state to put in their bid?
Your Honor?
Yes, please, Councilman.
There is a solution, actually, that was used by the state for decades until a governor in recent history, and I can't remember which one it was, decided to change the policy. But previously, governors and legislators and public officials in Carson City were besieged with, they were being pestered all the time by the local brokers about having a chance to get the business of the state, which has a lot of business and grows. So what was decided was that in a sort of a non-aggression pact, a treaty, if you will, all the brokers got together. They took their association called the Independent Insurance Agents, Big I guess it is. They became the broker for the state of Nevada. And all of them felt satisfied that they all knew that the association that they represented, that they honored, that they were members of, received the commissions. Commissions to a local broker are going to be the same as your national broker, by the way. So, I want to make sure you're not saying this is going to limit competition, because in a sense, if it's competition for dollars, we're not getting any savings with other brokers. So let's make sure that we could keep it home if we tried an end run like this, because in a sense, you take it and you grab everybody and say, look, it's local. If Aon wants to join the Nevada insurance brokers, and I don't want to exclude anybody because some of these agents are in different associations, but the point is there can be one that can be the conduit, and then you get experts in all fields. They're not competing with each other, they're competing for each other. And so you get experts in aviation and marine and all of the kinds of specialized things that this growing state needs and this city needs. So there is a way, and the state did that for a long time. So consider that possibility. That stops the fighting immediately. Thank you.
Thank you.
Maybe just one last thought in
Yes.
regards to Mr. Vincent's concern in regards to the July deadline of some contracts that are coming up. I believe that by doing this appropriately the right way, Mr. Vincent, that maybe those contracts coming up in July, we'll maintain on the same process today. And as we work towards adjusting any future policy as it relates to thereafter, maybe all those after that point, once you have an opportunity to work with this conglomerate group, if you will, to come up with something that would be feasible to the mayor and council, maybe then thereafter, everyone that comes in after that point will have an opportunity to fall into that new rule possibly.
Okay, thank you. My only comment, and then Mayor Pro Tem, is if all applicants or offerers, as written here, are equitably, I mean, if they are absolutely equal, why can't we just say that in that instance, give deference to locals? Whatever that means. I mean, rather than tie it down to really restricting what you're able to do in the best interest of the overall city.
When you're, Mayor, if I may, when you're evaluating any sort of a professional service contract, really what you're buying is somebody's expertise, and we're talking about brokers here. We can talk about any kind of professional, and so it really comes down to an evaluation which is somewhat subjective, you know, in terms of the breadth of experience, the depth, their ability to handle unusual circumstances, even as Councilman Coffin mentioned, you know, 20 staff of 20 is better than one. There may be generalists, they may be, you know, experts in particular areas. They may have access to them elsewhere. One of the reasons why we've always had a broker is because the city has some interesting transactions from time to time. The City Hall was one. The Smith Center was another one where we needed some really unique help in those transactions and how we were going to provide insurance for those projects. And not every broker has, you know, they don't have that equal experience. And so without having a broker that meets those sort of subjective qualifications, we could do, for example, I was thinking of what Councilman Coffin was saying, we could do what the Clark County seems to be doing at the moment, which is they have a pool of brokers that they have pre-qualified, and they throw the policies into the pool as they come up, and low bid wins. The problem with that is they don't get any professional advice or professional services. They don't, you know, that's not factored into a broker contract, so they're going to have to get that somewhere else. But we could do that. That would be another approach.
I'd just like to weigh in here for a second. There are a couple of things that I think I've heard you say. Councilman Barlow says take more time, sit down with the local brokers and come up with a different definition. I think that's what Councilman Coffin's saying. We've got an imminent issue with the July thing coming up, because if we are going to do an RFP and not just work out another arrangement with Aon for another year, we need to get something out on the street for responses, with or without a local definition. So, you know, Mark has proposed several. One sounds like everybody can meet it, a couple that virtually no one's going to meet it, and one right in the middle. If you want to pick a definition for us to use in this next round of RFPs, there's 4 here that we can easily define and rank against in our competition. If you want us to put together a committee and work through that with, I would suggest all 9 of the people who've responded, and probably open it up to everybody else to come up with some other conversation and whatever may come out of that, we can do that. I would suggest we can't slow our current process down, because these are really important insurance policies for our city, right? So we want to make sure we stay covered appropriately with the right kind of expertise and support from our insurance companies here. So, you know, we can dual track these things if that's what you want to do. We can go ahead and take an interim step today and say, whichever one of these 4 bullets you like, and we'll use that in the next RFP, or you can say, stay the course, put it out for an RFP, and we will, you know, just pick someone by July to be able to make sure that we get our new coverages placed in an appropriate amount of time, which is exactly what we've been doing every year. So you can stay where we are, status quo, don't change anything, don't create a definition. You can say status quo, don't create a definition, don't change anything, and meanwhile, sit down with the local brokers so that by the following July, we have a better, more feedback to create a modified approach. Or pick one of these, put it in this current RFP, and see what happens.
Well,
So those are kind of your three courses of action today that I see kind of rising right to the top.
I think what will be, if we just stay with this is what you've been using, we could be right back where we are today. So, Councilman Beers?
Thanks, Your Honor. I guess, to me, this seems as if it is a tertiary issue that came up during a flawed RFP process, where people who didn't get selected felt that perhaps because the results didn't make sense, that they might have been discriminated against because they are local. We now know, I think, pretty definitively that that's not what happened. We're doing that entire RFP process over again. We've corrected some internal issues. And so to me, this is somewhat of a red herring. I'm trying to think of the motion that I would make here, and I think it is that we take up agenda item 53.
Well, it calls for something. I mean, you could do better than that, Councilman Beers. This is your background. Say something. Okay, you're going to restate yours.
We are the largest municipality in the state of Nevada.
Correct.
We're going to have particular needs of expertise that West Wendover won't.
Correct.
MGM Mirage, Harrah's won't. We have a different set of responsibilities and duties and priorities and risks and ways to mitigate those risks. And so I think closing down their choices is probably a bad strategic move. As it turns out, under the only known definition of local business, all 9 of the applicants to our RFP qualified. So, like I said, the best motion I could come up with would be to take up agenda item 53.
Okay, and I think now we're going to hear from Councilman Anthony go back there, but I think leaving these on the plate as they are and have you do your business as usual. But please, Councilman Anthony, because then we're going to have Councilman Barlow make a motion.
Well, I was going to echo what Bob Beers said. I mean, the only definition, I mean, we're supposed to be following state law, right? I mean,
Right.
That's what we're supposed to do, and state NRS says 333.3363 defines what a local business is, so we should just follow state law, and that's what we follow. And then we issue RFPs based on that.
Okay. I think this side we've got some thought here. It's maybe a little different down there, but we'll see if there's a motion made. Go for it.
Before he makes the motion, Mayor, can I
Yes.
just make a comment and stretch
Yes.
this out a little longer?
Okay, go ahead, because whatever lunch was hot is now cold, so it doesn't
Well,
matter.
I think I think what we're trying to do is create an opportunity for our local brokers to participate, and I see that. And I think you've already answered the question regardless of any of these 9 local brokers, and they are, clearly. You cannot disagree, though, with what Councilman Beers is saying in regards to we're a different animal. We are the largest municipality. We have a fiduciary responsibility to our taxpayers as well to get the very best deal out there. Now, if we could just find that happy medium where we get the very best deal out there for our taxpayers and our residents and provide a level of local participation.
Right.
And I don't know if that's how we do it. And maybe in the RFP, we've crafted that if you happen to win the RFP, you have to have a certain percentage of local broker participation. Is that an option? Through the mayor, to one of you.
One of the things that we had talked about is that we work out a way to require local broker participation in whatever brokerage agreement is awarded. That is something that we would negotiate after, basically, as we work out the contract for that coverage. The issue is, and we can pursue that if that's what you tell us you'd like for us to do. That would require that broker to work with potential local brokers, people who have offices here.
But not always.
No, they would not. We would
only
be
at certain
requiring them
times.
to pick partners. I mean, and we do that in other places. We require law firms to have a local presence. We
Correct.
require architects to have a
Right.
local presence. Part of it's based in state law. So, I mean, there is a way to get there from here.
To have a local presence.
But it really, it's still going to be subjective. I mean, let's just be blunt. Unless you guys pick one of these or say we're not picking one, it will be subjective.
Well,
There
it
is
can
no
be all of these
easy
and have a
answer.
local presence. All right, Councilman Barlow,
Mayor.
let's go to bed with this.
Yes, let's see if we can put this to sleep. Betsy, you gave us 4 options. Would you repeat number 3?
Oh, you're killing me with that. All right, so let me just restate what I think I said.
Well, let me just say it this way. What I would like to see is that we continue to move forward on the track that we are, so that we don't disturb the July the July contracts that are coming up. So therefore, we move on parallel tracks, moving forward, working with all interested parties to help structure the city in the best possible solution to whereas the local brokers have an opportunity not only to bid, but to be in a position to partner, depending on what that language comes out, to prepare us for the next wave of contracts in the future.
I second that motion. Okay, there's a motion.
So a 2018 implementation of a local definition after committee work. Just making
2018
sure
or
I
2017?
understand.
2018 or 2017?
2017,
2017.
1 year from this
1 year
current year's
From this current fiscal
awards.
cycle. Yes, ma'am. That's my motion.
Okay, so let's repeat that motion, would you please?
So there's no local preference in this next offering. There will be no definition. We will do a regular competition process. 9 or more will probably respond. And based on our evaluation criteria, we will recommend 1, more than likely to you as a broker. Meanwhile, you have asked us to assemble the people who have been responsive in the past to ask them to help us define what local means. That's what I hear you saying. And that we bring that back someday to you, but that will not influence this next selection, but a subsequent selection,
take
likely
it
in
up later.
2017.
That's good, that's good.
Yes.
Okay, so that's the motion, everybody
Honor?
got it?
Would the maker of that motion entertain breaking that into 2 separate motions? Because I cannot support the idea of limiting the staff's choices under any extra legal criteria in the future. I like the portion about moving forward now to hit our July 1 deadline. I don't like
Okay,
the part about.
let's stop right with
So
that.
can we-
And would you accept that first, so we can get the first phase to get this through to for the July 16, 17 budget? And then you come back,
I
the
don't-
second piece would be for the local going forward in 17 for 17, 18.
Does that need to be posted, or do we need to couch this into this item that's before us here today? Derek?
Councilman Baller, the item that's before you is for the upcoming RFP 160112PH that will be awarded for July of 2016.
Yes.
So I think you had stay the course, go forward with, as
As
status
is,
quo.
right.
Keep going forward, but then also directing staff to go forward with additional action, working with committee, and come back in 2017.
Correct.
Did that sound right? Yeah.
And that can be all under one motion, correct?
What you have before you is the issuance of this upcoming July 2016 award.
So do I take out the second component?
Correct.
Okay.
That's what
So
Councilman Barlow.
so my first motion would be to move for approval, subject to all conditions.
Okay, there's a motion?
But
Hold on.
clarification, move for approval on
What
the
you just
option
read.
3, which Ms. Fratwell had stated.
It basically directs us to follow the process we have used in the past, which means we open it for competition to anyone, and there is no local broker definition in the next competitive solicitation.
Finish this.
That's what I'm interpreting that to be. So if I'm
For
wrong.
2016.
For this, right, for
Yes.
2016. Now,
That's-
you will be limiting us, let me be frank, it would limit us, the way that's framed, to a one-year solicitation. Oftentimes, we're doing 2 or 3 with, extension abilities, so that will limit us for looking at 1 year. But if that's what y'all want, then we'll go for 1 year, and we'll have another discussion about local brokers subsequent to this.
That's correct.
Okay.
That'll be my motion.
And that motion's up there already, so please vote. We'll post.
Your Honor, as I
Yes,
vote no, I have to explain why. There is a whole separate section of state law that describes purchasing procedures for local governments seeking professional services. And the motion before us proposes to circumscribe that process, shorten it, restrict it. And I don't believe that that benefits my taxpayers in Ward 2 at all. In fact, there is a time element in the acquisition of insurance, and it's likely that we would receive a lower cost per year on a 3-year contract compared to a cost per year on a 1-year solicitation for a contract, rather. That we would receive a lower annual price on a 3-year solicitation for business than we would for a 1-year solicitation. And for that reason, I must oppose this motion, Your Honor.
Okay, and I would like to withdraw my vote, because I'm in agreement with that, and feel that we're trying to save the dollars and do the right thing, but if then we're committed to a 3-year contract, is that what this is?
It was originally bid, I think, as a 3-year with possible extensions, original, but that's the one that obviously
So that would bind us on this one, but we could proceed with the local definition for future. Please.
Yeah, okay, I'm getting a little frustrated. We don't need to complicate this anymore. I think Betsy, I think Mark, we need to go down the same path we're going, as we always have in years past. And once you sit down with that broker, there needs to be a local participation requirement in those negotiations. That simplifies everything. They do all the hard work. They do all the heavy lifting. We're not limited to anything, and we go in that direction. That's kind of what my train of thought is here in regards to simplifying this process. So I don't know if Councilman Barlow would consider that, and Councilman Coffin support that.
That's actually exactly what the motion is. That's exactly what the motion is.
Well, they're a little different. So what I hear Councilman Ross saying, and I don't know procedurally, Terry, you might need to jump in here. There may need to be a vote on your current motion. Your current motion, the way I understood it, was that we would stay the course with a solicitation without a local broker definition or requirement. We will see what comes out of that, and then we will bring you back a recommendation of someone to take that contract so that we have insurance as of July. Meanwhile, on a separate track, so not related to that, we would sit down with local brokers, or brokers in general, I suppose.
That's correct.
And have a conversation about what does local mean, quote unquote, and see if we can come up with something different than these 4 bullet points that are on the screen that you're looking at, based on that feedback.
That's why we
That would not influence,
bifurcated the motion.
yeah, that would not influence this current request for proposals or solicitation of work. It would influence a future one.
That is correct.
Which Councilman Barlow wanted to have it influence the 2017 selection, all right?
That's correct.
But you were talking then, reference to Councilman Beers, we possibly will end up with a 1-year contract where we would save money having a 3-year contract.
You could have a longer duration contract that yields you greater savings, enhanced service, whatever it is. That's normally why we do longer term contracts. So, I mean, if you're uncomfortable with a shortened duration, in order to afford us time to have that conversation with the local brokers and attempt to define local brokers using their feedback versus our research of what other cities have done and what we heard from the local brokers, then you would vote against his motion. If you want it to be a longer duration, then you vote against that. If you want it to be a shorter duration with a new definition developed over the next 12 months or so, then you would support the
But
motion.
this is in fact 1 year is what he is suggesting, and then defining the local, and there could be a cost savings. Were we looking at this contract coming as a 3-year contract? Yes, Mr. Vincent.
I have another suggestion that I think meets the concern about the multi-year contract.
Let me kick in on this.
Most, 16 of these policies, as I said, are going to have to be renewed by July 1st, so you have to roll that back. Why? And the current extension with Aon expires on June 30th. Why don't you authorize us to extend Aon's contract into that bevy of agreements, of insurance products, and then give us the same direction to work with the brokers, all the brokers, to bring that back so that I'm not necessarily getting a 1-year pricing, if you will. I'm just getting an extension on the existing. Come back with a definition. If you like that definition and want to give us direction how we incorporate that in the next RFP, then we're not dealing with a 1-year RFP that frankly is, for other reasons, is going to be problematic because of the previous process.
Then, Mayor, I'll amend my motion to what Mr. Vincent has shared. So I'll amend my motion to extend and roll over the Aon contract into the 2017.
We just would essentially need an extension probably. We have to extend it from June 30th.
To extend the contract from June 30th, 2015 to June 30th, 2016.
Right.
17.
16 to 17.
From 16, June 30th, 2016 to June 30th, 2017,
Okay.
for clarification.
And then you'll move forward with the definition of local, et cetera.
And,
All right.
and well, that's just one piece, because I have to come back and vote on the parallel track.
But I
That
think
was
he
asked to
also,
be.
it was already in there. Yes, Councilman Beers.
I'm afraid I can't support that motion either.
That's fine.
Having talked with a number of the brokers who bid on this in response to our earlier RFP, several have pointed out some significant, what they believe are, I guess, flaws in our insurance strategy that present opportunities for significant savings to the city. And for that reason, I believe pretty strongly that the city needs to be freed up to move forward with the RFP process, solicit ideas, and move forward with the process unimpeded by this, what I believe strongly is a tertiary discussion that was designed to avoid the primary issue that plagued our earlier RFP that our city has, in fact, already dealt with and eliminated.
Mayor,
Thank you. Yes, Councilman.
on that point, that may just prove the lie about how bigger is better. We're dealing with bigger people, and if we are not, if strategically we're making mistakes, then something is wrong with the present policy, present process. However, I'm not objecting to moving forward a year with the same exact process, extending the contract for these guys. And I do want to say another thing. You don't guarantee, sir, better price. You don't guarantee taxpayer savings with a longer contract. It all comes due because it's based on risk, frequency of claims, and the size of the claims. In the end, you pay. What you're doing is you're renting the services of someone to try to help you control that stuff. But in the end, you're going to pay, whether you have a 1-year, a 5-year, or a 10-year. It doesn't matter. So let's make sure we don't recognize this as a motion that somehow would be against the taxpayer's interest, because it really wouldn't be. You'll find that people that get a long contract, then they realize they bought a loser, and they jack the price up big time. It just happens. And some people lower the premium with a 3-year bid, let's say, because they know they can buy the business. That's an old industry term, buy the business, get in low, raise it later. Thank you.
All right, there's a motion, and some of us have voted, and some of us have not. So if you'll cast your votes, and Councilwoman is not here, so will you please post to see if it carries? The motion carries. Thank you.
And Mayor,
Yes.
as a follow-up to my second motion, I would
You
like
want
to...
to give them an instruction, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Please.
I would like to direct staff to move forward on parallel track to work with the local community in order to bring back not only the definition of local, but I know Councilman Coffin, you had mentioned the associations as well, and so I will depend on your expertise to pull that together and have something back for us 12 months from now.
Thank you. Thank you.
If not sooner.
Okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So that's just
Appreciate it.
direction, right?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we have obeyed, thank you very much, Mr. Vincent and Yolanda, thank you so much. The agenda item 51's been obeyed to April 6th. Agenda item 52 has been stricken. So we're now on to boards and commissions. Agenda item 53, possible action, Traffic and Parking Commission, Michael A. Aguilar, term expiration March 3rd of 2016. The member of this board was appointed by the mayor and confirmed by the city council such that one member shall reside in and represent each of the 6 wards, and one member shall represent the city as a whole. Mr. Aguilar occupies Ward 6 resident seat and was originally appointed to the seat in February 2012. He is eligible and wishes to be reappointed. Options are reappoint Mr. Aguilar or appoint a new Ward 6 rep to fill the seat. Mayor Pro Tem, recommendation?
Move to reappoint.
Fine, there's a motion to reappoint Mr. Aguilar. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Agenda item 54 for possible action. Civil Service Board of Trustees, Rodney Jordan. Term expires March 21st, 2016. Board of Civil Service Trustees is comprised of 5 members appointed by the City Council for a 4-year term. Mr. Jordan was originally appointed in 2012. He is eligible and wishes to be reappointed. The option is for any member of City Council to recommend the reappointment of Mr. Jordan or recommend a new member. Councilman Barlow, I understand you have a recommendation.
Move for reappointment.
Motion to reappoint, please vote and please post. Motion carries. Agenda item 55, recommending committee bills eligible for adoption at this meeting. Bill number 201-7. Councilman Barlow, would you like the bill read?
Yes, ma'am.
Please, if you would.
Thank you, Your Honor. Bill number 2016-7, an ordinance to repeal Las Vegas Municipal Code 10.04.010 pertaining to interference with a peace officer and to provide for other related matters.
Move for approval.
Thank you. This motion to approve agenda item 55. Please vote and please post.
Yes, okay.
Motion carries. Agenda item 56, bill number 2016-8. Councilman Barlow, would you like the bill read?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor. Bill number 2016-8, an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city to particularly describe the land to be annexed, to make its inhabitants subject to the laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide for other related matters. Annexation 61556.
Move for approval.
Motion to approve on agenda item 56. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Agenda item 57, bill number 2016-9. Councilman Barlow, would you like the bill read?
Yes, ma'am.
Please.
Bill number 2016-9, an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city to particularly describe the land to be annexed, to make its inhabitants subject to the laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide for other related matters. Annexation 61835.
Move for approval.
Motion to approve on agenda item 57. Please vote and please post. Okay, bill number, this is agenda item 58, bill number 2016-10. Councilman Barlow, would you like to have the bill read?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor. Bill number 2016-10, an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city to particularly describe the land to be annexed, to make its inhabitants subject to the laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide for other related matters. Annexation 61840.
Move for approval.
Motion to approve on bill number 2016-10. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Agenda item 59, recommending committee bills eligible for adoption later meeting. Bills number 59, bill number 2016-12 will be heard at a later meeting. We'll move on to new bills. Number 60, items 60 through 62, bills number 2016-13 through 2016-15 will be heard at the recommending committee meeting on Monday, February 29th, 2016. City Attorney, would you read those bills, please?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Bill number 2016-13, an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city, particularly describe the land to be annexed, to make its inhabitants subject to the laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide further related matters. Bill number 2016-14, an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city, to particularly describe the land to be annexed, to make its inhabitants subject to the laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide further related matters. And Bill number 2016-15, an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city, to particularly describe the land to be annexed, to make its inhabitants subject to the laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide further related matters.
Thank you very much. New bills 2016-13 through 2016-15 are assigned to Councilman Barlow, Ross, and Anthony. Thank you. This morning's session of the City Council meeting is now in recess. We will start the afternoon session promptly at 1 o'clock. It's amazing. I think this is our first time in months. They're long.
We are adjourned, right?
Yeah, until 1 o'clock. So
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's 2 minutes after 1,
We're missing one.
so we are waiting for 1, 2, 3. Is anybody roving? Oh, there he is. Okay. So we are back here, starting with 63. For possible action, any items that the council staff and/or applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. The applicant has requested that agenda items 67 and 68 be tabled. That is GPA 58199 and ZON 58200. The applicant owner is DFA LLC on 28.55 acres at the northeast corner of Bonanza Road and Clark Drive. The applicant has requested an abeyance of agenda items 69 and 70 to the April 20th meeting of 2016. That is GPA 62126 and ZON 62127. Applicant is Alan Rothstein, owner, Mexican Gold and Oil Exploration Trust, and Drake Rothstein on 4.3 acres located on the northwest corner of Pioneer Way and Hickam Avenue. And that's my motion, Mayor.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote and please post.
I haven't signed in. Might help sign in.
Okay. And post if you would, please. Motion carries. We'll move on to agenda items 64 and 65 may be considered in one motion, one vote. They're considered routine, non-public, and public hearing items with no condition changes. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or member of the council not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this portion of the agenda. Agenda item 64, EOT 62829, applicant owner Garden City LLC, and a request for an extension of time for a non-conforming motor vehicle dealership new use at 5750 Sky Point Drive, TC Town Center Zone, SCTC, Service Commercial Town Center, Special Land Use Designation, Ward 6, with Councilman Mayor Pro Tem. Agenda item 65, SUP 62233, applicant Lolo's Chicken and Waffles, owner Weingarten Realty Investors, on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 6,435 square foot restaurant with alcohol at 2040 North Rainbow Boulevard, C1 Limited Commercial Zone, Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. Both items are recommended for approval by staff, and the Planning Commission recommends approval of 65. These are public hearing items which I declare open. If there's anyone wishing to be heard on these items, please come forward and state your name.
Mayor,
Yes, please.
I would like to pull item number 65 to be heard.
Okay. Hearing none, we will close the public hearing. And since Councilman Barlow wants to talk on 65, can I have a motion on 64, please?
I would make a motion to approve agenda item 64, Mayor.
Motion to approve agenda item 64. Please vote and please post. And on agenda item carries. On agenda item 65, let me reread it. SUV 62233, applicant Lolo's Chicken and Waffles, owner Weingarten Realtor Investors, will request a special use permit for a proposed 6,435 square foot restaurant with alcohol at 2040 North Rainbow, C1 Limited Commercial. Councilman.
Yes, Mayor. Whenever there's an opportunity for new business coming into the city of Las Vegas, I believe that we do a very good job as far as announcing and publicizing and celebrating new business. And this is most definitely a new business to Las Vegas, but not a new business in regards to the business that they've been conducting throughout the state of Arizona. And I believe they have another state that they will be going into if they're not already there. But they do have a footprint now in the Las Vegas community, Lolo's Chicken and Waffles. And also, they provided lunch for the 7th floor a few weeks back, which I want to thank you for that. The staff really enjoyed the food that you brought up. A number of the council members were not here to receive the lunch, but their staffs most definitely ate all of the food on their behalf because I asked them to, because I didn't want it to get cold. So thank you all so very much. And I just really wanted to bring you forward so that you can talk about your new business, where it's located, and a few minutes of PR.
Absolutely.
Your name for the record.
My name is Richard Windrum. I'm the operating partner of this Lolo's. We're very happy to be part of your district, that's for sure, and we've had kind of a soft opening. However, it's hard to call it soft because it's been extremely busy. We do plan to have a grand opening in April, and hope you all will be able to be present. Our menu is extensive. It's basically soul food, southern food. Chicken and waffles is, a lot of people haven't had it out here, but similar to Roscoe's, we've been told in LA. But, you know, we're looking forward to moving forward. There's several more stores here in Vegas, and what you had spoke of earlier, yes, we are opening one in Dallas, Texas. We're expected in June.
Right. And Mayor, if I may, right before you speak, my wife and I went over on Saturday to go have lunch at your location, and we got to the front door, and there had to be maybe 70, 80 people standing out front, and I thought maybe they were a group waiting to go in until we got to the counter, the entrance, and they said that it was an hour-and-a-half wait. And so I said, well, I won't be eating at your spot today because I'm not waiting an hour and a half, but your entire restaurant was completely full, and it was just unbelievable to see that many people that were interested enough to stick around an hour and a half and wait. So, but I'll be back maybe one of the first ones when you first open versus coming in the middle of the day. But it just goes to show you that apparently you have something that the community most definitely likes and wants, because the line out the door was just truly amazing. Truly amazing. Yes, ma'am.
Lucy Stewart, 2500 West Sahara, representing the applicant. And I just wanted to point out, this is the old Tony Romo's and the Best of the West at Lake Mead and Rainbow.
Right.
And if you let us know when you want to be there, we'll make sure there's no wait for you.
And I want a parking spot.
Absolutely.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. But with that being said, welcome to the City of Las Vegas. Welcome to Ward 5. Much success to you, as it shows that people are already standing in line waiting for your product. So with that being said, I just want to bring them forward to celebrate them, to say welcome to the City of Las Vegas. I'll move for approval subject to all conditions.
Mayor, before we vote on
Yes,
that, Councilman, I'm going to have a hard time supporting this until I've actually tried the food, so.
Well, I did make a disclaimer. I did make a disclaimer that your staff
We'll bring more chicken.
enjoyed the lunch on behalf of each one of my colleagues.
We will bring more.
We will bring more. Okay, this motion, please vote, and please post. I didn't get it either, so that's okay. And please post. Councilman Anthony, we're missing your vote. You probably didn't get any food either, so it's okay.
Yeah.
Look at that, it's unanimous, so I don't know what he did with all the food. It's amazing.
Thank you very much.
Anthony Ruggiero ate all the Mayor Pro Tem's food.
He's down there, he heard, he can confess. Good luck to you. Okay, we are now moving forward, agenda items 93 and 94. 93, VAR 62414, and a request for a variance to allow a street name to vary along the same alignment where such is not allowed on Baltimore Avenue between Las Vegas Boulevard and Fairfield, and agenda item 94, on a request for a street name change from Baltimore Avenue to Bob Stupak Avenue between Las Vegas Boulevard and Fairfield Avenue. The applicant owner is Nevada Stupak. Staff recommends denial, and Planning Commission recommends approval on both items. These are in Ward 3 with Councilman Coffin, or public hearing items which I now declare open. Is the applicant present? Yes, I see he is. And Mr. Perigo, how about giving us some explanation here of what's going on?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The street name change conflicts with the addressing code of the city, and therefore requires a variance, and because it requires a variance, that's why staff is recommending denial.
Thank you very much. And How about saying hello to us? And
Hi.
introducing yourselves, please.
I'm Nevada Stupak. Nice to see you. Okay. Thank you for having me. This is my mother, Sandy. I live at 910 Rancho Circle. This is, something I think with my family coming here, making Las Vegas home. My mom's actually from Australia. She had met my dad there, and his dream was to own a casino in Las Vegas. And, it's a Stratosphere today. So it's just an opportunity to honor him with the 20th year anniversary of the Stratosphere coming up this year in a few months. It's something that we experienced together growing up, all the hard work that goes into pulling something like that off, and the sacrifice that it takes. So we thought it would be an opportunity to be an era. It's a symbol of an era when Las Vegas was different, and we're proud of the accomplishment. And I think that a lot of the people of the community are, and that's why we're here. And so just some facts on the Stratosphere. It's the largest independent employer in the city. It's now officially moved the Strip to the city of Las Vegas, which was always a challenge and something we always fought against. And it's a symbol of Las Vegas. And we're here to, ask for permission, and that's what we're doing. So, thank you.
Anybody wishing to be heard? This is public hearing. Okay.
I would like to speak on Bob's ex-wife.
And your name, please?
Is Sandy Blumen. I'm at 910 Rancho Circle. I would like to go back to the old Bob Stupak that I met in Australia. His dream was to have a casino in Las Vegas. My comment, being Australian, was that's a pipe dream. He said, and he said if he was alive, he'd say it today, he built Vegas well because of me, because I said that he couldn't do it. But on a lighter note, he was a determined young man, very determined. People think he had pots of money. He didn't. Our first venture with Vegas was Perry Thomas from Valley Bank of Nevada, and he said, Stupak, you better make money the first day. Well, it's not that easy. It had 100 rooms. That's all the zoning required back then, 100 rooms. And they were furnished in the most gaudy furniture, blue and orange, because that's all we could afford. But he made it work, and he didn't do it without sacrifice. I mean, my children were babies, and they went without their father a lot, because he was plotting and planning every night. And before I finish, just one funny story. One day he caught me reading the National Enquirer. Nobody reads that. He said, that's the worst publication. You only can read Time or Newsweek. I said, but Bob, the circulation is fantastic. It goes throughout America. It'll make Vegas known. The next thing, he had a full page in the National Enquirer. I want to thank you for your time, and I honestly believe Bob deserves this. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Anyone else wishing to speak on this item? Please state your name for the record.
My name's Gregory Lioce, L-I-O-C-E. I met Bob from an ad in the newspaper in probably 1979, 1980. I went in for a job, and I was with him for probably 15 years off of that newspaper ad. And when I met him, he put me to work right away. We got along. I mean, he was like a brother to me. And one day, we had 100 rooms, and one day I used to block rooms for customers. One day I saw a block of 10 rooms, which was 10% of our hotel. One of our slot manager's daughters was in a very bad car accident. Bob flew the whole family out, put him in the hotel for a month, which was 10% of our occupancy. He paid the hospital bills. He was at the hospital every day and the little girl died. I mean, it was terrible. But that was Bob the man. I mean, the Stratosphere, when the wind blew our sign down, I went in the coffee shop. I said to Bob, "What are you doing?" On a placemat, he was drawing the Stratosphere. That's how it all began. I mean, it was just a different time, a different era. I mean, but that was Bob the man. I could tell you 20 stories like the little girl's story, but I didn't stay with him for 15 years because I liked him, which I did. But he was very good to me. And anything you can do would be greatly appreciated by a lot of people that know him. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming forward.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the council. It's a great honor to be here for such a worthy cause. Bob Stupak and I have been friends. I feel like he's with us today, so I'm going to say in the present tense. Since the 70s, I was chairing
And your
Opportunity
name, please,
Village.
sir?
I'm sorry, Steve Miller. I was chairing Opportunity Village. Bob came along. We didn't ask him. He starts just giving everything to us. And these are the formative years of that wonderful charity. Bob was one of the people who didn't take any accolades. He would not allow us to ever even mention his name at our various ceremonies that we would put on. In fact, he actually told me, he says, "If you mention my name for what I give, for my largesse," he says, "count me out." That was the kind of Bob that I knew. And then I had the honor of sitting on this council when he asked me one day, right out of the blue, it was a Sunday morning, he says, "Would you give me a ride in your airplane?" Which I did. And we went up and we went to the Grand Canyon, had breakfast. Then he says, I've got a special request. He says, "I'd like to go over my hotel at 1,000 feet and just fly around at sunset," which we did for almost an hour. Bob looked out the window of the airplane as we went slowly circling over the top of what then was the Vegas world. And I didn't know what he was thinking. But he kept saying, "Are we exactly 1,000 feet?" And he kept looking at the altimeter. He wanted to be exactly that altitude. And that was, I believe, the moment when he thought about actually putting together something other than an observation tower. He wanted to actually make a restaurant, have something, you know, bigger than a sign idea that he had brought up originally. So as a councilman, I had the great honor of sponsoring, as Councilman Coffin is doing today, in honor of this wonderful man, this tower idea. And I can assure you it was called the Stupak Tower in those years. I never heard the words stratosphere until after Bob passed. But the Stupak Tower, and that is the icon for our city. And this wonderful man, a little quirky, but a really great heart, and this great family, I think, deserve today to get your support in naming Baltimore Avenue West Bob Stupak Avenue. It'll be just fantastic if you do that. I sure would appreciate it. I know a lot of people who knew and loved Bob will thank you for it. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon,
Good
everyone.
afternoon.
These are prescriptions, so that's why I get to
That's
see you.
quite all right. Your name, please.
Thank you. My name's Nancy DeLulo, and I first arrived in Las Vegas in 1974. I worked on the Strip the entire time since I've been in town, in the gaming, and entertainment, and corporate. So I'm very aware of the history of Las Vegas and the significance of all the history that went on the Strip. I remember when Bob Stupak first began to build the Stratosphere and the things people were saying about the property of Vegas World. They kind of mocked it. You know, he bought it in a place that, you know, wasn't going to do well, and all those things that went along with it, I'm sure everyone remembers. But as a citizen, I never met Bob Stupak, but as a citizen of Las Vegas who loves their city so much, I think that he's a man that deserves more than anyone to have that recognition that he worked so hard for. He embodies the spirit of Las Vegas, which is pure abandon, you know, hard living, all those things that the pioneers had, where they have no fear and great insight. And he made something beautiful out of the lot that nobody said he could. And I'm so proud every time I come home or wherever I am, when I see the Stratosphere, it gives me a feeling of warmth. And I think that the whole city would benefit by having his name that he so rightly deserves on that street. And I thank you
so
all
much.
for your time.
Thank you so much for coming to tell us about
Yes.
your relationship with him.
Thank you,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
Good afternoon. My name is Pastor Dan Winkler. I'm a pastor of Casa de Luz, which is in Ward 3, a couple blocks from the Stratosphere. I've been a resident of Las Vegas for about 30 years and have lived in that ward for about 7 years. I'm just here to let you know that along with the legacy that Bob Stupak left behind, the most important part to me is his family. And every time we've tried to do something to enhance the neighborhood, some type of outreach, I've always been able to count on Nevada Stupak, his sister Summer, their whole family. And I just think that as one of the property owners in the neighborhood, it would be a great honor to have that street named after Bob Stupak. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor. We appreciate the work you do in the neighborhood, too. Thank you. Where is the statue of Bob? There was a statue of your father?
The statue, the last, was at the Gamblers Museum.
Gamblers Museum.
Okay. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just recalled.
No problem. I'm Doug Crook, 650 South Main Street, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89101. And I've known the Stupak family for approximately 30 years. I grew up with Nevada and Summer and Sandy and Bob, and I just wanted to come show my support and say that I couldn't think of anybody better to name a street after, especially in that location, than Bob Stupak. Thank you.
Thank you for coming forward.
Good afternoon, Council and Mayor Carol Goodman. We seem to be running into each other. My name is Christoph, first name is Chris. I've been in the area of Naked City when it should have been something great back in those days, as your husband, who tried many days of cleaning it up. I know we sat with him in the vehicle and he kept shaking his head. We're not going to talk about history, we're going to talk about the future. The future is this. I live off from Twain and Payco, and Payco runs, it's the most primary, beautiful area, goes up, over. Now I see what I read between the lines, that since Baltimore is an avenue, it is a through street from Las Vegas Boulevard west to Tam Drive. Proposing a street name, Confederate, could potentially cause confusion. Well, I'm going to tell you something. If you run into Naked City, it's always a confusion. It's not humorous, it's the way it is. Many areas in our whole area are still streets going in different ways and people get confused. So to make something and talk about confused, let's understand a great, wonderful man who brought his expertise in gambling and food and entertainment. It's just like many other on the freeway. We talk about Bruce Woodbury, other great entertainment, Sinatra, Dean Martin. Dean Martin's not along. I was up Polaris many times because of accidents in the past month. Let's give what we call a concern of our people who made Las Vegas great then and wants to continue. But a street is not to be taken for granted like you put it on a high school or a grammar school. None of our military people that I represent with the Marine Corps League has any street named after any great hero. So understand, this is not about a street, this is about politics. And I don't believe politics should be involved when we have streets where that street, Fairfield, the Three Stooges had property there. And other people who own cab companies that had property there. So we got to give recognition, and the man whose father, that's his father, made it possible to create a park and other things where other people look the other way and say, let somebody else pay for it. So I'll give you this thought, that we must respect the people who some of you don't like or you don't care, But if we're not going to concern and say, well, we're going to keep this for 2 years, and if everybody doesn't like it, we'll throw it out there. That's not the way you do it with streets. Thank you, and hope that we see each other soon at the RTC.
Thank you. Thank you for coming forward. Anybody else, please, come forward. Okay, hearing and seeing none. Councilman Coffin.
Well, if I want to-
Agenda item 93.
Councilman Barlow may choose to speak first. He's got a story to tell about.
No, I don't have a story to tell.
You don't have a story to tell. Okay. Well, there were
I do
several you told
have
me.
something to say.
Okay, good then. I'm going to make motions to approve, but I'd like to let others speak first then.
Councilman Barlow, please.
Thank you. And good to see you, Nevada.
Nice to see you, sir.
We go back to our childhood.
Yeah.
It's good to see you, man.
Great to see you.
And I think this is a great celebration and opportunity to honor your father. I think it's something that's most definitely deserving, specifically with the rich history that he has brought to this community for many, many years. And for what a lot don't know is the fact that I was the first maitre d' at the Top of the World restaurant. And before the elevator was working, Mayor, we had to every morning walk the staircase and go up and go to work every day by walking all the stairs. And I just received a text message from my brother. Apparently there's some type of fundraiser or something to where is something in the near future within the coming months where the public will have an opportunity to walk the staircase. And maybe you know about it, maybe you don't, but he just sent me a text about that, and I told him absolutely not. I've walked the Stratosphere steps long enough as an employee. I don't need to go back and do that, but I do have very fond memories of not only working there, but having an opportunity for you and I to grow up together and to have been a part of, you know, the long, rich history of your father and all that he has contributed to the Las Vegas community. So you most definitely have my full and undivided attention and support in this matter moving forward. So good to see you, man.
Great to see you. The firefighters do train there, so they're the ones walking it.
All right.
Yeah.
Nevada, were you approaching because you had something to say?
Oh, I thought I was supposed to, so I apologize.
No, it's all,
Okay.
you did perfect.
Okay, thank you so much.
No, I think we'll try to keep this brief. I don't know when the celebration's going to be. We'll have a date sometime in March, is it? What is the anniversary of the tower?
The end of April is the actual anniversary.
At the end of April?
Mm-hmm. And so.
Okay,
we
well, I
wanted to
think
get
that's when we should do everything, correct? We should put up the street naming at that date?
That would be great. So
Okay.
I'd like to coordinate that with Philippe.
All right. I'm assuming this is going to pass unanimously. Well, I'm grateful. A lot of things that haven't been said about Bob include the fact that the family donated land along in the Naked City area, upon which now we have the Bob Stupak Community Center. And across the street from that, we have one of our very newest parks, a small one for the kids, and it's called Stupak Park, Stupak Family Park. That's the kind of thing that Bob did. He was always willing to deal with everybody. And as a true gambler, he always wanted to get an edge like every good gambler would. And so when he made trades, he wanted to make sure he tried to get the best into the deal. So the city traded that semicircle of land over there behind the Stratosphere, which was the Stupak Tower, I think, and ended up with this nice land, though, down where it really is doing some good in the neighborhood. I knew Bob, not as well as his fellow gamblers did, because he was a gambler in the real sense of the word, a risk taker, and he undertook this project without nearly the amount of capital that you would need to do it. It was stunning what he did, and how he got money to do it, I don't know. It's just like, I still wonder, and I know, by the way, the Stratosphere people support this resolution, just so everybody knows. And there's only one other landowner in this block, and that is the Aztec Casino, and they are in support. Mr. Gary Voss, the owner, has signed his approval, and I think that is important. This is a real name change, and so it's not just a ceremonial change. But Bob was a charitable person. I know of some of the things he did, and he really did not want publicity. And so I think he'd feel good about this, but I don't think he would have asked for it. I've often thought we should continue to call the tower the Stupak Tower, because we still call the Eiffel Tower after Gustav Eiffel, who did it, who designed it and conceived it. But that's the kind of thing people do to really remember momentous occasions. And that tower had some strange happenings as it was being built. A little crooked here, a little there, and a little correction made to, fix that cosmetic problem, and Lord knows what else. But and it burned, of course. How can you burn a concrete tower? Well, the forms burned. And so that stalled things for a while, but it got finished. And the stories about that were legion. I don't know how many contractors quit in the process of all of that or were fired. So Councilman Miller has talked about the origin, and now here we are 20 years later. So I'm looking forward to a great big party, and I know the council will all be there, and we'll all be invited. The whole town will probably be invited. We'll close off Baltimore and have a big wingding out there and have the name done that time. And I don't know if anybody else has anything more to add. There'll be plenty to be said there. And so therefore, I will now move for approval of item 93.
Okay, there's a motion on agenda item 93. Would you please vote and please post? Motion carries. And on agenda item 94. Councilman?
Your Honor, I now move for approval of item 94 to officially make this name change.
There's a motion on agenda item 94. Would you please vote and please post?
Unanimous.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations. We'll look forward.
Really appreciate it. And I'll be in touch with everyone about the celebration. So it's an honor to be here today. Thanks so much.
We're thrilled. Thanks. You're on your way to travel safely.
Mr. Mayor, Mrs. Mayor,
okay.
could I just say something to Nevada? I want you to know that one of the finest lawyers in the country, probably not well known in Nevada, but who has made millions of dollars off of lawsuits and who represented us during the NC2A at one time, she could have gotten married any place, and she got married at your place. I just wanted you to know that. And we were all there, and it was a wonderful time, and that just shows you that people, very intelligent woman, could have gone any place, and that's what she picked. So I wanted to let you know that. That's all.
Awesome.
Thanks. Bye-bye. Okay, now we're back in the routine of agenda item now 66. DIR 62634, public hearing, applicant Hellfire Media LLC, owner State Bar, Nevada, for possible action on a request to designate the Wengert House as a historic building on the City of Las Vegas Historic Property Register as approved by the Historic Preservation Commission, HPC 62223 on .7 acres at 600 East Charleston Boulevard, PR Professional Office and Parking Zone, and that's Ward 3 with Councilman Coffin. Planning and staff recommend approval. This is a public hearing, and I declare it open.
Mayor?
And the applicant or representatives present. Good
Mayor?
afternoon.
Excuse me, Mayor. If I could just make a disclosure. As you know, I'm the president-elect of the State Bar of Nevada. The State Bar of Nevada no longer owns this building, so Hellfire Media currently owns it outright. So State Bar sold it and we closed on it.
You don't
in
have
January.
you don't have a piece of Hellfire Media
We do
LLC?
not. We do not. Just so that I will be advising on this if you need me. Okay, thank you.
Wonderful, thanks. Hello, please state your names and go forward.
Hello, I'm Jeff Engelhardt. I'm representing Hellfire Media. My address is 2015 East Windmill Drive. I'd like to submit for the record the change of ownership documentation. Thank you.
Okay, if you'll give those to the clerk, here we come.
And I'm Heidi Swank. I'm with Nevada Preservation Foundation, 620 South 11th Street, 89101. And I'm really here just to answer any questions you might have about the application. And we're really excited to recognize Cyril Wengert as an important figure in our history by designating his home.
Wonderful. Anyone from the public who wishes to be heard? This is a public hearing item. I'll close the public hearing. I mean, this is exciting. Do you have the history of the different businesses and families that owned this or occupied this facility?
We know that it was built in 1938 by Cyril Wengert when he became an incorporator of what is now known as NV Energy. I've been told that NV Energy still has a Wengert conference room. But it was basically in the Wengert family until 1972, when it became a law office and then the State Bar building, and now being owned by Hellfire Media. But basically it was for a very long time the residence of the Wengert family until I think Lottie, when she passed away in 1972.
Was the Schreck law offices in there?
I think that was the law
For a
office that was
long
in
time,
there,
yeah.
in the 70s until the State Bar took it over later.
And what is going to happen to the building now?
Yes, it will be a museum with a collection, various collections that have been acquired throughout the duration of the television show and the new owner's life. Oddities, interesting items that people can survey and hopefully will like. Thank you.
And I believe there'll also be a room in there for dedicated to Cyril Wengert, so folks can learn a little bit about local history there too.
Wonderful. Any questions, comments before I turn this over to Councilman Coffin? Please, Councilman Coffin, then.
Thank you. The Wengert family were pioneers here. D.F. Wengert was an employee and official of the railroad when they came through in 1905, and so people stayed and kind of became that connection and helped Las Vegas connect to both Salt Lake and Los Angeles that way. So Wengert's had an unbreakable connection to our city's founding, and it's really nice to see the building continuing. Frank Schreck added quite a bit of footage to that house. So the original house is still there, though, and the additions were almost perfect in terms of matching the original part of the house. So I do not know if you take the segment of the house that is original and make that the historic part, and then the rest of it just on the property, or if in fact you designate the whole thing as historic, because it isn't all that old. But they did a wonderful job keeping the original house.
They did, I agree, Councilman Coffin, and usually the whole building gets named there with the note in the public record that the additions are not from the historic period, not from the period of significance. But like you said, there was some very, very thoughtful additions. They maintained the half timbering, the steep roofs. There was some very nice architecture done. And I think it's a really great example of how we can reuse our smaller historic homes in areas that may now be commercial and add expansions onto them and not undermine the historic integrity.
Well, thank you very much, Assemblywoman Swank, my representative in the legislature. Thank you. If there are no further questions on this, I move for approval of item 66.
Thank you very much. There's a motion to approve agenda item 66. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Thank you. Good luck. Agenda items 67 and 68 have been tabled. Agenda items 69 and 70 have been obeyed to the 20th of April. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. 69 and 70. You have that? Ms. Clerk? Okay. Thank you. So here we are at 71, 72, 3, 4, 5, and 6. 71, GPA 62212 on a request for a general plan amendment from MLA medium-low attached density residential and SC service commercial to GC general commercial on 7.59 acres on the east side of Rancho Drive, 880 feet north of Lone Mountain Road. Agenda item 72, ZON 62213, and a request for a rezoning from C1 limited commercial to C2 general commercial on 7.58 acres on the east side of Rancho Drive, 880 feet north of Lone Mountain Road. Number 73, VAR 62590, on a request for a variance to allow no improvements to an existing private street to allow no cul-de-sac where such is required for proposed commercial development on 15.05 acres at the northeast corner of Rancho, Lone Mountain Road. 74 SUP 62214, and a request for a special use permit for proposed 52,563 square foot motor vehicle sales use at the northeast corner of Rancho Drive and Lone Mountain Road. And number 75 SUP 62215, and a request for a special use permit for a proposed auction house use with a waiver to allow outdoor display, sales, or storage of merchandise at the northeast corner of Rancho and Lone Mountain Road. And number 76, SDR 62217, on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 52,563 square foot motor vehicle sales use with a waiver to not orient the building to the corner where such is required on 15.05 acres at the northeast corner of Rancho Drive and Lone Mountain Road. The applicant is CarMax Auto Superstore West Coast LLC, and the owner is GRBS GG LLC and Sunstone Ranch LLC. Items 73 through 76 are C1 Limited Commercial, excuse me, and C2 General Commercial proposed, C2 General Commercial Zone. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval on all items. These are in Ward 4 with Councilman Anthony and our public hearing items which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Yes, Your Honor, we are. Chris Kempfer and Stephanie Allen. Comer Kempfer here on behalf of a client of which we're very proud to introduce to the City of Las Vegas, CarMax. We're going in an area that Stephanie will define in a little more detail that I think appreciates, and I think most of the neighborhood, if not all of the neighborhood, appreciates not just what's going in there, but what's going out of there, which is an adult bookstore. So Stephanie's going to go into details. I think it's very important to note, though, and I'd like to say for the record, I've been in conversations with John Moran today. John represents the owners of the property to the north, and there are conditions that John asked be imposed. We fully agreed with those, and Stephanie's going to read those in the record. And those conditions were also read at the time of the Planning Commission, and we would ask that they be imposed on this application, as well as all of the staff, if approved conditions, which are not if approved, the staff approved conditions, which we accept as well. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you.
Ms. Allen's going to get into more of the substantive.
Okay, and if you'll restate your name for the record, please.
Absolutely. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Stephanie Allen, 1980 Festival Plaza, here on behalf of the applicant CarMax. Mr. Jason Pruitt's with us, and I'm going to have him tell you a little bit about CarMax as soon as I give you just a brief overview. As Chris mentioned, if we could direct your attention to the overhead, this is located at the northeast corner of Rancho and Lone Mountain. There's an existing rundown shopping center there with an adult bookstore, so this will be a huge improvement to that area. It's all commercially zoned across from the Santa Fe station to the west. Before we filed the application, we've had 2 neighborhood meetings with the residents in the area. They were all generally very excited to hear that the bookstore would be going away and that CarMax is a very good neighbor that'll be coming in on this corner. As Chris mentioned, we did work with Mr. Moran. He represents the clients to the north, and in addition to staff's conditions, we agreed to 2 specific conditions at the Planning Commission that are already a part of the staff report. The first is that we would provide a 20-foot landscape buffer all the way along the north property line with trees spaced 15 feet on center, and that's already a part of your staff report. And the second was that we would make sure and locate, there's a fuel dispensing area that'll be back in the back area, and we agreed to locate that no closer than 80 feet to the northern property line. So those 2 conditions are important to be recognized and part of the record. We also worked with the neighbors that are just to the east of this property. There are 5 lots to the east 4 out of 5 of those are commercially zoned, although they still have some residential homes on there. Serene Drive, that is, the access point here is a private drive, so we worked with Public Works prior to submitting this application and came up with a plan to do a variance to allow the existing improvements to remain, mainly because it's difficult to obtain permission from 5 property owners to make improvements on Serene Drive. There's an easement that exists just about to right here, but otherwise, this is all private road without which we have permission to develop. Also, maintenance is a concern for CarMax. If they had improved those, maintenance would be a concern because there's 5 different property owners just to the east of it. So staff has been wonderful. They are recommending full approval and support of the application. We appreciate their help, and we're happy to answer any questions that you may have. I'd like to turn it over to Jason just briefly to tell you about CarMax.
And we'd also like to thank Mr. Moran and the neighbors for working with us as well as they have.
There he is. He came. He's behind you.
Oh,
He saw,
He came and he saw and he did it all. He's here.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Yes, please, Mr. Pruitt, welcome.
Hi, my name is Jason Pruitt. I'm a real estate manager for CarMax. Thank you for having us here today. This is our first store in the city of Las Vegas, so we're really excited about that. We currently have 2 stores in the area, but they're located in Clark County and Henderson County. So this will be our first one in the city. We currently have over 150 stores nationwide, and we're the nation's largest used vehicle retailer. We're a Fortune 500 company. We're also on Fortune's 100 Best Companies to Work For list. That's a distinction we're very proud of, and we've been on that list for a number of years. We earned that honor as a result of the great salary and benefits we offer our employees, as well as the great work environment. At this particular location, we expect to bring somewhere between 110 to 130 jobs to the local community. We see this as a great economic development opportunity for the city as a result of those jobs and the investment in this property. We see this as a great opportunity to redevelop an existing commercial property and change the use from the existing use, which includes an adult bookstore, to a use which will bring significant jobs and a good-looking site to the area. Do you have any questions at all about CarMax as a company?
Well, and this is a public hearing. Let me hear from Mr. Parago first, though, if you could.
Thank you, Your Honor. The site design complies with all development standards with a few exceptions that were noted. And because of the design considerations that the applicant discussed and the compatibility of uses with the surrounding developed area, staff recommends approval of all applications.
Lovely colors. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on these items, any one of these items, please come forward and state your name for the record.
How are you, Mayor?
Hi.
Council? My name is Rick Mercer. My address is 4820 Serene Drive, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89130. Can't afford to buy you lunch and don't have any great stories, but they did name a street after my uncle, Irv Marcus. Do you remember Irving? He was good friends with your husband. He died about 6 months ago. Mr. Moran knew him well. I do have some concerns. I'm not sure, well, I don't agree with what was just said. Everybody on that street, we even showed up at the Planning Commission. Our problem is if they're going to put this beautiful facility there, and I'm all for it. I want CarMax there. I want the adult store gone. But I think we need a traffic study done on Serene and Lone Mountain. They may have done one on Rancho, but I'm almost sure of either. I can't find any information where they did a traffic study there. I have pictures here for the court's records if you'd like, just trying to pull out today to get here. It is hard to access Serene Street now. Now, when you start making that access for their business with their auction, it's even going to become more difficult. May I just read something, and maybe you can explain to me? I probably don't understand it, but maybe you guys can explain it to me. Where it says, they're requesting a variance to allow no improvements to an existing private street and to allow no cul-de-sac where such is required for a proposed commercial. I'm not sure what that means. If it's required, why is there a variance? And we all want the street to be improved. Everybody does. We're all for CarMax. And we tried to, we talked to them. As a matter of fact, they were supposed to call me before today. I was supposed to get one more conversation. They didn't do it. So I showed up today just to voice my concern because it matters to us. A $450 billion or whatever it is, dollar company can't afford to improve the street. It bothers me just a little bit. I had to when I bought a 2.5 acre piece. I had to improve the whole road. So that's my main concern. That and the egress and ingress on Serene Street from Lone Mountain is going to be a nightmare.
I'm going to ask Mr. Parago if he'd comment. Of course, this will end with Councilman Anthony, but I think really staff needs to address the questions, please.
Thank you,
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Anderson.
Hi, Your Honor, Bart Anderson, Public Works. The site development plan review does have a condition requiring a traffic impact analysis for this site to determine the traffic loads, and Serene will be a part of that. The current loading on Serene is very, very low, so normally Serene wouldn't justify a traffic study on its own, but the impact of this larger development has justified a TIA, and we have required one, TIA meaning traffic impact analysis.
Excuse me if I might interrupt you, because you sound like you're going to the second piece. When would the traffic study take place?
It's required, it's condition number 26 of the SDR, and they have to get that traffic study approved before they can pull any permits or develop anything on the property.
And will that be made available to the public so that Rick Mercer and whomever else is on his area will be able to access that?
Yes, traffic impact analyses are public documents and they're available to the public for inspection.
Okay. So that's Bart Anderson of Public Works, but he's going to answer your second half. I felt that coming. So please go ahead.
Right. The discussion on the cul-de-sac, and a cul-de-sac is normally required to terminate any street in Las Vegas. The only way to not do so is to get a variance approved. If the variance is approved, then they need to put in a crash gate for fire services to be able to use it. The principal reason for the cul-de-sac is so that emergency vehicles can turn around. As long as the emergency vehicles have an alternate access, we would be okay with it. That's why we're not saying no, we're not recommending denial. But the variance is required because otherwise it would be a requirement.
So why isn't it required?
Why is it required? Because of fire.
Typically, it's required because of fire. Also, if it's a high-volume street, you might need it for the capacity of a high-volume street. This one is not a high-volume street. I would note that in the past, when this site was previously developed, we had required the improvement of Serene, and the developers were unable to get permission from the property owners to complete it. And so that was allowed to remain unimproved in its current state. And knowing the difficulty of getting all of those people to agree, that's another one of the reasons why we think that if the developer and the neighbors can agree, it's not needed. If the neighbors don't agree, certainly that's a valid thing to bring to the board. We do have a condition saying that if the variance is not approved, they do have to construct the improvements.
We all agree that we want the street improved. I don't know who they're saying doesn't agree, and by the way, I wasn't contacted to find out if I agreed or not. Now I'm stating that I do want it improved, and we went to the Planning Commission a couple of weeks ago and had some people here, and they also wanted it improved. So I don't know where that information's coming from.
Councilman, I'm going to turn this back over to you because maybe you would want to continue to meet with them and the group on Serene. But with the information you have from Mr. Parago and from Bart Anderson? Can we put your mic on?
Yeah, why don't we have Chris Kempfer and his folks respond to the gentleman's comments?
Sure, if that's okay, Madam Mayor, members of the council. I appreciate Mr. Mercer's comments. We did speak between Planning Commission and the meeting today. We're at a bit of an impasse because the trouble with 5 different property owners for CarMax is that if they were to improve both sides of the street, which is, I believe, what Mr. Mercer's request is, that we would improve our side as well as their side, We have 5 different owners we'd have to get permission from, and then the maintenance would be a concern for CarMax as far as if something went wrong with those improvements, who's required to maintain them because it's a private road. So we did speak, and I also spoke with his neighbor, Mr. Schlatsky. I believe we addressed his concerns. He wants to hook into the sewer that CarMax will be putting in, and so he said he was okay with the application as it was on the phone conversation that I had with him. But I know we're at an impasse with Mr. Mercer, and we worked closely with staff prior to even submitting the variance, and really the concern is just with getting all of those owners permission to do that work and then the maintenance obligation that would be required with that.
So Mayor,
Yes, please.
could you put your map back up, the one you had
Yes.
there before?
So, Mr. Schlatsky lives here. That's
Right.
the gentleman I spoke with. And
So that's Serene right there.
This is
that's-
Serene right here.
Okay, so the only portion of Serene that CarMax is going to use, if I understand this, is right where your pen is.
Correct.
So there's going to be an in and out area for what reason?
Correct. So right now, there's an existing drive aisle with the commercial center. What CarMax is proposing is that this will be gated and only used for test drive vehicles. And we did do a traffic analysis between Planning Commission and here, and I could submit that for the record. Kimley Horn prepared an analysis. The traffic on this drive will be reduced by 40% from what it currently shows. Serene is a private drive, so it dead ends right here. It doesn't go anywhere. The only access point here would be from this location out to Lone Mountain.
Yeah,
And
so the north of that area on Serene, all the way to the top is the back side. It's the block wall, right?
Correct.
So there'll be a traffic study done at Lone Mountain and Serene, just because that's what the traffic study is going to be involved. But, why would I force CarMax to improve an entire road owned by somebody else that they're not even going to use? I don't even know if I could do that. If they were going to use that road all the time, that would be a different story. But the east half of that road is owned by other people. So I'm going to force CarMax to fix up other people's property for no reason. They're not even going to use it. I don't see how I could even do that. So, I appreciate you coming down and voicing your concerns, but, CarMax is really not going to impact that road much except for the entrance and exit, and we're going to make sure we do a traffic study to make sure that it doesn't impact the residents as much as possible. So I'm ready to make some motions, Mayor, whenever you're ready.
Yes,
But could
Councilman Ross, Mayor Pro Tem, you wanted to make comment?
Let's ask.
Yeah, we still haven't finished public hearing yet, so in response, what's immediately to the east of the 5 parcels is not a road, correct? That.
Correct. That's an internal subdivision
Okay.
road.
So these really are sort of in that little area. They're totally landlocked, and there's only Serene in and out. Correct?
Yes. And
Okay.
4 out of 5 of those parcels are commercially zoned.
And all the rest of this is all staging area for CarMax of what it's going to be doing, the auction or sales or whatever.
Correct. This will be their vehicle display area.
And this will only be gated down here on the southeast corner
Yes.
of their property.
Yes.
Will be a gate that is only used when?
It'll only be used for test drive vehicles, and then there'll be emergency fire access as well with that gate
For their property.
for their property.
Okay, got it. Councilwoman, please.
Councilman Coffin had one question, and which I also had, is what's there now where you're planning all of this? Well, I know there's the adult bookstore.
Yeah.
I know there's that. Is there anything else?
So if I could just direct your attention to this overhead, there's an existing commercial center here that has an auto repair shop in there, an adult bookstore, and some other minor commercial centers on a portion of the property. The rest of it is all vacant.
The rest is all land?
Yes.
Okay. The second, did that answer that question, Bob? Then the question I had is, I would suggest, that Councilman,
Anthony.
excuse me?
Anthony.
Oh, yeah, Anthony, I knew that. Anthony, that you might just put a sign up there where they come out that says no left turn. And the reason why I suggest that is because I probably have more of those auto companies along Sahara, and no matter what we're told, that they're not going to drive down the street, that they're not going to cause any problem, they do it all the time. And once we stop it, it starts again. So at least let it be known that you would not expect left-hand turns down that street, and that doesn't take much money.
Okay. At this point, I'm going to see any other comments to be made by public.
Well, Your Honor, if I just could make one small comment. Stephanie did mention that 4 or 5 of those are commercial. So we're not talking about invading somebody's residential use and then helping them with a street. These are commercial properties that, quite honestly, should be responsible for their own commercial uses. That's all.
Mine's residential.
Yes, please, Mr. Mercer. Anything else? Did you have any other
No,
comment?
I think I understand.
Okay, thank you.
But
All right,
I
any
did
other
talk to-
public comment? Oh, please go ahead.
I did talk to the other gentleman, and he stated he wants the road too. He didn't say he didn't want.
Do you want to use the microphone,
He
please?
did want the improvement on the road, the other gentleman that was at the planning commission that has a property there too. So he told me this morning his dad was in the hospital and he couldn't get here, so just to let you know that. I just talked to him.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? I'm going to close public hearing then. Thank you. Okay, Councilman.
Thank you, Mayor. I tell you, this is a great project. This is going to improve this area by 100%. I mean, right now it's just dirt with a bunch of garbage on it, you know, lousy building. So it's going to improve this absolutely tremendously. And I know John Moran had some folks that he was representing, and it sounds like you worked through all that. So I haven't had any complaints about this project at all. You all did a great job working with our staff and planning. You know, my staff is recommending approval. Planning Commission's recommending approval 6-0. I know there's some conditions on there. You've agreed to all the conditions. This is really how projects should be done. I mean, you're showing up here, and I appreciate you showing up, sir, but it's something that really, it's really not feasible. But the traffic plan is not going to impact the residents or the commercial in there.
I think they'll come out and turn.
So I will, let's see, which one are we starting with? Item
Number 71.
71, okay, I will make a motion to follow Planning Commission and staff's recommendation for approval on item number 71.
There's a motion. Please vote and please post. Okay. Did you want to say something down there? You're looking like you want to say. No, okay. Moving on to 72, Councilman Ross does.
Item number 72. I will make a motion to follow Planning Commission and staff's recommendation for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion on agenda item 72. Please vote, please post. I could tell. 73, please.
Item number 73, I will make a motion to follow Planning Commission and staff's recommendation for approval.
There's a motion. Please vote. And please post. And that motion carries. Agenda item 74.
Item number 74, make a motion to follow Planning Commission and staff's recommendation for approval.
There's a motion. Please vote. Please post. Motion carries. Agenda item 75, excuse me.
Item number 75, I'll make a motion to follow Planning Commission and staff's recommendation for approval.
So motion, please vote and please post. And
I have a question on that, Your
Councilman Coffin has a question.
Thank you. On this, it's a little different than the others. It's not just land use, it is a description of what will be happening. So, for example, is the auction going to be contained in a building, or will the auctions be outside with noise, with public address systems, with the kinds of things that can be heard from a distance?
If I may, Madam Mayor, Councilman Coffin, they will have vehicles stored in this back area. The auction will be all inside, and there will not be any vehicle over voice-over systems. So Everything will be held within the building. They basically will happen once a week probably, and they'll take about an hour. It's only wholesaler purchasers that'll come, and they'll purchase any of the used cars that CarMax will not be reselling. So it's a fairly streamlined process, and it'll all be inside the building.
All right, that's one aspect of noise. And then, because this is a large lot, there sometimes are communication systems to broadcast, to find Fred, the mechanic, and Joe, the gopher. Are there going to be loudspeakers outside that will be making noise, that will be heard, and probably heard in the neighboring?
No, they
Residents.
use everything electronic now, so they'll all have devices to communicate back and forth with, and there will not be any loudspeakers.
And I'm talking about an everyday system now, not just auction time, but actually during the course of business.
Correct.
There will be no loudspeakers outside.
No.
Okay, I want to make sure that's written down by our staff. Thank you very much.
Okay, Councilman Coffin and Councilwoman Tarkanian, you have to vote still
All right.
on agenda item 75. And please post. Oh, interesting. Motion carries. And agenda item 76, please.
Item number 76, I'll make a motion to follow Planning Commission and staff's recommendation for approval.
And there's a motion on agenda item 76. Please vote and please post. Councilman Ross, there you go. And the motion carries. And before you leave, Councilman Mayor Pro Tem would like to make a comment.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilman Anthony. Mr. Pruitt, to your team and the CarMax team, thank you very much for trying to work with me out in Centennial. I am quite jealous that we didn't get something worked out there, but I used to represent this area for many years, and I've been looking forward to, number one, that bookstore going somewhere else, and then having some significant development. So congratulations to you guys and to Councilman Anthony, because this is going to work out very well for you guys and for Councilman Anthony's ward. So thank you, Mayor.
And Your Honor, if I might again, on item 76,
Please.
just so Mr. Moran knows, those items were actually included as part of staff's recommendations, the conditions we worked out with Mr. Moran, so his clients are covered by that. I just wanted the record to be clear on that.
Thank you. We have that, and that record's been passed on.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You could give
Thank
those
you.
to our city clerk if you'd like.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Rand. Good luck. Looking forward to it. Thanks. Okay, agenda items 77 and 78. 77, GPA 62262, and a request for a general plan amendment from SC Service Commercial to M Medium Density Residential. And 78, ZON 62263, and a request for a rezoning from C1 Limited Commercial to R-TH Single Family Attached. The applicant is D.R. Horton, Inc., and the owner is Diamond Creek Holdings, LLC, on 4.30 acres located on 2.54 acres located on the south side. That doesn't make any sense to me. How can 4.30 acres located on 2.54 acres? Could somebody help me here? 2.54 acres. But what about on the 4.3? Delete? Delete that? Okay, so let's try this again. Okay, no, I thought, I'm not drinking either. The applicant is D.R. Horton, Inc., and the owner is Diamond Creek Holdings, LLC, located on 2.54 acres, located on the south side of Charleston Boulevard, 782 feet west of Rainbow Boulevard. Staff and Planning Commission recommend approval on both items. These are in Ward 1 with Councilwoman Tarkanian, and are public hearings which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative, hello, present?
Hello again, Mrs. Mayor, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Members of the council, Stephanie Allen, 1980 Festival Plaza, here on behalf of the applicant, D.R. Horton. If I could direct your attention to the overhead, this is 2.5 acres located just to the west of Rainbow, right here on Charleston, the south side of Charleston. D.R. Horton has a new townhome product that they are going to be bringing to the market. This is an infill small parcel that we think is a great spot to do some affordable housing right off of Charleston and Rainbow. They'll be coming back in with their plans. They're developing their plans as we speak, so they'll be coming back in with a product that'll be right around 12 units to the acre. What they currently have adjacent to them to the east is a C2 parcel. To the west is an RPD 19, so right around 19 units to the acre. So we think a product type at a right around 12 units to the acre will be very appropriate and a good addition in here for an infill parcel. So we appreciate staff's recommendation of approval and we'd respectfully request yours.
Okay, Mr. Perigo, anything you wish to add?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. The request to amend the general plan and to rezone the property from commercial to residential to allow this high-density residential product along one of the valley's busiest mass transit corridors along Charleston Boulevard. We find this to be appropriate and compatible to the area, and that's why we recommend approval.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. Anybody wishing to hear on this proposal or this agenda item, please come forward, state your name. Hearing and seeing none, I will close public hearing. Councilwoman.
Before she does.
Oh, wait, before? Mayor Pro Tem?
Just a quick question, Councilman
Yes.
and Mayor, with your permission. Ms. Allen, are these for sale or for lease?
For sale, so they'll be an affordable for sale product.
Very
attached
impressed with D.R. Horton, and I can't wait to see what these look like. So thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilwoman.
That's a good question, not rentals.
Should thank D.R. Horton for coming to Ward 1, and we welcome them. I move to approve of the item based upon the fact that it's great. Thank you.
Okay, on agenda item 77.
And with all conditions, excuse me.
Okay, thank you. This is a motion on agenda item 77. Please vote and please post. That looks bigger in the picture. Motion carries. And on agenda item 78, please.
Move to approve.
Thank you very much. There's a motion to approve agenda item 78. Please vote and please post. And that motion carries. You're having a good day. Thank you so much. Okay, now we're on to 79 and 80. You're still staying. All right, you've rolled the dice twice. You've done very well. Okay, agenda item 79, GPA 6296, and a request for general plan amendment from O office to M medium density residential. And 80 ZON 6297, a request for rezoning from PR professional office and parking to R-TH single family attached. The applicant is D.R. Horton, Inc., and the owner is Alverson JB EMP PFT SHRPL and Trust and Alverson J. Bruce Trust on 2.22 acres on the south side of Charleston Boulevard, 160 feet west Tenaya Way. Staff and Planning Commission recommend approval on both items are in Ward 1, also with Councilwoman Tarkanian. Public hearing items which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Thank you again, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Stephanie Allen, 1980 Festival Plaza, here on behalf of D.R. Horton. If I could direct your attention to the overhead, this is just to the west of the last two items that I represented. It's another about 2.5 acre infill parcel just to the west of Tenaya on the south side of Charleston. They're proposing the exact same product, a residential townhome product, so that they'll have some affordable housing in this area. Directly to the east of it is an office development. To the west of it is an RPD 14. So we think their product at about 12 units to the acre will be appropriate and compatible with this area and will offer some nice affordable housing for people in Ward 1. So we'd respectfully request your approval.
And now that we're into your second proposal here on D.R. Horton, are these 2-story or 3-story?
They're 2-story.
And the garages as
They'll-
well?
Yes, they'll all have 2-car garages. Yeah, that's great.
Pretty impressive, yes. Okay, Mr. Perigo, any issues here?
Oh, thank you, Your Honor. Same thing, the proposed change from office to medium-density residential along the Charleston Boulevard, supporting mass transit and providing infill development is appropriate and compatible with the area, and staff is recommending approval.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on this particular item, 79 or 80? Hearing and seeing none, we'll close public hearing, and Councilwoman, you're on a roll.
I would like to point out that we did have 4 people who called in with concerns on item number 79, but I think it was because perhaps they didn't understand. Every time we have a change in zoning, we seem to get some concern, and the zoning that is being requested is for less intense, right? And I don't know, I think those who wrote in, who called, did not realize that they weren't going for more intense, it's less intense. And I think that was why they called in on it. So I don't think there's any problems. I think, again, we're very thankful to have the info covered and to have D.R. Horton come and take care of that problem. So I move to approve item number 79.
Thank you very much. And there's a motion to approve agenda item 79. Please vote and please post.
Is there a problem? Is there a problem?
Was that subject to conditions of something? No.
Absolutely, all conditions.
Okay, but there weren't any apparently. Okay.
Thank you.
Motion
There
carries,
weren't any,
and
no.
on agenda item 80.
I move to approve with all conditions, which I haven't been told of any, but just in case.
Okay, there's a motion to approve agenda item 80. Please vote and please post. That motion carries. Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Good job. Okay, we're into agenda items 81 through 83. 81, ZON 62272 on a request for rezoning from CM Commercial Industrial to M Industrial, and 82 VAR 62274 on a request for variance to allow side yard setbacks that range from 0 feet to 44 feet, where 50 feet is required for existing and proposed buildings. And agenda item 83, SDR 62275, and a request for a major amendment to a previously approved site development plan review, SDR 48917, for a proposed 2,567 square foot building, where 4,985 square foot building used for auto repair was approved to above ground 3,000 gallon gasoline storage tanks and an existing 75 square foot guard shack.
Stop there, start there.
Okay. The applicant is a cab company, and the owner is 44s LLC on 1.94 acres of 1504 Searles Avenue, CM Commercial Industrial Zone, proposed M Industrial. Staff recommends denial, and the Planning Commission recommends approval on all items. These are in Ward 5 with Councilman Barlow, and our public hearing items, which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present?
We are, Madam Mayor. I'm Bill Curran with the firm Ballard's Bar, 100 North City Parkway. With me is Jay Nady, the owner of ACAB Taxi.
Great owner.
On the screen before you, if I can ask the overhead to display the photo, just to illustrate the location. This is the State Building on Las Vegas Boulevard in Washington. Our property is highlighted in red. I can show you a little better what the existing property looks like. As you can see, we do have the Archie Grant Public Housing Project is next to us on the east side on Bruce. Everything else to the west of us, though, is industrial and commercial kind of location. Channel 3 headquarters is to the north. The former Jim Rogers Car Museum is to the south. To the west of us is landscaping, a parking facility, Anderson Dairy, and a number of other similar kinds of uses. We have 2 goals in today's applications. We had to file 3 applications for the sake of accomplishing 2 goals. First was to allow the development of a smaller enclosed structure, and I'll show this on another board. We want to create a smaller and enclosed structure where there is currently a larger structure and higher structure, but it's open on one of the sides. So if you see the board on display, the dotted line illustrates the existing structure.
No, it's not there yet.
No.
We got permission for that, but we haven't built it.
Okay.
We've reduced, now we're asking for less.
Okay, so we're reducing our request to the smaller one that's in the dark line. It goes from 5,000 square feet down to 2,600 square feet, I believe, roughly. The second request we have is to take a couple of fuel tanks that have been stored on site for several years but never filled or utilized and place them as indicated on the diagram showing in this area here. For whatever it's worth, the distance from these tanks to the nearest home in the Archie Grant Park is the width of a football field. It's 166 feet.
No.
Correct?
No. No one knows how wide a football field is, and you can be the only people in town that does. A football field is not 53 yards.
Oh, no, you have to repeat your name, so sorry.
What?
Your name.
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Jay Nady. Bill introduced me earlier. and
You're
I'm the owner of
you're Bill's lawyer.
I'm Bill's mouthpiece. I'm helping Bill. A football field is 160 feet, and you can win a beer at any bar by asking people what it really is, because nobody knows. Unless you were a football referee, you wouldn't be asked that question. It's a good trivia question. It's not 53 and a third yards. It is 53 and a third yards, not 53 yards. It's not 50 yards like most people think it is. It's 160 feet. That's how far it is from where we're going to place our tanks between us and it's almost 100 feet to the wall, and then 60 feet further is the next building, which is also a brick building. The housing over at the Archie Grants are all brick buildings. They are on a different level. They're actually lower than our fence because it slants off downhill.
So as noted in your staff report, it's 99 feet from this to the property line, but it's 160 feet total to the next home there. So anyhow, in order to accomplish these two goals, we need to do three things. We filed three applications. First is to rezone the property from CM to M. I will point out that, as noted in your staff report, that change is compatible with the general plan, the Downtown North plan, and the Las Vegas redevelopment plan. So we also have to file for a variance to allow side yard setbacks, most of which have already previously been approved by this commission. The only one that is new, really, is for the structure from here to this side wall. Third thing is a plan review to review the placement of the new repair facility, and I should point out that is not a body shop. That is a facility where they take care of things like tires, windshield wipers, batteries, replacing fluids, and maybe I forgot something, but that's the essence of it.
We have a body shop that we've never been able to use, and someday we'd like to put that into service, but we're not planning that today. It's over here. And it's been there since I bought the property 7 years ago, almost 8.
So anyhow, the question that came up during discussion of this is, where does Mr. Nady get his gas now? And I can say that that is a very big problem. I don't know how many miles away it is, your drivers.
It's about 6 miles. We go to the corner. The cheapest, the best gas price around us is at Losee and Lake Mead. So it's about 5 or 6 miles, and the drivers have to go there to fill up every day after their shift. We'd like to eliminate a whole bunch of hours of drivers having to go over there and fill up.
So anyhow,
If I might add, how many years have you owned the property?
It'll be 7 years, December the 1st of this year.
And for these 7 years, they've been going to one or another
Yes, ma'am.
gas station?
Exactly,
somewhere.
all of them.
Okay, thank you.
And they've looked, I mean, Mr. Nady has looked at trying to acquire some gas stations nearby. Unfortunately, each one he's looked at has a serious environmental problem with leaking of the tanks, which, as Mr. Nady will undoubtedly point out, a prior fire chief told him it's not that some tanks leak, it's that all tanks leak.
Underground tanks.
Underground tanks leak. And
eventually.
You know, So I realize that one of the big things we're going to talk about today is these two tanks are above ground. They're not just sitting there in open space, though. They're contained within a barrier so that if something did happen to cause a leak in there, the gasoline would not spill out onto the ground. It would be contained in a sealed pool. Well, it would pool there behind sort of a dam that would contain it all. So I don't think that that's really an issue. We have to rezone to M, though. It's a permitted use in the M zone. I don't think it would be a problem in the other zone, but it is what it is. I have a few photos just to show you the neighborhood, to have sort of a complete view of it. This is Mr. Nady's property to the left. This is looking north, or looking to the west along Searles. This is representative. There's lots of trucking, lots of that kind of use. This is still going west. I believe this is at Anderson Dairy, where they have fuel. They fuel their vehicles.
They won't share with you, excuse me? They won't let you fill up over there next door?
I approached that about 5 years ago. After I bought my tanks, they're really good neighbors. I don't know if you know them or not, but they're
Very well.
They're very good neighbors. And no.
Okay.
But nicely, no.
Okay.
Understand that the taxis come and go throughout a 24-hour basis, which is something that perhaps I should explain. I know we've been before you on a number of occasions in the past. Somebody at first glance might think that neighbors would think we were problems in the neighborhood. The situation is very much the contrary. I think the neighbors love being there with us. Not only is Mr. Nady a good neighbor personally, visiting them and inviting them to events on his property and things like that, but I'm not aware that there's ever been a citizen complaint about any of his operations in the years that he's been there.
Never heard one. And we do invite people for our weekly barbecues with the drivers every week. We don't get a lot of them anymore, but we do. They know it's there. If they want to come over, and they load up pretty good and leave. We get a few every week. Not as many as we used to. I don't know why, but they're getting a little warmer. They'll be back out.
Right.
For whatever it's worth, we didn't do it on this occasion because we've done this so many times. But first time we came before the council, Mr. Nady and I personally went to every door in that development to get petitions signed. We got all but 2, and those 2 didn't object to us. They were just people who never responded to the door. We brought a Spanish-speaking interpreter to help us in those cases, but we had virtually unanimous support, and I don't think there's anybody here in protest today. There never is when we come in front of you, and we think we're good neighbors, and we don't think this will be a problem.
Okay,
So,
thank
with
you.
that, we
Mr.
ask for your
Parago.
approval.
Thank you, Your Honor. Pursuant to the 2012 International Fire Code, above-ground gasoline storage tanks are only allowed in the M Industrial District. Because of the intensity of uses typically found in the M District, all buildings or industrial uses are required to be set back a minimum of 50 feet from a property line that abuts residential. The proposed reclassification of the property would create a non-conforming situation that requires the existing guard shack, the existing office building, the new office building, and 2 storage containers to obtain setback variances. Furthermore, the reclassification of the property to M Industrial would allow for more intense uses than already allowed on the site, which would be incompatible with the residential use to the east. Staff finds the requested variances to be incompatible with residential development and recommends denial of all applications.
Okay, this is public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on these agenda items, please come forward. State your name. Hearing and seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. And Councilman Barlow is not here, so you are elected. Yes, Councilman?
Your Honor, yes, I am handling this for Councilman Barlow, and it's coincidental because I had a good long meeting with the applicant before I found out that Councilman Barlow was going to ask me if I could take this. I have some experience with the fuels business. My family was in the fuels business for a long time. So I'm familiar with tanks, tank farms, and the berms, barriers, the kinds of safety things that are associated with that. And so based upon the conditions that have been placed upon this, should it be approved by us, I feel confident that this will be safe and that they will continue to have their good neighbor relationship. I represent an area right across the street. That's where Ward 3 and 5 died, and so for a while there, we also have discussions going on about other property, which is in Ward 3. So I'm lucky to be able to say that I'm pretty familiar with this. And I have seen all of these conditions. There's a lot of them relating to fire protection, fire safety. The major reservations came from our fire department. And do you accept all the conditions, Mr. Mady, that have been leveled on all three?
Yes, sir, we do.
Yeah.
All right. All right.
Yes.
Okay, so then I will move.
Can you, before you move, I want to ask you a question, please.
Sure.
On agenda item 83, is there any way that we can separate out the building, approving the building that's in there, and then remove the two above-ground gasoline storage tanks from that agenda item? Because I personally don't like the idea of the outdoor storage tanks, and I think the properties are too close, and I mentioned it to Mr. Curran. I think Mr. Nagy is the best of the best. Everything he does is wonderful. It just bothers me that that really is an accident waiting to happen there. I want to know, can you build the building so he can do all the repair that he wants, but take that out of 83 and make it 83 and a half?
Why don't we do that, Your Honor, if we could, as I suggest. It's always a possible motion you might offer when we get to 83. How about we move past 81 and 82 and then
That's fine with
get to
me.
83, and then we could have a further discussion?
Okay,
That
but
makes sense?
Mr. Perigo had a finger up, so.
Well, I'm sorry, Your Honor, I just was going to respond to you. So make sure I understand your questioning. Your question is, can we move forward with 81, 82, and 83, but in 83 eliminate the above-ground storage from the site plan? The above-ground storage is what is triggering the need for 81 and 82.
I thought 81 and 82 were a prerequisite to being able to build the building for repairs.
No, the property already has a light industrial land use and a CM industrial zoning. It needs a more intense M zoning in order to have the above-ground storage tanks.
Thank you very much.
And Mayor, if I may, before Councilman Coughlin continues,
Yeah.
for your benefit, I have wired and grounded several above-ground tanks in my career as an electrician, and these are very safe, very containable, and I tend to agree with your comments about the underground tanks leak, and we've had that occur several times throughout the city in years past, so I actually find this as a safer, certainly for the environment, installation than an underground tank. It is close, however, to the residentials, which I recognize that as well. But I think because of the safety I've seen with these above-ground tanks in my career, I'm perfectly comfortable with moving forward with this, if
Okay.
that helps any.
You know, it does, because then I know your project can move forward without me. But it can't move forward, so I'm comfortable. All right, please go ahead, Councilman.
Did I finish my motion on 81?
You didn't start. Let's start with
I now
81.
move for approval of item 81, subject to all conditions, and that'll be the standard language.
There's a motion on 81. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. On agenda item 82, please, Councilman.
Your Honor, I move for approval of item 82, subject to all the conditions as outlined by the commission and staff.
Thank you. There's a motion on agenda item 82. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. And on agenda item 83, Councilman?
Your Honor, I will move, and also with the comment, I'll move for approval subject to all the conditions, understanding that they are subject to the most recent fire code And also that we have knowledge that these things, frankly, above ground is better. This location sits right on top of the old Las Vegas Creek, where you have a plume coming from downtown, from the railroad yards. And so that's why it would be horrible to put them underground here. And because they all do leak because of the aggressive soil. It just eats everything alive. So having them above ground with a dam around them, fully lined to contain a leak, a spill of any kind is very important. And that's what you cannot get with the below ground storage. So therefore I do move for approval, subject to all the conditions on this number 83.
Thank you. There's a motion on agenda item 83. Please vote and please post. The motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you
Thank you.
very much.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to agenda item 84, ZON 62343, public hearing, applicant D.R. Horton, Inc., I'm just reading, owner, Bureau of Land Management of the United States Government, for possible action on a request for rezoning from R-E residence estates to RD, single-family residential restricted on 25 acres, southwest corner, Tropical Parkway, and how do you pronounce that, Michele? Michele. Crestway. This is in Ward 6 with Councilman Ross. This is a public hearing. I declare it open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Yes. Good afternoon, Your Honor, members of the council. My name is Bob Gronauer, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive. I'm here representing D.R. Horton in this matter. If you'd like, I can go through my presentation right now.
Yes.
Okay.
Please.
If I could get your attention to the overhead. What I have here is essentially a zoning map of the general vicinity. Our property is approximately 25 acres that is located here. It looks like a little bit of a flag here. In yellow is city property. As you can see, we're adjacent to a portion of our property here, adjacent to R1 zoning, located in the city. These areas around here, we are surrounded by county islands on the property itself. We are asking for a zone change for RD zoning for the property itself for the full 25 acres. Although we're asking for 25 acres of RD zoning, we are proposing on approximately 10 acres of property on this property here to be approximately 10,000 minimum square foot lots. The other portion of our property that we're asking for the RD zoning, we are doing 20,000 square foot lots on the property itself. So here's where the problem lies with respect to the neighbors in the area who are mostly county island residents. Some history with this property. This is currently in the ownership of the BLM today. Within the last several months, this piece of property was annexed into the city of Las Vegas. By being annexed into the city of Las Vegas, D.R. Horton in the auction was a successful bidder. Coming in to do the zone change on the property here, where we've worked very closely with Councilman Ross and also Commissioner Larry Brown with respect to the product out here that D.R. Horton wants to build. And it was very explicit here, why I'm showing you the location of our property here, is we discussed that although we want to build RE lots adjacent to the RE lots over here and RD in this area, your city code does not allow us to split the parcel into two parcels unless we do a parcel map. Because we do not own the property as of yet, the BLM will not allow us to do a parcel map, so we could do RD zoning on this portion of the property and do RE zoning over here until we close on the property and own it ourselves. And as you're familiar with anybody who buys property within the BLM or who looks to buy property, before they close on property, they want to ensure the entitlements of what they have. So that's one of the issues that we ran into in working with your city staff. It's a code issue, and it is what it is. However, and I've worked very, very much with all these neighbors out in the Northwest, zoned many of the properties over in the last 20 years of doing zoning and land use out here in the Northwest. When you're dealing in the Clark County, you're allowed to split zone the property itself into RD zoning and RE zoning. So working with those neighbors and coming into a new jurisdiction, we cannot do that, and the only way we could accomplish what we want to accomplish today is coming in with the RD zoning for the entire 25 acres. Now, in addition to typically when we're working with the county residents out here, in all fairness, and they're here in opposition today and they have their issues and they want to discuss this, but I need to put this on the record so you can appreciate why we're coming in with just the RD zoning. We typically put conditions on the zone change application itself. In Clark County, when you come in with RD, RE zoning as in this area, we typically put a list of conditions on that zoning itself to address the neighbors' issues for single-story homes, make sure you have 20,000 square foot minimum setback, not setback, square foot lots versus 10,000 square foot lots. In the city, because you have a zone-based code, we're not able to put those conditions on the zone change itself, such as the RD zoning that's before you today. So what we told the neighbors, and I said this at the Planning Commission meeting, is number one, D.R. Horton is a builder that has a huge presence out in the Northwest. We've worked very closely with the representatives in the Northwest, with Councilman Ross and Commissioner Larry Brown in this area, to ensure that we are protecting the rural neighborhood preservation areas. And I believe personally we've all done a very good job in doing so. D.R. Horton today has many other projects that are going forward with respect to development in this area. The second thing I mentioned is to give you some comfort. I said that D.R. Horton is submitting a tentative map with the city of Las Vegas to show exactly the layout of what we're asking for. And actually, I double-checked this morning with our client. We do have the tentative map that's been submitted in your system, and it's going to the Planning Commission at the, I believe it's the March Planning Commission meeting it's scheduled for. So we will be moving forward, and I actually have the tentative map that's been submitted. I used this map, and I'm going to show you this map on the overhead here. This is the way we've outlined the property itself. But I do want to make a disclosure here. This map has been changed since we submitted the tentative map, because when I was at the Planning Commission meeting, we had 50 lots on here total. Over here, what I've been mentioning is these are the true RD lots in this area, because it matches up with the R1 and the RD lots that are already located outside of our project here or adjacent to. On the other side of Alpine, we are proposing all 20,000 square foot minimum lots in that area. As a matter of fact, we have 49 lots on our tentative map. We've lost a lot in reconfiguring the lots and the layouts over here. But the point of the matter is that the one thing that I want to mention to everybody and the neighbors that are here is D.R. Horton has made these representations. I've made these representations to the Planning Commission and also to you today, that we're moving forward. Although the applications for RD zoning on 25 acres, it's always been our intent to have on this side of Alpine Ridge, which is on the west side of the road here, as RD zoning to match or be similar with the lots that are existing there. And those house sizes are going to go anywhere from 2,400 to 2,600 square feet. Price points start at a minimum $375,000, and they're all single story, which is a very big to-do out in the Northwest to make sure you have single-story homes versus two-story homes. On the other side, which is the east side of Alpine Ridge, these are all 20,000 square foot minimum lots. We'll have homes ranging anywhere from 3,400 square feet to 5,100 square feet. They're all single-story homes. The only caveat is a 5,100 square foot home has a 20 by 20 loft area, so I don't know if they actually count that as a two-story here in the city or not, but it's essentially a single-story type of unit. So if anything, what we're doing here is we've made the representations from the beginning, prior to the auction, through the auction process, and now through the land use process. So we're asking you to approve the application as the 25 acres for RD zoning, with the understanding that the tentative map is coming through. It's already submitted in your system, and that we will be coming in and building the 20,000 square foot lots where they should be, and building the 10,000 square foot minimum lots where they should be also. So with that being said, I can answer any other questions that you may have.
Any questions from council? I'm going to ask, I did not read the Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. Are there any comments that you want to add to that?
Your Honor, staff finds the density associated with the RD requested zoning to be compatible with existing development, and we're recommending approval.
Okay, thank you. All right, this is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to come forward, please do so and state your name. We don't need the address, and we do have cards. I do have from Mark Broom, and Peter Filiberti and Timothy White. That doesn't mean anybody else who wishes to come up, so we'll just hear you one at a time. Please.
Peter Filiberti, 9975 Azure Drive. While they're looking at maps, I'll try to make this a little more expedient. There's some issues that the neighbors have. We don't understand why they can't purchase this property from the BLM and submit a new parcel map splitting them and then zoning the west portion as it should be and leaving the RE alone. We don't understand why they can't do that. It doesn't take much time. I checked with staff. I've been in communications with staff. They say it's a couple of weeks to process a parcel map. So why can't D.R. Horton purchase the property? They have the bid in. Why can't they purchase it, submit the new parcel map? It takes a week for a surveyor to produce that, and get the approval and leave the zoning alone. That's what we want. We want to do exactly what we've been promised by Commissioner Ross and everybody. Leave the RE. We don't need to change it and start a precedence with RD down Michele Crest. We want to keep and protect the rural neighborhoods. Now, that being said, we had a neighborhood meeting last night at which the field manager from BLM attended, it was nice of her to show up. And she gave me some information which was pretty surprising. They're willing to, and they have the power to actually divide this parcel before the purchase. They can create legal descriptions. They can actually cut it in two. This is her own words. I have her card here. I don't know if Mr. Gronauer knows her. Her name is Gail Smith, but she can do that. And so I don't understand why this huge developer with all this money and all this influence couldn't have asked to do it right.
Could I ask you a question?
Yes.
Was the meeting, was this a neighborhood meeting?
Yes, it was a neighborhood meeting. It was called by two commissioners, and she attended out of the goodness. She didn't have to, but she attended.
Okay, the lady from BLM?
Yes.
And the commissioners that requested the meeting?
Yes, and it had actually nothing to do with this, but I asked her about, there was a lot of questions about how purchases go through, how the BLM puts property up, how bids come up, and if they could actually have subdivided this. And she said, oh, of course, yeah, we can create legal descriptions. If they had asked us, we would have done it for them, and then they would have two separate parcels.
How many neighborhood people came? Did you have a pretty good number?
Yeah, about 100.
100? And which commissioners had recommended the meeting? Or
it was District C and Larry Brown, so it was both sides.
And so were your questions, asking that question, was it answered for you?
By Gail?
Yes.
Yes. She's the one that answered it.
Okay. So
Yes.
at this point, if I may, Mr. Parago, wanting to learn from this process too, could you explain why, what has occurred with BLM and their bid?
Your Honor, I'm not familiar with this specific transaction, so I guess I would have to defer to Mr. Gronauer.
Okay, well, because I'm sort of confused. I thought already the offer for purchase had been made by D.R. Horton and had been granted. But apparently there was another offer from the homeowner. Well, there we go, Mr. Brown.
Yeah, I'll make the clarification here. The 25 acres in the BLM auction process comes as one parcel, okay? And when the award is given at the auction, there's a 6-month process to close on the property. We are in that 6-month process to purchase that property. During that time, and I know this is legally, we've just talked to the BLM to double and triple check this today so I can make sure I made this representation correctly. And I'm going to use common sense here. If you don't own a piece of property such as us on the 25 acres, the BLM is not going to allow us to cut that property up prior to purchasing the property. That's the reason why we could not come in and do the parcel map to divide it into a 10-acre piece of property and a 15-acre piece of property to go through that process. They'll allow us to go for entitlements on the property itself, the 25 acres, which we have the entitlements today going through the process. And the reason why we could still do a tentative map is because we're not cutting up the property. If we were going to record the final map, map on the property itself, the BLM would not allow us to do that unless we own the property itself. So we could go through this process, and at the end of the 6 months, when it's time to purchase the property, as long as we have the entitlements in place, which BLM allows, and there's a letter that's submitted to the city. It tells the city what the BLM will allow you to do, that they'll allow us as the winning bid, allow us to go through with those entitlements. And actually, I could dig through my paperwork that I reviewed today to confirm that again. So we wanted to make sure, we knew this issue was going to come up. We doubled and triple checked with the BLM office, the people that we work with respect to why we cannot parcel that property into 2 separate parcels prior to coming to the zoning process itself.
Could you give that recommendation to our city clerk so it's a matter of public record for us in case anybody else is inquiring as to it? So it's being sold as one contiguous 25-acre
25
piece?
acres, yes.
And you cannot divide it, is what you're saying, correct?
Correct. We cannot divide it until after the purchase of the property itself when we own it.
Yeah, they can't divide it, that's correct. They can't, but BLM could have before the sale.
Right, but I mean...
So, okay, well, that's okay. The other question, let's leave it as it is. Let's go ahead, they're going to purchase it, hopefully.
If I may, Mr. Filiberti, just 1 second, I want to make sure that we have it as a matter of record, that what...
Yeah, I'm going to get it while we're talking.
Okay.
Your Honor, are you asking
Yes.
for the letter from BLM as a matter of record? Is that what you were asking for, Mr. Gronach? Because it's in the staff report.
What his evidence
Yeah,
is.
it's in the staff report.
It's in the staff report,
Yeah.
so we do have it.
And you do have it. It's from the letter from the United States Department of Interior. It shows a purchase price, and it shows what the conditions are on it itself.
Okay, good, thank you, then you have it, and we have it public record. Okay, please continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. The other question is, as Mr. Gronauer stated, it's a 6-month process to close this. And I don't understand why they don't just, close it. It doesn't take 6 months. They can hold it out 6 months, but they can go close this today and purchase that property. So why don't they purchase it and then split it and rezone the portion they want? Now, the neighbors are happy with the layout. I mean, there's nothing wrong. They're doing the right thing. They're putting the right size homes. They're doing everything right. We just don't want to see the zone change. It leaves us at risk. It leaves the neighborhood at risk. We're not protecting the rural neighborhood by continuing to do zone changes.
What you're after, if what I'm understanding is you'd like it accomplished very quickly so that in fact any zone changing that they're doing is already done and you've got it done and you like what they're doing.
What we'd like to see, and I don't know why they don't do this, just purchase the property, subdivide it, and ask for a zone change on the west side, which is what they want, is the RD there, and leave the RE alone. Don't change the RE. They can do that real easily.
From what I understand, you can't do that. You have to, right.
They can do it after they purchase it.
As what I mentioned earlier in my presentation, and for clarification, and as you're familiar with purchasers of property itself, you're not going to buy a piece of dirt without knowing what your entitlements are. There are people that may take those chances, but when you're dealing with public traded companies, any builder that's a public traded company will buy the property once when the tentative map here in Nevada, in southern Nevada, once when that tentative map is approved, that's when they have the ability then to go ahead and for the funds to purchase the property. Because until then, we're not guaranteed to know how many lots we have on the property itself. As I mentioned to you, I had a 50-lot layout, and we have a 49-lot layout going through the process itself. So once when we know how many lots we have on those entitlements, and that's what meets the quota, then at that point in time, that's where that closing will start.
Okay, so looking at the plan, that strange plan, as that was designed, you don't have a problem with that. It looks fine,
We don't have a problem with the
Good.
plan. We just want to keep it RE. In fact, I would even offer them to rezone it after they buy it back to RE, if they would be willing to do that, if that's even possible. The other problem we have, like he said, he doesn't, D.R. Horton doesn't own this. They have to get financing for this. And what the lady from BLM told me, the field manager told me that a lot of times, it doesn't happen often, but quite often, sometimes people put bid on properties and then decide they don't want to do the deal and they walk away. So what happens if we do the zone change and for whatever reason, I mean, I'm not saying the odds are high, but let's say for whatever reason D.R. Horton says we don't want to do this anymore. Now we're stuck with the RD zone that some other developer could come in and go, well, it's conforming RD, we're going to put high density in there. What's to stop that?
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem, go.
Yeah, Mr. Filiberti, calm down. Number one, he's doing exactly what you just asked. Wait a couple of weeks to do the tentative map, or the parcel map. That's exactly what he's going to do. Once that parcel map is done, that's it. Nothing else changes. It is what it is. And if he sells it to another builder, D.R. Horton says, we don't want to build this out here anymore, we're going to sell it to somebody else. Mr. Perigo, what are the safeguards to minimize the risk for these RV folks?
Well, they would have to come back for a change. They would have to submit a new tentative map.
They have already submitted the tentative map, correct?
Yes, correct. That is in, and it is in process for the March 8th Planning Commission.
And it still needs to go to the Planning Commission, which is another opportunity for the public to talk about this.
That's correct.
But if D.R. Horton sells this property, and thank you, Mayor, for allowing me to do this, through you to Mr. Perigo, what happens then? If D.R. Horton sells the property to Lennar, and Lennar wants to change that footprint, what happens?
They would have to submit a tentative map with a different arrangement of lots.
Different lot sizes, and that's not going to happen. And if D.R. Horton wants to do exactly what you suggested, get it to where it needs to be today, once you submit the tentative map, rezone it back to RE. If that's amenable to D.R. Horton, I'm fine with that as well. That will give everyone out here that level of security. But I don't want all of you to get too paranoid about this issue. All that area, all the open space area that's undeveloped that I'm looking at on my map right now, that is going to remain RE. The transition from R1 to RD to RE is perfect in this location. And I've made a commitment to Commissioner Brown, and I'm making a commitment to you to do the same thing and maintain that. We want to protect this rural area, we want to protect your lifestyle, and we're going to continue to do that. So whatever the governmental things are, and I had to laugh at what you said, why does it take so long? It's the government. And it's the BLM, let me throw that in there as well, right? So there's probably a ton of reasons, and Mr. Gronar could probably address those better than I can, but I don't want everyone to get so overly paranoid here. That's not the case. So I think I'm comfortable moving forward with this. I think we still need to take further public comment on this, Mayor, in the public meeting process, but I just want you to understand that. We're watching this. I'm watching very closely on this. I committed that to Commissioner Brown. I'm going to commit it to you guys here today.
And
okay?
I have to add that nobody's been a better fighter for retaining the type of lifestyle you have in the Northwest than this man to my right. I mean, he is out there beating the drums all the time, goes anywhere, goes to all meetings, and really is passionate, because he lives out there too, but really passionate. And I know we've heard that loud and clear up here, and it takes a really unusual circumstance to override that. We know you don't like lights, you don't like sidewalks, you love the animals, you like the rural lifestyle, and this is the best defender. And we're going to hear more public comment, but I want to hear from Councilman Coffin.
One more thing, folks,
question.
don't leave, because I want you to, when the motions are made, I want you to be here to hear how those are made and the conditions and some questions I still have for the applicant. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, but I'm going to hear from you in a second, but Councilman Coffin had a question.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to Mr. Perigo. I don't recall having one of these in Ward 3 because it's all privately owned or state or local government owned, not federally owned, I believe, throughout the east side of the city limits. So this is the first time I've ever seen us zoning a piece of land for an applicant who doesn't own the land. Is that a fact? Is that really what we're doing here?
Well, as long as the owner of record signs the application and is okay to move forward with the entitlement, it happens quite often, yes.
Oh, okay, so they have said, we don't even know if you're going to win this bid, but you can go ahead and change the entitlements to it?
And yes, and that's the letter that we refer to that we have from BLM that says that they can seek entitlements on the property. So they are part of the application with the applicant, and that is in the staff report.
So if somebody else wins the bid, what happens?
Well,
what if somebody outbids D.R. Horton?
Well, but it's already done. The auction is over.
So
It's completed.
Okay.
They won the bid.
I think.
Now they have a period to come in and get an entitlement.
Thank you.
And then close. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, let's continue with public hearing and give this gentleman and anybody else a chance. But please don't leave, as Councilman Ross said.
Hello, Mayor, Councilwoman, and Councilman. Yes, I just want to say, first of all, that the exquisite information that...
oh, I'm so sorry. Your name, please, sir?
Tim White, 9818 Azure Drive, Las Vegas,
Okay,
Nevada.
thank you, sorry.
Right, the information that Peter's presented, he's done a lot of work for the communities, and myself as well has worked with the community people, having meetings and such, and then represent them over over a lot of years. There was two things that I had written down here I wanted to comment on. First of all, the one about the rezoning was covered pretty completely, and I think that just the comments you folks made, you can see our concerns and the way I would say that the people at large within the RMP sometimes are a little suspicious and like to have the clarification that their local government can provide them, just so they know where we're going with this thing. And I thank you, Councilman Ross, on that. The other thing is the interlocal agreement that we had at one time. I'm not sure the interlocal agreement for that area was the wherewithal for answering everything and solving all problems. But it seemed to be at the time that it was a fairly complete and well-defined document, and it has expired. And I'm kind of wondering if an interlocal agreement, if everybody's agreeing to it, that we can't seem to get one signed in the record, so that maybe some of these issues don't even have to be presented before you.
A great question. I'm going to ask Mayor Pro Tem to speak because I know we are looking at interlocals at this time.
Yes,
so
and thank you, Mr. White, and through the mayor to you, Mr. White. We are currently discussing an interlocal agreement with Clark County now. It is in their hands. We have met with Commissioner Brown. He's got a document of something we put together to start the discussion. The wheels of progress don't move as quickly as we'd like to see oftentimes, because I'm certainly getting quite impatient about it moving forward, so we can get another different interlocal agreement. There's a whole lot of other things that are related to the city and the county that are part of that interlocal agreement. Our maintenance guys having access to county islands, permitting and that sort of thing. So it's a whole bunch of things in the works, including what does that rural area stay like forever? So we're working on that right now. So I want you to know that. It's in their hands as of today. We have not heard yet back from them. I don't think, Jorge, have we? Not yet. So they've got the ball, and we're just waiting to hear back. So I hope that answers your question, and I appreciate your comments about your local government doing what they say they're going to do. I'm certainly a man of my word. I'm going to do that. So I hope you feel comfortable with that.
I think we definitely will be, you bet. So thank you for that, and we'll look forward to that local agreement, and appreciate your time.
So stay in touch.
Oh, you bet.
And don't go away, because he wants you to hear all the particulars. And your name, sir, for the record.
Yes, hi, good afternoon. My name is Mark Bloom. Good afternoon, Mayor and members of the council. Thank you for having me. About 13 years ago, I made a decision to invest most of my life savings in order to pursue my dream of building my own home in this community. The decision was very calculated, and believe me, I did my due diligence. I chose to purchase vacant land and then designed and built my dream home, which is located about a half a block to the east of the parcel we're talking about. My decision to build a home in the Northwest, and even more so the RNP, was based upon much research and fact-finding. You see, I had read the pertinent documents many times and was especially pleased by the following. This is a direct from the land use plan. The rural neighborhood preservation category is intended to protect areas within the Las Vegas Valley that are already developed and rural in character from encroachment by more intense development, intended to protect us from this development. Excuse me. Oops. Being a bit skeptical before I bought the land and sunk time, effort, money, blood, sweat, and tears, I found another piece of the document which really sealed the deal for me, because I realized that sometime in the future, this isn't all going to be vacant. They're going to build roads, because there were no roads when I bought there, and people are going to come because it's a beautiful part of the town. But when I saw this, I was very convinced that this was making the right move for my family. The RNP, an area generally, and this is from the land use plan, located in the Las Vegas Valley, where low-density residential not to exceed 2 dwelling units per acre is to be preserved, along with, very important, the rural character of the area. After I read those, I felt pretty better. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the council, I'm a firm believer that whether it be local, state, or federal government should operate as Abe Lincoln proclaimed in the Gettysburg Address. Abe said that government should be of the people, by the people, and for the people. And I believe that applies here too, and that you do your best. We the people, some who are sitting behind me, some who have only spoken, are asking you as our elected representatives to be our voice, And as such, we are asking you to protect the interests of we, the people, as opposed to the developers. Now, I understand that the developers have every right to purchase the land and develop it. I would also like to state that Mr. Gronauer previously asked for different zoning, because I've been to all the meetings, and would have been favorable to us, as we discussed, and he and D.R. Horton have done a magnificent job in the area. He really wanted to do it the right way, but the rules did not allow him. So I want to put that on the record. The problem arises, Mayor, and I'll finish up, is that once this goes RD, and when I say this, I mean the Michele Crest piece. Once it goes RD, the rest falls like dominoes, because the next person that comes along is going to say, I want RD where you had RE also. And it becomes contiguous, and then RD falls all along the street. And what happens, Mayor and members, is instead of Centennial, instead of the Beltway, and Alpine Ridge, and Michele Crest, now it's Egan Crest, now it's Ruffian, now it's Grand Canyon, and it just keeps encroaching, which the RNP was supposed to protect. In conclusion, I stand before you asking you to deny this application, or at a minimum, hold it until the interlocal, which I know there's a draft document out there, has been completed, or maybe there's a way to ask Mr. Gronauer to submit rezoning for RE afterwards, which would please us to no end. We wouldn't be here if that could be left RE. I appreciate your time, and please, as a government, put the interest of we the people ahead of others that are here for financial gain. Thank you for your time.
Nicely said. Thank you. Thank you.
Can I have 1 second for one last piece?
You can't do it in 1 second. I'll give you a minute.
I just want to say, when you walk in this wonderful room through those doors and you see that painting on the wall there, are you familiar with that painting of the Stewart Ranch on the wall?
Mm-hmm.
I actually have been.
I want you guys to think about where we started. I've lived here almost all my life. I know Commissioner Ross grew up here. We've been here. We've all been. This town started as a rural town, and slowly, of course, we've had to move this way of life further and further out as the city grew and things changed. And that's why, I don't want people to feel that they're being attacked. We had Commissioner Moody tell one of our people that he was never so attacked at the Planning Commission meeting ever in his life, and I felt bad that he felt that he was attacked. We're just passionate about trying to keep the area the way it should be, and that's why we're here, and we wanted you to consider trying to do something to try to keep that RE. I don't know if Mr. Gronauer's client would do that, change it later. I'm not sure what the options are at this point, but that's why we're here. Thank you very much.
And I think you've expressed it very well, and all I can reiterate is that I know Councilman Ross, and his passion is to keep the lifestyle as it is. And coming here in '64 and living on, Eastern and Viking, where there was nothing but dirt road on Eastern and Flamingo going south, nothing except Votech, nothing. Used to kept my horse right behind St. Viator's and rode all day long for what became Henderson. And so I know what happens as towns grow. But a champion of holding back or putting in compatible growth to the best of his ability. There is no greater champion, and he's out there every single day trying to do that and speak on behalf of all those who live in the Northwest, just as other council people here are working so hard, and Councilwoman on Ward 1 and redevelopment, and Councilwoman Coffin, everybody that's up here. And hopefully, and I know that he really does have your whole vision. It's his vision. It's the same too. But I think trying to balance it and knowing the high regard with which we have for D.R. Horton, they just really are a company they do the right thing. So hopefully it will all work out, and I have no idea, and I don't know if Mr. Sanchez or Mr. Cervantes have an idea when that interlocal's going to move off of the county. No. So we just sit. And so we appreciate it. So please, your name,
Yes.
sir?
My name is Eldon Grauberger, and my question really, and it is only a question, is there a way that we could have it on the approval of this that an application be made for RE zoning of that part, which they said that they would. I too have some concerns about what might happen. You know, promises are promises, but if we had something that would be contingent upon an application for RE for that area that does front on Michelle Crest.
Would you like me to answer that, Mayor? or respond?
I wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole. I live down in Ward 1.
Well,
where it's all
I think it's
built up.
entirely up to the applicant for that, but certainly, when the time comes, if this portion of the meeting for me to talk to Mr. Gronar about these things, we'll talk about these things, and we'll see what we can do. I've got some other concerns as well, so we'll just see where this goes, but I know you want that level of comfort.
Today that would make a stipulation that way?
You know, we possibly could go that route. Why don't we wait until we talk to Mr. Gronar about it, okay? But I can tell you this, I have worked with this applicant's representative and D.R. Horton for the past 10 years. They stand behind their word. These are honest people that do a great job. They work very closely with our planning department, our building department. They are a community partner as we move forward. They're active with the Home Builders Association. I mean, these people aren't going to tell you one thing and go do another. So I want you to have that level of assurance regardless of how this outcome is today, okay?
What my concern was is, would this, you know, even if they are on half-acre parcels, would that still have the other zoning? Would it still remain that way, or
At this point, that's what they're asking for, the RD zoning. So, but we all hear you loud and clear. We're going to see what we can figure out here before this is over with. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard, please come forward, state your name for the record. We don't need an address. Just name, please.
I have to ask first if I require an orange card or not, because
No.
I didn't submit one.
Just your name.
My name is Jonas Stoltzfus. I practice as a CPA. My wife and I live on TP Lane, which is in the area that we're speaking of. I also represent a client who lives on Michelle Crest. Needless to say, his knowledge of the D.R. Horton application is as disconcerting as it is to this gentleman. Why there aren't really more people that live along Michelle Crest here today is a mystery. We should just assume that they had other things to do. The real nub of the discussion here is that one little piece of land that runs along Michelle Crest. On the one side is Alpine, on the other side is Michelle Crest. And the piece that, even though D.R. Horton says they will build their half-acre residences, that's not the concern. The concern is what the gentleman stated earlier concerning the potential domino effect when other developers, and I know people that work for D.R. Horton. They are great people. Donnie Horton is a great person. Everyone will tell you that. So we have no quarrel with the D.R. Horton. We have a quarrel with BLM land turning into RD instead of remaining at RE.
R1.
That little parcel is an opening, is a crack in the overall reason why we live there. It's a crack that allows the next parcel down that's not developed for Lennar, for Toll Brothers, for whoever it may be, to say, council, I'm right next to a RD. I want the same. And on down the street, on down the street. And when we finally acquiesce and on down the street is RD, then you have another developer that wants to do something on to the east of Michelle Crest. And what's to stop them? What's to stop the planning people from allowing it? They've already allowed RD between the Beltway and Alpine. How did that happen? The Beltway was clearly the dividing line between RD and RE, and somehow it went away. All we are asking is that until the interlocal comes back into existence between the city and the county, barring the interlocal, please do not approve this application. Interlocal is soon to come into existence, according to some. According to others, no, it will never happen again. But I firmly believe that the city and the county will come to some place in the middle where it allows another interlocal agreement to come into being and solve this problem forever. Do we have to be concerned about D.R. Horton and them leaving the valley because of this one little 25-acre issue? No, we do not. They are the largest home builder in the valley, according to their billboards, for the last 13 years. Are they going away? No, they are not going away. If you deny this application, please, there's only 5 or 6 of us in the room.
Thank you.
But in that whole area of 4 square miles, I don't know what the population is. I'm sorry. I can only speak for myself and my wife.
Thank you. Appreciate your coming down. And we did get letters and emails, and please come forward and state your name for the record.
Hello, council members. My name is Patty, and this is my husband, Steve Cardoza, and we have a concern. We have a D.R. Horton home that's just north of this designated lot, and I'd like to know why we can't keep the whole parcel RE. We were lied to, and there was a section of homes between us and the Beltway that were much smaller, and when it was originally developed, we were told it was going to be the same as our development. And they lied and made them much smaller.
You're on Michelle Way?
No. We're
Where
on
are you?
Alpine Ridge, this little block of homes right here.
Okay. So you're north of Tropical.
Yes,
Yeah, this is how you look at it. Right.
this lot right here. And it seems to me it would rectify a lot of issues for the entire neighborhood if we kept it all RE. What's the harm? They've already gotten concessions from you on this development.
And another thing, we were told that these homes...
And excuse me, sir, I know your wife introduced you, but would you say it again, please? for the
My name is
record?
Steve Cardoza.
Thank you.
These homes behind us here, we're going to be all of these homes, and there's only 25 homes gated. The lots go from 13,000 to 14,000. Ours is 14,000. And our house is the smallest house in this 25 homes, which is 2,875 square feet. The biggest is 3,300 square feet. They told us these homes behind here, they were going to have some 2,875 square feet homes. That did not happen.
They're all much smaller.
They're all much smaller.
Square footer.
And like I said, these are all, I mean, and they're developed, those homes right across it, that Mr. Grauer said they were going to build were 2,400 to 2,600 square feet.
Can you hold one sec, please? Mr. Parago, are those yellow ones on that map, are those county, or are those county?
Those are city.
And who is the developer on those?
D.R.
Horton.
And how long goes that?
Within the last 5 years? Yeah.
Well,
No.
it's about 2 years.
About 2 or 3 years, I think.
Just the last 2 or 3 years, yeah.
Yeah.
It's less than 3.
Okay.
But we, like I said, we went to a meeting and they did tell us that they were going to be the smallest the largest would be the size of our home, and there's no way.
But I think it would solve a lot of issues for everyone if we maintained the whole parcel as RE.
Okay. I'll appreciate your comments. I don't know, I mean, we'll give it back to, is there anyone else that wishes to comment on this? We get everybody's input. And I don't know whether you want to address, Mr. Gronauer, why it can't be zoned at this time or left as it is RE until the interlocals in and until...
No. I can explain.
Thank you.
If I get your attention to the overhead, because I know we're like kind of splitting hairs here, because the last couple that was here, you see R1 as it's zoned in the city for R1. These lots are actually about 8,500, 9,500 square foot lots. These lots where the neighbors live are about 10,000 square foot lots, RD lots itself. The lots that we have that we're proposing, or if you're splitting hairs, is a little bit slightly larger.
Excuse me, you said right to the north, those are RD lots?
Yeah, RD. Yes.
RD, not
Yeah, RD,
E.
which what we're asking for, RD also for the lots down to the south. Okay, so the reason is, and I think it's very important to note, the demarcation line is Alpine Ridge. Okay, everything on the west side, as you can see here, if I can show you on my pen, everything over here you see is developed R1, RD in this area. So the reason why we're asking for RD is to be compatible with the existing homes and development pattern, everything that is on the west side of Alpine Ridge. And as I mentioned, because I believe the R1 was zoned in the county with 8,500 to 9,500, 10,000 square foot lots. This was an older D.R. Horton project for RD zoning that's in the county that has minimum 10,000 square foot lots.
How about the other little gray ones?
The gray where?
Right here under the light bulb that you've got right in front of you. Is that RD?
No, on the other side here, these are RE. Okay, so this is RE, 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 RE. That's why you see this portion of the property. We are designing and developing 20,000 square foot lots that are RE.
E, I
Yes.
see. But the other one adjacent to where we've just had the comments from the residents,
Yes.
that little gray spot above is RD.
RD, yes.
Okay.
Yes. So that's why your staff is recommending approval, is because it is compatible, as you can see in this area, and then the RD in this area are going to be not 10,000s, but 20,000 square foot lots. So I want to make that clear, because we start splitting hairs, because it does say R1. Your typical R1 lot is like maybe 6,000, 6,500 square feet. This is much larger than your typical R1 lot. It's all about the transitional zoning. You have a beltway. You're not going to have a nice half-acre home adjacent to the beltway there, and for reasons we all know why. It's not compatible. So what you have is you have a lower density. Although it's R1, 9,000, 8,500 square foot lots are still good-sized lots. They buffer with the 10,000s that are here, and then as you go across the street, you have 20,000s. The other thing I want to point out to you is Councilman Ross and Commissioner Larry Brown have done a tremendous job out here in communicating not only to the neighbors who live out here, the constituents, but also to the building community. There is not one builder that does not recognize and understand what the development rules and guidelines are out here. And as Councilman Ross and the commissioner in this area will both tell you, is that the builders come out here, we know what those rules are, we understand. Even if this property is zoned RD, nobody's going to come in here and make an argument. And the argument's going to be probably me 99% of the time, since I'm familiar with everything that's been zoned out here. I can tell you, no one's going to make an argument and say, because you put RD here, you're going to need to put RD here, here, and here. The elected officials in the office, such as Councilman Ross and Commissioner Larry Brown, will not let that happen. Number two, the builders understand that. We understand where the 20,000 square foot lots need to be built. That's why they're being proposed this way. That's why we're not coming in asking for RD zoning and going to ask to put 10,000 square foot lots. The fact of the matter of what we're dealing with here today, we're stuck between a rock and a hard place. We want to put conditions on the zone change application. We can't. We would like to split the property into two, but we can't. So we're moving forward as best as we can. And as I said, even at the Planning Commission level, look, there's a lot of years of investment of the builders, such as a D.R. Horton, that is out in this area. Neighbors have made a significant investment. but also the builders such as D.R. Horton has many projects out here. And matter of fact, these are neighbors who live in D.R. Horton projects. The last thing you want to do as a builder, as you guys know, is say we're going to do something and turn around and do something different, because in the Northwest here, there is a lot of development happening. There's a lot of action going on. The last thing you want to do is, you know what happens when somebody misleads you, and in regards to such as a situation like this. And as I said, comfortable with the tentative map coming through. You're going to see those conditions on there. We'll explore what we can do and work with your city as far as what we can do together to see what we can do to get that back to RE someday. I can't guarantee you today on the record what we can do, but Mr. Bloom, as he mentioned, we've worked many years together. We're on different sides, but I think somewhere along the line, as I said, there's a respect factor here to understand we'll do what we need to do to appease the neighbors. And if that's something at the Planning Commission, as we're looking at alternatives of what can happen working with the city, we'll do that. But I think in the best interest for everybody today is to move forward with the property itself. You know what we're doing, what we propose. We have the tentative map in the system already. And if anything, this is just going to help the area more than not having the development in this, on this piece of property.
Can you, Mr. Gronauer, on behalf of those who you're representing, make a commitment that that east side of that parcel, that 25-acre parcel, will return to RE zoning for development?
As I said, I can't make that commitment here because I don't know the triggers of what we need to do.
No,
okay?
I'm only asking, we're trying to work through this.
And
I believe, I've known you for years.
Yes. And if we're, whatever he's saying, that what we will do is explore what we can do. There are options that I know I could sit down with Mr. Perigo and the city can just come in and rezone it to RE at some point in time. Because the problem we run into, I don't know how long that process will take. Look, the parcel map, you had a gentleman that says it takes a week to do a parcel map. That's not true. A parcel map, let's say, will take 3 months to 6 months. There's a lot of work that needs to get done to separate the parcel.
Yeah.
I could be wrong, but my engineer told me, and I pretty much figured it's a longer process. There are ways that we could sit down and try to figure out what we can do. So my commitment is we're going to explore that opportunity to come in and do what we need to do to bring it to RE if we can. And there's a way I believe we can, but I got to get the authority to do so.
Because it will really be disappointing to a woman who's here with no political ambition at all, who's only here because she loves the city and wants to continue on what her husband was doing before, and make sure that we honor what this area has to be.
And
I
we will
will be
honor
the most
that, yes.
disappointed person in the world if this does not come in on the east side as RE, as you're suggesting and have put down on your design, allowing you the density on the west side that you need to have to make it work. But definitely, and especially since that little parcel right to the north is RD as well. So that makes me feel better. So
Yes.
that's all I'm asking, and really feel and believing in you and trusting your word, even though you can't speak for your whom you're representing, that this will in fact come to pass.
Yes, and one more thing is, because I know you can't put the condition on there to tell me to go and do an RE zone change, I will give you the commitment. We're going to explore that. We'll have those answers by the time we go through the tentative map process at the Planning Commission. And Mr. Perigo and his staff is great to work with, and we'll come together. We just can't, or I can't right now say yes 100%, because there might be something that will stop us from doing it, which I don't think so. I believe we'll be able to do that, okay? I just got to sit down and map it out.
It looks beautiful what your plan is. You just got to make sure it works.
Yes, yes.
So, all right, well, let's go forward. Anyone else? Yes, do you have anything else to add? Let's make this the end, because if there's nobody else or anybody else, I want to get them, and we want to move on, if you could.
Okay, well, number one, I want to point out that our homes are not 10,000 square foot lots. The minimum was 14,000.
14,000.
And then what about this development right down here? These look like RE.
Which
And
one?
they're-
Can you point to it, please? We can't see what
Right
you're...
here, this,
She needs to point on the monitor.
on the map. Right here. Oh, I'm sorry, right here, because they are on the other side of Alpine Ridge, the same side as our homes. There's 8.
Could I ask a question when she's done?
Liberty Homes.
Excuse me?
When she's done, I would like to ask a question of you.
I don't know anything about that property. All I know is what's in front of us today is this 25. So you're zoned right now RE, as you can see, but what's going to happen in the future, perhaps Councilman Ross would know. But let's hear from Councilwoman.
I just wanted to ask Mr. Ronhauer if he, of this little gray area, is that RD or RE?
Yes, it's RD. It's minimum 10,000 square foot lots.
Okay, and the
They're-
right side of this lot in question today is going to be RE or RD?
RD, which will
It
be...
also would be RG.
Yes.
It's very interesting that some of the people who came up here today made a comment that it would set a precedent. And of course, everybody here says, oh, no, it won't set a precedent. But the mayor, looking at it, said, well, that's not so bad because you have RD right above you.
Yes.
I just want to say, Mr. Ross, this is his ward. I feel of anybody on this council has fought a situation similar to this and has voted continually for the neighbors in keeping their land. I will vote against this today because I will tell you in my heart, I think the neighbors here are right. If Horton wanted to do this now, all this time, you would have figured it out. And to say that, well, don't shake hands because this is getting us no place. I'll be the only vote probably against this, so know that. But I want to tell you, what has happened in my ward is that we have, and it's not just with housing, it's with trying to get in a more intense industry or a more intense business. The gentleman over there, I didn't catch your name, I had to leave the room for a few minutes, but what you said was so on target. And I will tell you, this is the beginning. You're going to have a lot more as other things come in. What happened with McNeil neighborhood? What happened with Rancho Estates and Rancho Circle? What has happened even in Rancho, no, it is not Rancho, it's your place, what is it? Scotch 80s. It's slicing. It's just like a salami. It's slicing and slicing and slicing. So you know what? We have some beautiful areas now in Ward 1 that are still residential, that are still large lots. We have other problems coming in, which you may have eventually too. But we have them. And why do we have them? It's not just because I back the neighbors. It's because the neighbors got out there and they fought. And then and you know what? All of them together got together. I mean, we have so many neighborhood associations there that as soon as something comes up, I get all kinds of calls. Is it annoying sometimes? Yes, it is. But I don't get annoyed because I know that their feelings are accurate. And we can sit up here all day today and we can say, yes, we thought this and we've always wanted big lots, or keep it the way it is, or keep the zoning. When you start changing that zoning, you do set that precedent. And Mayor, as much as I respect you, today you said that, well, this isn't so bad if it's that way because, you know, it's right under the other one. The precedent was set with the other one, and then another one and another one. So I don't feel I'm going to change minds on the council, but I will tell you that in my heart, if you lose today, this is what I tell my ward: be eternally vigilant. Be eternally vigilant, and they are. And you have to join together. You have to join together. And I know why a lot of people aren't here. It's because lots of them work. And so it's hard to come to these meetings. But many of the things you said today were accurate. And we do have to be very careful in what we do. So I want to tell you, for what it means, one person up here does agree that it's going to cause a problem in the future.
Can I make just one last comment?
Please
The-
do.
The gentleman refers to this property here, which is Alpine Ridge Estates, and he says that these lots are minimum 10,000 square foot lots. That is not true. They're 13 to 14,000 square foot lots. They're huge lots. Only 25 of them, and it's a gated community.
Beautiful.
That's all I have to say.
It's beautiful. Please, I think we're done. Is it anything new and different?
It's new, yes. I just
That-
want,
Why do I not believe this?
no, it's new. I want the commission and Honorable Mayor, I want you to be assured that a vote for denial will not cause this developer to not purchase this land.
Thank you.
And I know that because they just recently purchased 2 5-acre lots next to mine for around $1.6 million. That's 10 acres for $1.6 million. And here they're offered 25 acres, if you look at the record, for close to the same amount. As a matter of fact, they could develop this all RE and still make money. They're not going anywhere. Don't let them fool you. They're not going to lose their financing. They're just trying to take the quick way. Thank you.
Well, hopefully they will honor what you wish, and the RE will be there on that east part of the parcel, as they've suggested. So, I'm going to close public hearing unless there's somebody that is just dying. No. I'm closing public hearing. And Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for everyone's input. Appreciate you being down here, and I appreciate the kind words, Mayor, that you've expressed towards me about my continued attempt to preserve this area, and that's exactly what I'm going to continue to do in conjunction with Commissioner Brown, regardless of where the interlocal agreement is at this time, and we'll continue to do so. Mr. Gronauer, you, as I've said to these folks that have come down here, have had a fabulous relationship over the past 10 years, as I have with your client. They have never been disingenuous, never have been misleading, and I don't expect it to be this way either. So I'm sure you will get back to Commissioner Moody or Mr. Perigo in regards to whether your client would like to, if this passes as RD today, well, if your client would be so inclined to take the eastern parcel.
Yeah, and as I said, is we're gonna do it because I'd like to stand up here in another 60 days or so to be vindicated, not with the neighbors, but with the council itself, to show you that we said what we said is going to actually happen. At the end of the day, it's RE. We're protecting this area. I said it. I've been doing this for 20 years out here with these neighbors, and I have not misled anybody and lied, and neither has D.R. Horton. I'm very comfortable with my representations here today. So I'll be here in another 60 to 90 days. We'll find a way to do the RE zoning, and that's it. And then I'll stand up here, and then I'll at least remind everybody that we said what we said we're going to do, and we're doing it. It's simple. It's very simple.
No, and I will be throwing things at you if you don't come back and do this, because it really, I have always trusted you and your word and what you've said. D.R. Horton has been a great developer for us. And so if you're representing them, and I know you've had these conversations, so from your mouth to God's ears, we'll see you back here with
as long as Mr. Perigo allows me to do what I want to do.
Well, I'm not
Well, we
quite
can't
done
talk
yet.
about that yet.
And I'm not quite done yet either,
Okay,
Mayor.
please go.
Mr. Gronar, we didn't talk about street lights. What is the game plan, or do you know yet?
Yeah, the game plan is out here in the Northwest, as you know, you do not build street lights. You do paving. You may do curb and gutter to help control drainage. That's something we've worked with your office and Commissioner Larry Brown, but no sidewalks. They wanted a rural area out here. If we were to do any of those, we would have just as many angry neighbors here trying to do the zone change with the 20,000s and the 10s. So you will probably see a waiver in a variance, which is typical what you've approved in the past, which we do religiously in the county. That's why, if you're familiar with this area, you don't see street lights, you don't see curb, gutter, sidewalks. They want it rural, it's going to be rural.
Well, we put Mr. Perigo and his staff mayor in a precarious position because our code does not have a rural standard to it. So I know that's something we've discussed many times, Mr. Perigo. I'm trying to get there because this is not the last time we're going to see this on an agenda in regards to encroaching into those areas and protecting them to the best of our ability to make them work that way. So that is significant, and I wanted to get that on the record for these folks. Have you had a neighborhood meeting on this at all?
No, I believe Commissioner Brown had the neighborhood meeting on this because...
Were you in attendance? Did you present?
I was told I should not have attended the meeting, let me put it that way.
Well, you know how I operate.
Yes.
As you move forward, I'm probably going to require you to have a neighborhood meeting to meet with these folks, elevations, that sort of thing, the no street light issue and keeping it as rural as possible, because there's no street lights in that area, and we want to keep it that way. You understand that very clearly, and you've done a fabulous job as well as your client. So I appreciate the comments from the council. I appreciate the comments from the folks who live around there. I appreciate working with you. I'm going to move to follow Planning Commission's and staff's recommendation for approval of Agenda Item 84, Mayor and Council.
Okay, there's a motion. We've had a change in technology operators. Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote and please post.
I would like to add, nobody's saying anybody's lying. Everybody's, we're saying is, sometimes we don't know what might happen.
Motion carries.
Can I
And
go?
so,
Thank you.
just one
Okay.
sec, I just want you all to know, you call me after. You just call, because I know what they say. They follow what they say.
Mr. Gruner took a thought out of my head that I wanted to say as well. Because I work so closely with the development community and the home builders, they get it. There's not going to be one home builder that's going to step into this room or into my office and ask me for anything that's different than it is today. I'm telling you that right now, so I appreciate you making that comment, putting it on the record as well.
Yeah, I want to make sure. And then for the record, I'll work with Mr. Perigo to figure out the way that we can try to do this zone change somewhere down the road. I don't know when we're able to do so, but how we can do, we'll work on
Thank you.
that. Okay?
Thank you. Motion carried. Thank you very much. Okay, we're on to agenda items 85 and 86. 85, VAR 62318, on a request for variance to allow a residential adjacency setback 39 feet where a minimum of 60 feet is required. And 86, SDR 62317, on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 1,750 square foot restaurant with a waiver to allow an 8-foot landscape buffer along the east perimeter where 15 feet is required. These items are City Council review, the applicant Starbucks Coffee Company, and the owner is JLSC Commercial LLC and JLSC LLC, on .52 acres at southwest corner of Sahara Avenue and Rice Street. C1 Limited Commercial Zone. Staff and the Planning Commission recommend approval on both items. These are in Ward 1 of the Councilwoman Tarkanian and public hearings, which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present? Huh. Okay, the applicant is not present. And so, Mr. Perigo?
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to turn this one over to Mr. Lowenstein.
Good
Thank
afternoon.
you, please.
Madam Mayor, the applicant has proposed to construct a restaurant with drive-through on 2 lots within the redevelopment area 2. The irregular shaped lot and the need for additional vehicle stacking for the drive-through resulted in the need for a waiver of the landscape buffer center along the eastern portion of the site and a residential adjacency setback variance. Staff finds the applicant's hardship to be not to be preferential in nature and is recommending approval of both applications. If approved, planning would like to add an additional condition that reads as follows: the installation of a no right turn signs at the southern driveway that accesses Riley Street shall be required. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, this is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on this item, please come forward, state your name for the record. Hearing and seeing none, I will close the public hearing and turn this over to Councilwoman Tarkanian on agenda item 85 and then 86.
We're very proud to have another Starbucks in our area, and I move to approve with all conditions.
Thank you. Agenda item 85, there's a motion to approve, subject to all conditions. Please vote.
I don't
And please
drink coffee,
post.
so I...
Oh, we need Councilman Coffin, Councilwoman, and Councilman Anthony, who's escaped. Okay, can we post? You have to vote on your own motion.
I did, yeah.
Great. That motion carries. And on agenda item 86,
Move to approve with all conditions.
thank
Your
you.
Your Honor, I'd like to clarify that on that item 86, that's with the added condition that Mr. Lowenstein
Yes.
read.
Yes, I'm including the new addition.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's a motion to approve on 86, subject to all new conditions. Please vote.
All conditions,
And post. All old and new conditions.
right.
Okay. Councilman Beers. And that motion carries. So we'll move on to 87 and 88. 87, VAR 62337, on a request for variance to allow 0 additional parking space where 2 additional spaces are required. 88, SUP 62340, on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 1,032 2 square-foot massage establishment with a waiver to allow a distance separation of 20 feet from a residential use where 400 feet is required at 4033 West Sahara. The applicant is John Geach and Z. Lee, and the owner is Rob Arts, 1981 Trust on .21 acres at 4033 West Sahara. C1 Limited Commercial Zone. Staff recommends denial. Planning Commission recommends approval of both items. These are in Ward 1 with Councilwoman Tarkanian. Public hearings, which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present? Good
Yes,
afternoon.
hello. My name is John Geach. Thank you for seeing me.
Thank you.
About last July, my wife and I started this endeavor, and it's come all the way to this. There's a few things I'd like to speak about. I've got something here for the overhead, and the staff has recommended denial of this because of this 20 feet from a residential. But right here is where the business is going to be. And behind us, there's a small alleyway, and there's housing directly behind the alleyway. That housing from the alley is separated by a 7.5-foot wall, and there's a picture of that, a 7.5-foot wall. So where they say that we're 20 feet away from this housing area, actually, to get to the nearest house, you would have to walk out of our establishment, walk down to this street, come back down here, and this is the closest house to us, which is about 600 feet away. When I was seeing the planning folks and talked to them, and he told me that they were going to recommend denial, I was kind of shocked about that, and I said, it's really not 20 feet to get to the nearest house, it's 600 feet, and to get to this house that's directly behind us within 20 feet, it's almost a 1,000-foot walk. And I said, why would you recommend denial? And he said, I said, we're actually much farther. And he said, well, that's your job. You have to be the one to talk to the city council about that. And so that's what I'm just trying to point out, that the fact that we are at this point, we're that far away. Also, they had talked about the parking. In the back alleyway, the alley goes from here to here, and then there's still some private property of about 12 feet wide. There is room to park an additional car out back if necessary, and if the parking became too much. But the place I'm talking about now, if you've ever gone by there, it's just an empty lot. There's almost never cars there. There's always empty spaces in that area, so I'm not quite sure where that would be an issue of having a couple extra cars. We have requested four rooms, and they indicated that 4 rooms indicate 4 employees along with 4 potential clients, which means 8 parking spots. My wife currently works at a place where they have 4 rooms, and they've never had 4 rooms completely filled. So, you know, I don't know how much that holds water, but that addresses the parking. Now, I did go and reach out to Councilwoman Tarkanian, and she asked me to get in touch with Catherine Martin, who is the Richfield Neighborhood Association. She's the one who heads that up, and I did reach out to Ms. Martin, and I spoke to her for almost 40 minutes, and very, very nice lady. When I asked her if she would like me to come to one of their meetings and or come over and show her my proposal, she didn't see any reason for it. She liked what I was telling her, and she was pretty much in approval of it. I did send a letter to Councilwoman Tarkanian explaining what I had talked to Ms. Martin about as well. And lastly, the only other thing I'd like to point out is there are so many vacancies in this area, and this is the room, this is the place that we're talking about right now. As you can see, it's quite a mess. It was a flower shop for 20 years, and they moved on their way, and they took out the refrigeration unit and everything else, and it's kind of a mess. We're going to invest quite a bit, probably upwards of about $70,000 or $80,000 to make it a nicer place into a good business, and we'd just like to be able to make our way in doing that. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Perigo. Or
Thank you,
Mr.
Madam.
Lowenstein.
Yes, I would turn this over to Mr. Lowenstein. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Madam Mayor, the change of use requires 2 additional parking spaces in a parking impaired development. However, the applicant cannot provide the additional spaces and requests approval of the variance. In addition, a waiver of the special use permit requirements is needed to allow the business to be located within 400 feet of the parcel zoned R1 to the south. As a result of this, and the creation of additional parking demand that the site cannot accommodate, the use cannot be conducted in a compatible manner with the surrounding uses. Therefore, staff recommends denial. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone who wishes to speak on this item? I think you're safe. It's empty, except we have one gentleman way in the back. Okay, hearing and seeing none, I'm going to close public hearing and turn this over to Councilwoman Tarkanian, and whose ward this is.
It is mine. I just wanted to ask the question. In the backup information that we had, it was stated that there were gates and other ways that individuals could go through from the units in the shopping area into the alley. And I just want to make sure that's accurate. But even if it isn't accurate, it doesn't matter so much, I suppose. I don't know who wrote the backup. I left the backup in my office. I read it at home. I have a great concern, and I spoke with you before. I have some additional concerns that have come, and I have a great concern with the closeness to the residential. And there are ways, I was told, of getting through from the shopping center area to the back. Also, we're working very hard, and that's why RDA is there. So we feel that we're going to be building that up, that those parking spaces may be needed by others. You know, it wouldn't be as vacant as it is now. So I cannot approve this today. I just can't approve it for those reasons, primarily the closeness to the residential. And I know you say there's the wall and there's this and that, but I know that area well because we had problem businesses there in the past, and they were able to get from that area over to the alley.
Well, I mean, if you were to go out a back door, but back doors aren't used for accessing the buildings, but if you wanted to go out a back door, and here's a picture of it, you could certainly go out a back door and get into the alley, but you still have a 7.5-foot wall with the person right behind us has a 1.5-foot set of stakes.
But you can go down the alley. You can go down the alley to the end.
Well, sure,
I have other
and
concerns.
that's the 600 feet I was speaking of.
Okay, I'm going to voice some of my other concerns here.
Okay.
And that is, your wife currently works at the Maui Sun. All right. She has been considered someone who is a key person in the Maui Sun
Yes, she is a key
business.
employee.
You yourself have been there, so you're familiar with that.
Yes.
My understanding is that they've had problems at the Maui Sun. And that licensing issued at least 2 civil fines, and there were at least 5 failed inspections. And one of their 9 inspections, in fact, you and your wife were there on the premises.
Correct.
Your wife is the massage therapist.
Correct.
But in any case, because of the problems, and she was a key person, I don't want to take a chance in that area.
Okay, please let me explain that. My wife had gone to work there, and she'd worked there for about a month and a half. She was not a key employee at the time. It's a very small place. There's the owner and usually 1 or 2 employees. They had gone to the owner and explained, you have to have a key employee here. We filled out the application. I contacted Stacy at the business license department, and I told her, I have this this application ready for you. I'd like to bring it in. She said, the first appointment we could have for you is in 2 weeks. I told her, Stacy, we have a problem. They told us we have to have a key employee right away. She said, let me check with Grace. Grace is the investigator who came out. When she came back on the phone, she told me Grace indicated that she just wanted this process this key employee thing in the process. We did do that. We made the application, and then another inspector showed up who had no idea what Grace had agreed to,
And she said, well, because you don't have that key employee yet, and I showed her the application. I showed her the appointment date we had to do the application. And she said, I still have to write this up. Come Monday, if Grace agrees with it, we can just eliminate this, but I still have to write this up because your wife is not yet a key employee. Even though the application had been filled out, I was waiting for the 2-week process. Now, the question is why I was there. This was during the summer months when business is very slow. My wife was the only employee there. And what I did is, when my wife was there as the only employee, I would sit in the back room, I would read a book, I would just make sure she wasn't the only person there. That's why I was there. 2 different times they had, that was right next to a rehab place that's relatively close. They had people come in who would just come in there and sit on the couch and be kind of strange, and then all of a sudden my wife was there by herself. I was there in case anything went wrong. So I was there just in a sense as protection so she wouldn't be there by herself. That's the only thing that happened. My wife did become a key employee there. We followed the rules of the city, like the city asked us to, and everything's been great ever since. Now, while she's not there as a key employee, there's certainly nothing that she can do, but we have followed all the rules. She has never had an issue with the city on the business end of it. And she's been great, and she even has a pretty good relationship with this Grace, who's come out several times since my wife did become a key employee.
And she's been a key employee since about July, right? July, August?
Yes, since July. And while she has been there, she has not had an issue. She has followed the rules just like the city has asked, and we've gone the extra mile to make sure everything is okay. My wife is a state-certified massage therapist. She went to school for almost a year, up every day at 6 o'clock, not home until 6 o'clock at night.
I understand.
She had to pass a national exam. She had to pass a FBI federal background check just to get this license. We've gone the extra mile. My wife has indicated she wants to have a business and has asked me to do the due diligence to make a business happen. I've done that. I've come and seen you. I contacted the local representative. I've gone the extra
Do you
mile.
understand the reason why I'm so cautious is because we have had massage parlors in that area before that turned out not to be strictly massage parlors.
And you have some that are, and are very fun.
Yes, I have some that are. But when I have someone who's worked almost a year with something that, in an entity that's had problems, it has caution. If you want me to, I'll move to a bay, and perhaps we can get some more. Unless, Ms. Duddleson, did you have any other information that's come in?
Your Honor, through you to the councilwoman, at this point in time, we do not.
Okay, then I would move to obey. I cannot move to approve when I have something questionable. I'm sorry.
What is
What's questionable is that this place where she has been working has a reputation for prostitution. That's what's questionable. Yes, and that's within the neighborhood, and that's the talk. I'm only telling you what's in the neighborhood, and that's the talk. But I can't throw that out the window. This information just came to me. When I talked with you, I didn't have this information.
That's not true.
Well,
they've never had.
But you're not there all the time, you're telling me. You're telling me she's not there all the time. So maybe it turns out it's not happening when she's there. But you don't know if it's happening all the time or not. So I would just like to take some time to find this out better. That's all. So I'm going.
I started this in July. I've had a $4,000 deposit on this place, monthly rent. I'm just trying to make my way and just get this business going. I've got subcontractors I got all sorts of people waiting, and subcontractors I chose literally from Ward 1 because I wanted to do business in our area. I live in Ward 1 myself. I'm just trying to make my way and make our business happen. And I feel like I'm running up against obstacle after obstacle, and I'm trying everything I can. We've done the right thing. My wife has never had an issue. There's never been an issue while she was there. I've never heard of there being any kind of issue like you're speaking of. I don't know what to say.
somebody told you there was an issue, but there isn't.
I look into everything. I will tell you the last place that we had a police sting at in my ward that involved a massage parlor, a very popular massage parlor. The last time we did that, it took us a long time, but finally with the sting, we were able to get rid of it.
Sure.
How did I find out about that massage parlor? I found out from the neighbors. The neighbors told me that it was there and that it was operating. And in fact, across the alley from it, it had a house where they had girls that were living there. And I didn't know any of that. A lot of information I get from the neighbors because they're watching all the time. I'm only asking for a period of time, perhaps 45 days or so, or even 30 days to look into this further. I just want to have that chance. And that's why I'm going to ask to obey it. And I'm going to move to obey this item for 30 days.
So does that mean come back at the next council meeting?
That would be 30 days, but then you and I can talk in the meantime. I can ferret out this other information. I have a ward that has a lot of problems in that area, and I just feel a great responsibility to try and help the ward as much as I can. I'm not saying no right now, although I've got a feeling maybe that might be the best way, but nonetheless, I will objectively look up all the other information. I promise you that.
Okay,
So-
so where do we go from here?
May 16th, is it? March 16th, March 16th.
Okay, so I come back for another council meeting at that time?
Yes, and probably you and I will meet, if you would call my office, don't call this week, but perhaps next week, and we could set up a time to meet again.
Okay.
But in fact, it would be good if you gave me at least 2 weeks so that I can collect additional information.
Okay, and is there anything that I need to collect or get for you between now
No,
and then?
because the problem seems to be more, quite honestly, with where your wife worked, and she's your partner. She's the one operating this.
So your motion's going to be to obey 87 and 88?
Yes, the motion is for both items, 87 and 88.
We'll do one at a time?
I move to obey item number 87.
You can do them both if you're
You can do them both, we may.
Okay. I will move to obey items 87 and 88.
Until March 16th?
Right.
Thank you. There's a motion, please vote and please post, and in the interim, wait 2 weeks and call the councilwoman's office, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and it carries. Agenda item 89 through 92, VAR 62407, a request for a variance to allow 27-foot private street where 47 feet is required and to allow no amenity zones and sidewalks where such are required for proposed residential subdivision. Agenda item 90, WVR 62353, and a request for a waiver to allow no street lights where such are required in a proposed residential subdivision. Agenda item 91, VAC 62357, and a request for a petition to vacate a public sewer easement generally located approximately 200 feet east of Campbell Drive and approximately 700 feet north of Charleston Boulevard, and 92 TMP 62358, and a request for a tentative map for a 4-lot single-family residential subdivision. This is a council will review the applicant's D.R. Horton, Inc., and the owner is 805 Land, LLC, on 2.49 acres located approximately 200 feet east of Campbell Drive and approximately 700 feet north of Charleston, RE Residence Estate Zone. Staff and Planning Commission recommend approval on item 91, and on items 89, 90, and 92, staff recommends denial, and the Planning Commission recommends approval. These are in Ward 1 with Councilwoman Tarkanian and a public hearing, items which I now declare open. Is the applicant or resident? Hello.
Yes, hello.
Applicant present, there you are.
Yes. Mayor, members of the council, Bob Gronauer, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive. I'm here representing the owner in this matter. If I could get your attention to the overhead. This is, as you can see here, as I'm showing you, this is a true infill piece of property here, zoned for RE. We're looking to do 4 custom homes that are located in this area. To get onto the property itself, this is Campbell. You have a private street that goes through here that connects into the property itself. You have 4 lots that we're asking to develop. We do have, the reason why we're asking for the variance and for the waiver is to remove the urban standards that would be required. I know we had a discussion yesterday about providing lights on the property itself in the cul-de-sac area. I've worked with staff. I believe there is a condition that they've drafted that would require us to put lights on our property. I don't have the exact wording, but when we get there to discuss that, we're amenable to that, to address that issue. With that being said, there's a sewer vacation request that's come from the city of Las Vegas that asks us to go forward to remove that easement in that area. Staff's recommending approval. The tentative map is for 4 lots in this area to be the lot to be subdivided into 4 lots.
And immediately to the east is Waston,
Right?
Yes.
and to the north of that is Salvation Army Building? Or
Yes.
something else years ago?
Yes.
Yeah.
You know the area
Okay.
very well.
Yep, okay. Okay, Mr. Parago, Mr. Lowenstein.
Thank you.
Go
Mr.
ahead.
Lowenstein will make the report.
To facilitate the proposed tentative map for a 4-lot single-family residential subdivision, there's associated waivers and variances to allow for relief from street lights, sidewalks, and amenity zones. And as that fails to meet the minimum standards of Title 19, staff is recommending denial. If approved on the tentative map, TMP 62358, there is an added condition regarding the lighting, and would read, the applicant is to provide street lighting adjacent to the front of the 4 residential lots in an acceptable manner to the Department of Planning prior to the issuance of civil improvement plans. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, this is a public hearing. Does anybody wish to make comment on this project? Hearing and seeing none, I'll close this, and Councilwoman, you're back on.
I'd just like to thank Horton for filling in so many spaces at this meeting. Our infill is
Isn't it amazing?
amazing. It's just amazing, and we thank him very much, and we do respect the work that he does. I think this is a good place to infill. I think you'll have the people who buy homes there will love the area. And as you know, I had no concern about no sidewalks. We have many areas around there with no sidewalks. My only concern was to have some lighting in there. And that, I think I told you, was because we have had some problems with people at night that have gone and scratched cars and broken in windows and things. And if you had a child coming home from something, it just might be good to have enough lights there, so.
Yep, Councilwoman, and we have agreed to that. You brought up a very good point, and we're fine with the lighting condition that staff has on the tentative map.
So if we move to item number 89, I move to approve with all conditions.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve agenda item 89. Please vote, please post.
I'm almost there.
It's okay. You can do an oral if you want.
Really moved way faster
Okay. Okay.
And on item 91, I move to...
90.
Oh, I'm on 90, excuse me. Now, item 90, I move to approve with all conditions.
Thank you. There's a motion on agenda 90. Please vote, please post. Bless you. And that also passes. Agenda item 91.
Move to approve.
Any conditions on that one?
I didn't think there were any conditions. That was our request to have the sewer easement, so there were no
Yes.
conditions.
Okay, there's a motion on 91, please vote and please post. God bless you. And that motion carries, and let's move on to agenda item 92.
Move to approve with all conditions.
Thank you. There's a motion on agenda item 92.
With the added condition as stated?
With the added condition.
With all conditions, past and current as of this meeting.
And added.
And
Thank you.
added.
There's a motion, please vote and please post. Well,
We can
or
bring an
whatever's in the
exercise mat
carpet.
if you want.
Thank you very much, and have a good night, okay?
You too.
Thank you.
You've done your work. Okay, we are agenda item 95, VAR 622, wrong. Right, because we did 93 and 94. VAR 62279, public hearing, applicant owner John R. Clyde, number 2, and Jonathan S. Spur, For possible action, a request for variance to allow a 12-foot rear yard setback where 35 feet is required for a proposed 4,073 square foot addition to the existing 2,775 square foot principal dwelling, and a 5-foot rear yard setback where 10 feet is required for a proposed 436 square foot accessory structure, Class 2 gazebo, on .67 acres at 1333 Cashman Drive, RE Residence Estate, Zone 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. Staff recommends denial. Planning Commission recommends approval. This is a public hearing. Is the applicant or representative present?
Yes, hi, John Spera, and I am here. I have to tell you, I came in and Stupacs were up here, and I thought, this is great. You guys
wonderful.
moved really fast, we're going to be done. So,
You never know what goes on here.
you know, that's okay.
And I was watching planning the other night. I don't know which planning it was, but one of the commissioners said they had been there till 3 in the morning.
Well, we weren't
Yeah.
at
So,
3, but I was probably
be
close
thankful.
to 11:30 or whatever. so.
Okay, so please go ahead.
Okay, well, John Klein and I own this house. We bought it. We currently live up in the Ridges. John used to live actually over behind Our Lady, so we want to come back downtown.
Smart man.
I tell you what, we've experimented with the Summerlin
And the
we're ready to
driveway.
come home.
Lovely.
I just thought I might share this with you, if I can get, hey, Betsy, how are you? Just to give you an example of what John and I built up in the Ridges, and we're doing on a smaller scale here on Cashman. We're both architects, we do a lot of resorts, and we are definitely going to overbuild here. I don't know if you can see what's on the...
Yes, we
Can you?
can.
Okay, so the bottom picture is what's there now. The top picture is what we plan on doing. Okay, so
The top one is which?
the top is what we plan on doing to the existing
Bottom
home, which is the lower picture.
Beautiful.
We really like the 60s modern, really Palm Springs
Beautiful.
modern. The whole neighborhood it's a great neighborhood, McNeil Estates. We've got a lot of friends that have moved there, and we've already done coffee on the curb there. We've done roving
Beautiful.
dinners. It's just amazing to be back in kind of the 1957 mentality.
You're hired. This is beautiful.
Yeah, we're excited about it. We're keeping the bones of the house. It's amazing because let me flip this around. The existing home is this piece right here. There's an existing accessory structure that the prior owner and his mother built the house in the 60s. And it's a garage and a casita building here as a separate structure. So the first variance we're asking for is the variance from the 35 to the 10. The reason being is, and it's purely technical, this by itself, as it exists now as a separate structure, is an accessory structure. It requires a 10-foot setback, which it has. We're going to connect the two structures together and expand it. We're downsizing to about 6,000 feet, this house when we
You're
get there.
downsizing from what?
We're about 13.3.
From 13,000? I just want to say, I hear this is absolutely beautiful from
Well,
anybody who's
It's
seen the
a fun
plans.
house, and we're actually recreating the few rooms that we live in the big house in here. So that's the first variance, is when we connect the buildings together. The accessory building is no longer an accessory structure, it's now part of the main house. And the city planning department had no problem with that variance request. The second variance request is for this little, I guess you can call it a pool cabana structure that we're putting here on the back by the pool. And what that looks like is this. Now, our neighbor behind us, Mrs. Wiedner, lives right behind us, behind this wonderful old brick wall. It's interesting, in that neighborhood, there's like 3 houses that are hidden in the middle of the street. It's really great. Mrs. Wiedner has this home, and she has, I think, a little over an acre, and this is the back side of her home that you can see it's just the trash area. It's the end of her driveway. All of her living and everything else is completely on the other side. And she had no problem with that and signed a letter in support of this.
Could I just ask, she has no problem with the cabana?
None.
I haven't heard from her, I haven't faxed
No, there's a
her.
letter that she submitted, as well as a lot of our other neighbors. So that's what we're doing,
Wonderful.
and I hope we'll...
Looks lovely.
Your Honor?
Let's go ahead
Your
and,
Honor?
yes? Are you going to hire them too?
Is there going to be a moving sale?
I'm sorry?
Is there going to be a moving sale?
A moving sale from our old house?
Yeah.
Well, you know what, you realize in that big house how big the furniture is when you start looking at moving into here. So we're hoping when we sell that house, they'll want it with the furniture. There's a lot of the furniture was made for that house. But it is for sale if anybody's interested.
Beautiful, beautiful. Okay, this is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on this item, please come forward, state your name. Hearing and seeing none, we'll close the public hearing, and we will turn to Mr. Perrigo.
And I'll turn to Mr. Lowenstein. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, the applicant has created a self-imposed hardship by proposing to construct structures in a manner that does not conform to the code requirements. Staff does not oppose the principal dwelling expansion. However, staff cannot support the gazebo setback variance. Therefore, staff is recommending denial. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, Councilwoman, it's your day.
Did you have a question, Mr. Cobb?
I guess I would like to see the letter from Lynn Wiesner to confirm that she does support this, because I've been in that backyard, and you're right. When Tom was alive, they used the front half of the property a lot and not much in the back. But I'd still like to double check
Sure.
on Lynn's
She's a great
commitment
lady.
to
She
you.
was actually the realtor that represented the people that own the house.
Is this that you presented, is that a sales document for the older house, the house you're leaving now or
Yeah.
living in? Is Eric going to design the new one too?
No, we actually...
You're architects.
We're architects, I know. We hired Eric to do the big house, and he did an amazing job.
Well, how about this one?
There's a guy that used to work for Eric that I hired in my office, and he's now left on his own, so he helped us a little bit with it, but we're doing this one ourselves. We're trying not to go to the length of what we built there.
What I'm just curious about is the architecture. I can't get a grip on the architecture you're going to have. I was wondering, and this is just me being curious, because I'm very familiar with that old neighborhood, and ranch style and low slung, not angular and not so modernistic. But I don't know what you're planning on doing. Just curious if Councilwoman approves of what your design is.
Could
And
you
if
tell
the
me how you
neighbors
s-
care one way or the other, what it looks like?
Interrupt. Well, how do you spell the name of the lady who lives behind you?
I think it's Wiedner.
Lynn Wiesner.
Wiesner, I think she's one of the Wiesner. I forget her first
Well,
name. It's a
we're just
different
trying to
name.
say, because we couldn't quite hear.
I
Oh, Wiedner.
thought you'd said Wiener,
No, Wiedner.
Wiesner.
Wiedner. I think she's up.
W-E-I-N-S-E.
Wiedner's.
No, I'm seeing Elva Widener.
Oh, Elva, yes, Widener?
Widener, which could be related to Bill Widener. But
That's, I'm
Lynn
sorry,
Wiesner.
I'm mispronouncing.
not
her.
Lynn Wiesner, then, it's
But it's Elva, that's her name.
Widener. Okay,
I couldn't
so,
remember.
thing is, it's an old signature, it's a shaky signature, and I want to make sure that she understands that this is going to be real close to her back line.
Oh, yeah, no, I walked her through the whole house, showed her the plans, we walked through the home, I explained it, we stood back there, so.
Did you explain that?
Absolutely.
Your Honor?
Yes, please.
Thank you. In our backup, the very last of the 7 PDF documents includes the postcards received, and
Yeah, I see it.
a few pages into that is Ms. Wiedner's support postcard.
Excellent. I'm so glad you're so there.
I saw the card.
Yeah, she's been really, again, she sold us the home, she's really a terrific lady, and I spent a lot of time with her, and,
Okay.
I mean, all the neighbors are very excited about what we're doing.
Okay, very good. So I think we've done everything we're supposed to. Councilwoman, it's your turn. Again.
You're not going to have a party house, are you? I'm serious.
Well, no, actually, the truth is we both travel a lot, and people are even wondering us why we're even doing homes, but
But I mean, are you
No. I mean,
foreseeing a short-term rental or anything?
Oh, no,
like
no,
that?
no, no,
Okay.
we are living here.
You are living there.
Oh, yeah, no, we are living here. We are selling
And
the
the
big
only reason why I
house.
ask is, again, that I had two questions from people on your street that wanted to know, is this going to be a party house? Because we've had so many who have tried. But I understand what you're saying, and I just thought I should ask the
Oh, that's a
question.
good question. I'll tell you, though, we're going to put over $1 million into this home above and beyond what we paid for it. It's
Mhm.
well above the neighborhood. This is going to be our permanent primary residence.
Okay with,
We would not be doing this if it was a rental.
It's a great neighborhood and so quick to
Oh,
wherever you
it's-
go. Rather than going to the ridges and having to get the airport, you're back in town where life goes on. It's
We know
great.
more people in this neighborhood, and we haven't moved here yet,
Just one
than
question.
living in neighborhoods in
And
5
people
and
are
10
very
years.
neighborly in
Yeah.
town and in Ward 1.
Well, what we're
well,
finding
they'll
is...
write you notes, they'll write you emails, they'll ask you if you need any lemons. Or they'll ask you if you need any lemons, they'll say to you, do you have, apricots, extra plums, and things like that. It's a beautiful area.
There's a private Facebook page, and that's
Yes.
exactly what it is.
That's
And it's
exactly what it
everything
is.
I was sitting there, and there's someone that just posted
Tell me what that says.
infant baby clothes. Does anybody need? I'm putting on the curb. And,
Yeah.
you know, this is what they do. It's
Yeah.
fantastic.
Wonderful
For
feeling.
a little boy or a little girl?
It was for a girl.
Okay. Thank you. I know
It's
a little
probably
boy.
gone by
The other
now.
thing I was going to say, Councilman Coffin asked about the different type of architecture, and I will say in that area, they fought very hard against, going into a historic neighborhood. And we had a big fight there for a long time. And so they're not keeping the same architecture. They are changing, and there are different forms of architecture. The majority still is what was originally there, but there are different forms of
Well, there is
architecture.
some-
We even have a home that the lady hasn't had the funds to finish it yet, but it's built all from dirt and sod
It's an email.
and things like that. So,
Really?
and glass bottles.
Groundhog.
Yeah,
Where
she
is that one?
I couldn't give you the address, but it's in your area.
Thanks.
Okay.
You could walk to it.
Okay, one
So
question.
you're moving?
Yes, I
Yes.
am. He had a question.
May I ask a question? One more.
Yes, please.
I'd asked staff to tell me what the qualifier is on Mrs. Widener's approval. She has said, "Okay with something, something." Do you know what she meant? In other words, it's a reservation of some kind. It's either okay with no window, maybe, or okay with what, but she had a provision, a condition.
Oh, I don't know. She didn't.
It seems like an elderly person's hand. And just want to make
I
sure
don't know, Councilman.
that she has her eyes open on this before we,
Oh, well, like I
before I
say, I
vote to
mean,
approve it.
she's a Realtor, and I spent a good part of 2 hours with her on the property, walking her through what we were doing, and, John and I have been here a long time, we're very involved in the community.
Oh, believe me, I'm just talking about the gazebo right up against, very close to her.
Oh, yeah, I know, but we're not trying
It's
to...
only 5 feet
something
away from
through
You're
her
not going to
property.
be a
neighbor.
voyeur and looking out your window into her windows.
I'm sorry?
If there were a window, if that's what that says,
Oh, yeah, because it's an open structure, there's no windows.
no
or anything.
window, so it's not going to.
And you did walk around with her in her backyard, and
Oh,
did you
yes.
talk with her about where the gazebo,
Oh, yes, because I was
So
very
she knows,
clear
yeah.
about the 10 feet to
They're gonna
5
be
feet,
great.
because again, I wanted to...
I think it's going to be wonderful.
She's the only one that it impacts, and she
Okay.
didn't have a problem with it.
Hopefully you sell your home in the Ridges.
Okay. I want to thank Councilman Coffin for caring that much. I really appreciate that, and I move to approve.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve on agenda item 95. Please vote. And please post. And that motion carries.
Thank you
Good luck.
very much.
We can't wait to see your house.
We can't either. We're very excited about it.
Okay, agenda item 96, instruct the city clerk to set the public hearing dates and appeals from the city planning commission meetings and dangerous building nuisance litter abatements. Love that. And citizen participation. Citizen participation, public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the city council. No subject may be acted upon by the city council unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, please come to the podium, give your name for the record, the amount of discussion on any single subject, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak under this portion of the agenda? Yes, Mr. Perigo. Oh, okay.
I was helping Mr. Anderson get up, but I would like to say something, Your Honor, if I might, real quick.
Okay.
Mr. Romeo Goomerang has been sitting in the back at all the council meetings, making sure that all of the projects come up on the screen, and he ran out of here. But I wanted to acknowledge him for all the work he's done, because we're transitioning to our new planning tech, Mr. Joshua Gloucester, who comes to us with a master's degree from Georgia Tech.
Is that him?
And so he'll be taking over from here on, and I just want to thank Romeo for his work.
He bailed.
But he
Yay,
ran.
Romeo,
So-
wherever you are.
We'll say welcome to Mr. Gloucester, and that's all I'll
Romeo,
say.
Romeo, wherefore art thou?
Goomerang.
Oh, we're changing.
Goomerang. Is he from Australia? Is Mr. Goomerang from Australia?
I don't know where he's from.
Okay.
Barstow, as far as we know. Anyway, thank you, Your Honor.
Barstow, for heaven's sakes. Goodness. Okay. Anybody besides Mr. Perigo from the public that wanted to speak? Hearing and seeing none, we will close this public comment and move on to 98, which I believe, having been doing this for a little time, is council member recognition. Comments made by individual council members during this portion of the agenda will not be acted upon by city council unless that subject is on the agenda and scheduled for action. I know everyone has something to say, so let's start with Councilwoman this time.
My council announcements for Ward 1. On Saturday, February 27th, high school students are invited to participate in the JAG Youth Career Empowerment Summit. The summit includes open interviews, job placement, and internship opportunities. It will take place at Clark High School from 10 a.m. to 4:30, Saturday, February 27th. The goal is to prepare individuals for applying for jobs and entry into jobs. Breakfast and lunch will be provided. Please bring a resume and please wear professional attire to help you as you're being interviewed by possible future employees. We are having a neighborhood cleanup in partnership with Republic Service. It will be a bulk pickup in the Charleston Heights subdivision bounded by Alta to the north, Charleston to the south, Slayton to the east, and Torrey Pines to the west. Please place all your bulk items for pickup at the curb the evening before to ensure pickup by Republic Services. That's, of course, if the people from California don't come and pick them up in their pickup trucks and take them back and sell them. Because I don't know about you, in other wards, we've had that a lot in our ward. That's supposed to be a little levity. I thought you'd smile. All righty. Participating households will receive more detailed information in the mail. You may also call my office, which is 702-229-6405. It's a great time to have those bulky items picked up. We will have a senior safety spree. Ward 1 is hosting this senior safety spree on Tuesday, March 22nd from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the Mirabella Community Center at 62 Hargrove Avenue. We will have information sessions on senior driving, senior falls, pedestrian and bus safety, and seniors as parents. In addition, there will be free vision screening, blood pressure checkups, document shredding, driving safety assessments, and a drug turn-in for expired and no longer used prescriptions. For more information, please contact our office, which is 229-6405, and by that I mean that's a telephone number for all of our council offices. There is going to be a Chi-Am grand opening, a Chinese casual restaurant featuring quality meats, farm-grown vegetables, and organic choices, as well as signature dim sum dishes. That will be on Wednesday, February 24th at 12 noon, and I think that's a rather important thing for us. We always like to get a few good eating places away from the Camelot wards so that we can have them in our wards. And so we're really happy to have that. Thank you. That's it. Thank you.
I must say that Councilman Ross and I opened the one out in his ward, well, in Stavros, and Councilman Anthony's ward, and it's all fresh and no MSG, and boy, did they put it on delicious. So you are
Really
lucky.
good?
Yes. Across from the community college, right?
Uh-huh, that's right.
You're going to like it.
College of Southern Nevada. I can't get that in my brain. Go for it, Councilman Beers.
Thank you, Your Honor. Tomorrow, we'll be doing Beers with Beers out at the Roadrunner Saloon, kind of across from Lowe's, or maybe Lowe's is across from the Roadrunner Saloon, I don't know. Down there at Buffalo and Washington, close to Kellogg's Air Park. Please join us from 5:30 to 7:30. We will be shredding stuff. That will be coming up here with a 5-box limit, although sometimes we fail to accurately count boxes, and one or two extra ones have slipped through. That is going to be taking place 10 days from today, or the Saturday after this will be at the Veterans Memorial Leisure Services Center, which is up there between Palo Verde High School and Rogich Middle School. Coffee with the Councilman next on March 4th, a Friday morning, 7:30 to 9 o'clock. We'll be at the Starbucks located in, I don't know what we call this shopping center anymore, the about-to-be Albertsons, once upon a time Vaughn's, briefly Hagen's Shopping Center at 1990 Village Center Court, kind of close to the Summerlin Library, 7:30 to 9 o'clock, Friday, March 4th. Hope to see residents out there with some tough questions for me. 50 years ago today, it's not often we get to do this significant of an anniversary, but today is the day. Brian Wilson began recording Good Vibrations.
Oh, my God, the Beach Boys, look at that.
And we'd like to stay and celebrate the release or even the finish of the recording Good Vibrations, but it took 8 months for that monster to be put together. It was probably in its day the most intricately layered studio, sound on sound, modern technology piece of music that had ever been recorded. And that's what I'm going to listen to in the car on the way home. And that's all we got, Your Honor.
Thank you, Councilman. All right, Mayor Pro Tem, go for it.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilman Beers, I have a request. When you do that, I think we should have like a clip of the song, because now that song's going to be stuck in my head all the way home.
That's a song no one needs to hear the clip to have it stuck in their head all the way home.
I don't know about you ladies, but I think I'd like to hear the clip of the song. Anyway, in Ward 6, I was mucking out the drainage channels there, still on Grand Teton, near Durango. And that's Jerry Walker's crew out there. I got to meet him out there early morning and actually operate that little skid steer. And they had to duck down as they scooped the last remaining muck of the Carpenter 1 fire out of that. And Mr. Cervantes, you know, you got a bunch of great guys out there doing great things in the city. And Jerry Walker's one of them. So appreciate those guys. Had a lot of fun that morning. And so that's that. But moving on, it's going to be St. Patrick's Day right around the corner. So I am doing a St. Patrick's Day coffee. I'm not really drinking coffee, but coffee has become a term now used to sit down and discuss things with others and have a conversation. That will be at the Great Harvest Bread Company at 6475 North Decatur. That is the Costco Shopping Center. It is a great little place back in the corner on March 17th from 8 to 9. So I think I've invited you, if you're available, to stop by. Mayor?
Aren't you doing the week before? Aren't you on the 3rd out at the NASCAR?
Yeah, I'm covering that for you, yes.
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 So that's very big.
I should have put down there. That is before.
Fire your staff immediately.
Okay. You're all fired.
They're the best. Your staff is fabulous.
How will we survive on the 7th floor?
Right.
But come out and join me for a conversation if you can. I'll cover the cost of your coffee, and we'll go from there. It's March 17th, 2016, 8 to 9 a.m. Another fun thing coming up here at City Hall, Mayor and council members and folks paying attention to this council meeting, is a Spring Break Youth Leadership Summit that I am hosting right here in the City Council chambers on March 22nd at 1 o'clock. We have a special superstar guest that is going to be with me, one superstar on this picture. There's going to be others. I think the fire chief will be there too, but Miss Elizabeth Fretwell will be with me that day to talk to students, Girl Scouts, Boy Scouts, youth leaders. We're going to have some hands-on CPR demonstrations with Las Vegas Fire and Rescue and a presentation of the Great American Youth Award. So great way to get our young people engaged in local government And we've got available free bus tickets available to take the RTC to City Hall if you're coming in from Westcliff Express, Centennial Express, anywhere in the valley. We'll cover your bus tickets, and the RTC's generously done that for us. So that's going to be a fun event. On a more serious note, we do continue our partnership with Nevada Child Seekers. We are missing a young lady. Her name is Dion Richardson. She's only 12 years old, 5'6", 160 pounds. She has a dark mole behind her right ear, last seen January 25th. So we'd like to get her back to where she belongs. She was last seen in the area of North Pecos and Washington Boulevard. She may have been wearing a navy blue polo, black Dickies, maroon Converse, maroon foul leather jacket, and black straight wig. She may have been carrying a backpack with her personal belongings. If anyone knows where this young lady is, please contact the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, 702-828-3111, or Nevada Child Seekers, 702-458-7009. And because we do put this out there on KCLV Channel 2, and we certainly use my social media, we have recovered quite a few of these kids that have been lost. You can certainly follow me on social media or contact me in a number of ways. Of course, www.lasvegasnevada.gov/Ward6 is our website. I am on Twitter and Facebook as well. You can just do the old-fashioned thing. Pick up the phone and call Christine, 702-229-6154. Thank you, Mayor and council members.
And I'm adding again that Mayor Pro Tem will be out at the racetrack for the NASCAR on Sunday, March 6th.
Yes, I will.
And you are going to get to have the best time of your life. Take earplugs.
You're
and
spoiling me.
It's
You were
wonderful. I
out
know
of
how
town.
passionate you did. The one out in the county.
I did. We did it
And-
downtown.
Yes.
Yes.
And so now you're going out to the Speedway, which is super. You're going to
You
have
are
a great
spoiling me,
time.
Mayor, and
so-
I can't tell you how much I
know.
think
It's
appreciate
really
you.
hurting my heart.
I'm
but
sure it
you're
is.
going. You're going to have a good time. And so Councilman Barlow, of course, isn't here. So reading for Councilman Barlow, Councilwoman, please.
February 20th, there will be several Black History events. The West Las Vegas Library will be hosting a number of events in celebration of Black History Month. This evening at 5 p.m., they will celebrate the West Prep 9th Annual Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Oratorical Competition and Art Festival. For the full schedule of events, please visit the Las Vegas Clark County Library District at www.lvccld.org, or you may call 702-507-3989. On February 23rd, Mr. Barlow is going to have coffee with the mayor, and he will join the mayor as she will host the next Coffee with the Mayor. You're hosting it then, is that right?
At the Starbucks, 1920, the new Starbucks, not your Starbucks.
But the new one in his
one.
area. On Tuesday, February 23rd, the new Starbucks located at MLK and Mariah. And please come out and support the mayor as she will be available to greet Ward 15 residents and businesses. On March 5th, there will be a Ward 5 fishing derby that will take place from 9 a.m. to noon at Lorenzi Park. Ward 5 staff is teaming up with community partners to host this free fishing day for the youth and their families. Breakfast and lunch will be available while supplies last. Bring your fishing pole, friends and neighbors to take part in a beautiful day of fishing. For more information, contact Councilman Barlow's office at 702-229-5443. On March 8th, there's an open house at the Southern Nevada Health District, and everybody's invited, the entire community, to join the Health District on Tuesday, March 8th, for the grand opening of their new location at 280 South Decatur Boulevard from 10 a.m. to noon. There will be refreshments, giveaways, and toys. For more information, please call 702-759-1391. And lastly, as always, you can stay informed about Ward 5 with events and matters happening by following Councilman Barlow on Twitter and Facebook. And if you would like to receive the Ward 5 newsletter, please visit the Ward 5 website at www.lasvegasnevada.gov/Ward5 and send your email address, or you can call him at 702-229-5443. I think we should all go fishing.
Okay, thank you very much. All eyes are on Nevada this week as we prepare for both our Democratic and Republican Party caucuses. I encourage everyone to register to vote and participate in this important civic duty. As the first in the West state to vote during this presidential primary season, Nevada will be observed by the nation. Let's aim for the high levels of engagement characterized by leadership and integrity through the process. Our next City Council meeting will be held Wednesday, March 2nd, beginning at 9 a.m. here in Council Chambers, and I want to thank everybody from staff for being so patient and doing such a great job for us, especially our tech crew and our city clerk's office that is here diligently all the time, making sure we stay in line, and we are
And
adjourned.
accurate.